I am bright. Holy cow. Let's maybe turn this down a little bit. There. That is bright now. I'm centered. At least I'm centered on video and not centered in real life because we all know what a dumpster fire I am. Hey, it's late. I know it's late. I couldn't pull myself out of bed. I took a nap for what was supposed to be 2 hours and it ended up being 6. So I was very, very tired. Hello. Yeah, so I don't know where this live is gonna go, to be honest. I'm expecting a guest. Um there is a lot there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on. I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on. Um all over the place with so many things and so many people and so many whatevers. I feel like there's just a lot of yeah, my sleep is so messed up, dude. I go to bed usually about 7 o'clock in the morning, which is fine. And I got up this morning and I functioned like a normal adult. And then at 4 o'clock, I was like, I'm going to take a nap for 2 hours. Yeah, I set my alarm for every 15 minutes to 30 minutes and I just kept getting up um, and shutting it off. I was tired. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of I am blocked on my one I'm blocked on my one TikTok till the 5th, till tomorrow, for something I literally did not even do. It flagged me for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence, which I have the live up on YouTube to show that that absolutely did not happen, but I am banned on that account until tomorrow for something that like did not even happen. Yeah, I peeled it. They held it. I was shocked. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I got my earring back in my ear. Yay. The one I said I was going to have to take out, I got it back in. Do not ask me how I did. But yeah, there is a lot of stuff going on. And I don't even know what to talk about or what. There's just so much screwiness going on social media that like my brain is like spun because like I'm like y'all, I can't even describe to you how much there is. I'm waiting for a are you gonna hit the box, or like how are we gonna do this? Because like I don't have a thing. I need you to like request. um I can't keep up with the amount of drama going on. It's so overwhelming. Girl, you have no idea. You have no idea the amount of freaking internet drama that's going on. You know, Jesus, can you not scare the crap out of me? My God. Okay, there we go. See, I have it where somebody's big. Whenever she's got it, we got little tiny boxes. That's some BS.
I don't know how to make it where you go big. I don't. Natasha does it this way too, but I can't do it.
I don't know.
It's weird.
No, there's right now there's just so much internet drama, and it's getting worse by the day. Now,
yeah,
I don't know if you heard, but I heard that apparently while I was making the comeback videos and you were posting, that apparently Bree went live and tried to explain this away. I guess.
When she does that, she only makes herself seem more stupid.
Can you guys hear?
Ridiculous. I don't even know why she tries.
Well, okay, so I guess what happened was she was saying that they were talking hypotheticals.
Bullshit.
I was very, very confused. I'm very, very confused. I'm very confused.
Bullshit. I smell bullshit.
She also said that the PO got the entire clip before it was leaked on social media. So you're telling me that you had a live where people are recording, people are posting it, and so she puts together this apparently scenario, then immediately downloads it, immediately sends the entire clip to the PO before it was leaked. How does that even happen? Why would you do that? Why would
you
you
tell your parole about something that isn't happening?
Why would you send the parole the whole clip before it was leaked of a hypothetical scenario? Like, I'm sorry, but she was trying, she came at me, she rallied really hard in my inbox as I showed, yelling at me, freaking out on me. And I'm like, I'm not the only person who, like, my video got 4,000 views. Okay. Nina's got 70,000 in an hour. 70,000 in an hour, and you are rallying in my inbox telling me that I'm irrelevant. Nobody believes anything I say. Well, I would say to the new 11,000 followers that I got in 36 hours, I'm pretty sure people are listening to me and understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, so Tara, in your comments, you're saying that the only excuse would be for publicity, but involving a PO is too much for all that. Okay, a lot of people have been saying this. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe you're going to contact her PO, or I can't believe you're going to turn her in for this. Okay, she's on parole. She's not free, and she's breaking violations. Anytime any convict would do this anywhere else, they would be going back. So why is it wrong for Gypsy Rose to go back when she's violating her parole? I don't understand.
Well, and then I guess you had heard Katie talking about the fact that she's already been warned. She's already been cited. Like, why are we going through so many steps? I mean, the only thing that I can think of is there's so many steps because they have to make sure that their I's are dotted, their T's are crossed. But, like, you get a warning, you get a citation. Where does the actual anything kick in? Because breaking parole is breaking parole.
Right.
And I don't understand why we're jumping through 9,000 hoops to give her an opportunity to not break parole.
Well, fuck, she broke parole within the first 5 minutes she was out. I don't know. I'm not being facetious. 5 whole fucking minutes. Like, because she chose to go to a Chiefs game or whatever that was, a Kansas City Chiefs game, so she knew she wasn't allowed to do that. She just doesn't think rules apply to her. She never has, and she never will. And I just don't get it. Did you see the picture I just sent you, though, and I made a video about with Kate? Did you see it? Oh, I'm going to send it to you on Facebook because I want you to see this picture. I'll be right back.
I don't understand why we're keeping her famous. She's violating parole. If it was anyone else, it would be, yeah. Don't you think her PO is sick of y'all's drama trying to get her locked up? Okay, Bridget, first of all, I will tell you, I have never once in my life reached out to her PO. Matter of fact, I had somebody in my inbox asking if I would spearhead a petition to get her put back. No, I will not spearhead a petition to put her back because it's not my business and I'm not having that karma on my ass. The only reason I am on this app saying what I say and doing what I do is because I see a person who went to prison for less time than some people of color get for weed. And she gets out and she is hailed a hero with 10 million subscribers on TikTok, 30,000 in her lives, 9 million on Instagram. The only thing that I want, the only thing, my goal, and I cannot speak for her, but my goal in this is to show people who she is so they stop supporting and giving a platform to a person who maliciously planned out a murder for over 5 years. And if
for at least 5 years.
And I'm going to throw this out there because everybody talks about me being a feminist. If this was a white male who had put this together for 5 years, he would be behind bars indefinitely. But because she was a cute little frail 4'11", I talk like a baby, she was given a plea. She did this. She did this.
You need to check your Facebook, though. You need to see what I just sent you. It's the 2 pictures in the center of that picture. Yeah, so guys, it's crazy that this is the train has left the station. I was talking with Natasha earlier. The train has left the station. The truth train is a coming, and there is nothing that they can do to stop it at this point. And it is just, it's barreling forward. I don't even know. She has tried to pass messages to him in the past, from what we understand. I'm not sure if this time she was trying to contact him or if it was that she was trying to contact Amelia Berg. Do you see what I'm seeing in that picture?
No. I don't.
Okay. So can you pull it up behind you and I can show you what I'm showing?
No.
Do that?
I can't because it's
okay.
Because you have it on yours, you should be able to green screen. I can't because I already started the
I don't
live.
have green screen from here. How do I green screen from here?
Fuck me. You go down to like
oh, I got it. I found it. Okay. Okay. Can I be smaller? Okay, so this is them alleging that originally Kate's platform was for domestic violence, right? And then she never went back to it. Would you like this, Kate? Okay. What leg right here in the center is the black thing on?
Her
right
left.
Leg, right? And her left leg is fine. The picture next to it, it's on her left leg, and her right leg is fine.
Okay, but depending on how she in the left one, that's a front facing camera, and on the right it's a back facing camera.
Back facing camera. See, that's what I wanted to know.
So it could have flipped it.
Asked people, like, could it be just flipped? But I mean,
possibly.
I even that would
they both could have been back facing photos. I'm not sure, but one of them could have been a front, and one of them could have been a back, which would have then flipped it.
It's still the same leg. Like, it's still not on the same leg. Think about it. It doesn't matter which side she's on. It's not on the same leg. It's on the opposite leg.
It actually is.
It's not her right leg.
Even if it was flipped, it wouldn't be.
No, there's no way. No, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And somebody was just pointing out the domestic violence one, and then I saw those two, and I was like, wait a minute. What am I looking at? That's a perfectly healthy leg. That's a perfectly healthy leg. That's a right leg. That's a left leg.
I don't know. I mean, that could be, like I said, that could be flipped. That could not be flipped. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know how. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, when it goes to Kate, the only thing I have to say about Kate, other than I don't understand why she has to get off social media entirely every about month, but the only thing that's ever bothered me is I don't understand how you go from this family is going after me, violating me, scaring me, harassing me, stalking me, stealing my story, to we're friends.
Okay, I understand why she lost her leg but to be honest with you, if you watch the rest of this video, no, they talk about her leg. There's a picture, I sent you that too earlier, of her leg. Oh my God, Ryan, it was so fucking infected. It's not even funny.
Well, the one story that I heard, hey Irene, the one story that I heard is that when everything started happening and she had the issue with the leg, that I remember her saying that the family would go in there and they would mess with the leg. They would pick with it and it got infected. And that is what ultimately led to the leg getting done.
Right.
So if that was the case, and let's say that there was Munchausen's to begin with, and then the parents were going in and picking at the leg, which then led to it being amputated, it would still be from originally the Munchausen's. Because the parents or the family or whoever she's saying did it to keep it going. I don't know enough about her story. I know she's come with a lot of receipts. I know she's come with a lot of paperwork. I don't ever have an issue with questioning her story because at least she has paper backups.
She has physical things. Exactly.
Right. Exactly. But I don't understand. And for anybody saying, oh wow, the hypocrisy after I just said all this shit about her and she's in my box. You know, Kate made a big deal, numerous videos saying that, you know, Bree was going after her, Gypsy was going after her. They were flagging all of her videos. They were doing all of this stuff. And if they would have called a truce and just been like, hey, don't talk about me. I've been trying to do that with multiple creators at this point. I'm just trying to be like, hey, you know, this is the greater good. Can we just stop taking pot shots at each other? That is how we started originally talking, is just calling a truce. Okay. And then we realized that when it comes to outward appearances on TikTok, a lot of it is easier to do both of us because we're on the same page. And the file on Bree's computer, which I had gotten a screenshot of, and Kate was like, well, maybe there was one. Maybe there wasn't one. There was one. I showed it. There was absolutely a file on Bree's computer. Now, what was in it? I don't know. But at the same time, I don't have a file of anybody on my computer. I don't keep files of people on my computer. I keep a lot of screenshots in my phone, but I sure as hell ain't dedicated enough to put a whole damn file on my computer.
Regular people. I mean, I have a whole drive on Gypsy's case, but not on
But that's
her,
a case you're investigating.
Case,
so does that mean that Kate was a case that Bree was investigating? I don't know. All I know is there was a file, but I don't understand how it goes from okay, you know what? Me and Gypsy, we talked. We're gonna call a truce. I'm not gonna say she's doing this. She's not gonna do that. But let's but now we're gonna be friends, and now I'm friends with Bree, and I just feel like every time there's a lot of things going on, that family somehow reaches out and starts going on and trying to collect people. I was collected. A lot of people were collected, and I feel like they just keep collecting people. Because the more people they collect, the less people that can speak out,
Right.
and
exactly.
and just like
a long time ago, you didn't
just
listen
like
to me back then.
Shut up. Just like
I view about a lot of things.
Exactly.
So we were both
So
big-headed and weren't listening.
But just like and after I put up that video of Bree, by the way, after I put up the video of Bree and the nasty messages she sent me, I sent her a message while I was on my way to get my husband, and I said, look, I said, you could have came to me. And you could have been like, hey, what's going on? Why did you feel the need to post that video without talking to me first? This is what happened. And people took it out of context. And she could have done all of that. And I would have literally got on here, as I do, and said, hey, guys, this is what I just heard. This is Bree's thing. Maybe we shouldn't have jumped so quick. But instead, I open up a text message full of just, you're an attention whore, you do anything for views, you'll leak anything, and then throwing Christy pot shots in again. And I'm like, this is all every time she gets mad at me, she starts throwing Christy at me like it's gonna hurt me. I know what happened between me and Christy. I've been more than open about what happened to me and Christy. And if she keeps going, I'll just put up the damn text messages again. The one that she asked me to put down, the ones that she called me, can you take those down? I can put them back up. I got nothing to hide. I never have.
Right.
So if we want to play that, we can play that. I'll post everything. I got no problem posting text messages.
Right.
Don't try to put out there and say, well, the reason that Christy doesn't talk to you is because you tried to get information and leak stuff. I was the only one not leaking stuff during that time. The only one not leaking stuff. Why would I leak?
And I know, because you kept claiming you were going to, and then you just never did.
And not only that, but how can it be? It's simultaneously in the same text message, I do everything for views, yet I'm leaking stuff. Why would I leak if I only wanted views?
Nothing they ever said makes any sense. It never. I don't know, dude. And see, the thing with Kate for me is that she said all this stuff about how the reason that they can't tell her story is because the mother won't sign off on it, and Dr. Feldman won't help her, and I'm beginning to find out over and over again that's not the truth. So now, and everybody's, after looking at her leg and seeing how it was infected, I'm so freaked out by that. Like, I think something really happened with her, and I wonder if Gypsy wanted to silence her, because, and now she's getting sanctioned by Bree. So now an MVP survivor is coming out basically coming out and saying Gypsy's one of us, where she was saying before she's not. And we absolutely know she's not. So I feel like they intimidated her into that, but I don't know how it happened. So
I don't know. I just one thing that has always been weird to me about the situation is to say that she can't speak on it because of her mom. Number one, Kate is grown, and I don't understand, as a person who has spoken very vividly about my abuse, I didn't need my daughter to write off and talk about it. If I was beat by my husband wouldn't have to sign off on it. If you're abused and you're abused and you have facts to show your abuse, why can't you talk about it? No victim in the history of ever has gotten the write-off okay from their abuser. Their abuser wants to silence them. But why would you need a write-off? Why would you need a write-off?
I told her she didn't have to have her mother's permission. I know this. I work in the industry. I do understand how it works, So, no, she didn't need to. And I don't understand that. But, I mean, things are just not right in this whole situation. Not any of it. Nothing ever makes any sense. And every single one of them is caught in lies. And I just don't.
Well,
I don't get it.
And one thing that we're going to talk about eventually, I don't know when, but we're going to talk about eventually, is there's so many more people connected to this than we ever thought. There's so many people that the thing is, and a big portion of why we're live together right now is people are not understanding what is going on behind the scenes. We have been roped into another situation. We were roped into it separately and then collectively. We had a person reach out to her, we had a person reach out to me, and then while they were talking to her and while they were talking to me, we were having phone conversations. I would have a phone conversation, she would have a phone conversation, and then the person would literally turn right around and write, Fancy's horrible, she's doing this and she's doing that, and I don't trust her, blah blah blah, and then turn around and message her, Ryan's horrible, she's doing this. We were reached out by this person. Reached out by this person separately, and then they're saying, oh well, I never said this and I never said that and I never said this, and I trying to get us again to do exactly what we did last time, which was to go at each other's throats.
Right.
And then
that's what we wanted last time.
Exactly, because the problem is every single time that me and Fancy start narrowing in on a particular topic, shit hits the fan, we start fighting with each other, and then the topic that we were trying to focus on goes like a fart in the wind because now we're fighting with each other. And as soon as and I, you know what, I'm going to say this because you didn't realize this, because I didn't even realize it till just now. When did she think about this? When did she reach out to both of us? I just realized this. When did she reach out to us?
SJA?
Yeah. When did she reach out to us?
Let me see.
I just realized something.
I wasn't contacted by SJA first. I was contacted by a person claiming to be SJA's daughter.
Right, but when?
Okay, I'm scrolling to the top. Hang on a second. Just give me a second.
She'll realize it when I say this, because I just realized. Do you think she's panicking behind the screens? Yeah.
100%. July 28th at 4:49 p.m.
So that was 6 days ago, correct?
I think so.
Okay. When did me and you call our truce?
7 days ago, but yes.
When did me and you call our truce? Then 6 days ago, she reaches out to you. She calls me randomly. She didn't even text me. She called me. She has never called me in the history of ever.
They tried to call me too, and I didn't answer the first time. I was like, oh, fuck no.
I have never, ever. This woman has not talked to me since May. She has never video called me. And she video called me with her camera off and said to me, this is how she started off the conversation. She said, Fancy is messaging me and harping at me and intimidating me to give her all of this information, and I don't know what she's going to do with it, and I'm worried she's going to do what she always does. Can I trust you with it? In the meantime, she reaches out to Fancy, says that I'm like interrogating her, and I'm like, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I sent the entirety of the screen messages. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, this woman reached out to me, calls me out of nowhere. She sounded sweet, innocent. I came on a live. I told you guys her story and all of this.
I backed it.
And she backed it because we both had talked to her on the phone. She sounded completely legit. And then right after that live, she's messaging me. I have the screenshots of what a great job I did on the live. She backed me. I did a great job. It was so good. She has text messages that I went behind her back. I shouldn't have done it. I was awful. I was horrible. And so we started comparing the text messages, and we're like, what is going on? Like, what is going on? And then the daughter, we're finding the daughter in places she should not be. She was actually on, she went on Tasha K's, post and was
okay. So Tasha K posted a promo about me coming to Fort Lauderdale. I think maybe it wasn't even a promo, but it was her on her page. It was her page, and the person went on there to ask her if she was going to be in town the 15th and the 16th, which was the 2 days that I was going to be there to be interviewed. And instead of answering her, yeah, I'm going to be there, because it wasn't a published event. So she answered her, I will be in Miami on this date, because she doesn't know who the fuck she is. She's giving her tour dates. Yeah, I'll be in Florida here, right? So they were trying to figure out whether or not it was real. And so now that all fell apart. And so now I really need to talk about you about something, but I'm quite frightened how you're going to respond or react. And I had no idea who this woman was. My mods had to tell me that she was the one running around doing all this anti-fancy stuff. And I said, well, everybody does that. And if her mother really does think that I pulled this kind of stunt, I'm sure she would be making that kind of content. So that doesn't stress me out at all. But let me ask you this. See, here's the thing. Do you understand what was the breaking point for Pink Cat?
No.
It wasn't Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, right.
It wasn't that we had the court case. It was that I was talking to you again. She wrote that to Alicia in big capital letters, and she was livid, and she was livid with me. She said, I don't think you should be doing this. I said, I don't give a shit what you say. I am talking to her because she has information, and I need information, and she needs information. And it doesn't matter whether I like her or not. It doesn't matter. I can talk to a serial unaliver for crying out loud if I need information from him, for a case. I mean, Jesus.
I do it.
So she freaked out. Now think about this. She came into she told Veda that she wanted to get Brandy's live taken down. Not the 37-second video, Brandy's live. Do you know why, I think?
No.
Because at the end, they began talking about the suicide hoax or the unaliving hoax of Sarah Jane. And I think that's what she wants deleted because she knows she's in the inbox doing all of this shit. Because I'm sorry, I think it leads back to Pink Cat. I'm sorry, I don't. Allegedly, in my opinion, I think it leads back to Pink Cat, or she's at least evolved somehow.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, that Pink Cat's got her hands in for sure, and she's been going around saying a lot of things that are not true by any stretch of the imagination.
By any stretch of the imagination.
But with the other thing that was very weird to me, there's two things that are very, very strange to me, which is if you guys have heard me talk about Midnight. One thing that was very interesting to me is she shows me a screenshot of this daughter who was questioning Tasha K to make Fancy look like she wasn't going to be there. And Midnight comes along, knows exactly what post, knows exactly what to snaps it, says, look, Fancy's a liar. And then weirdly, and you guys don't know anything about this because this is just now brand new breaking information that I'm about to tell you. Sarah Jane weirdly messages Fancy a bunch of Googled, and you can see in the background, they're Googled, injuries to the neck. Next thing I know, on Reddit, 6 hours before I woke up, right after Sarah messaged these Googled fucking pictures to Fancy, Midnight gets on to Reddit and is like, Sarah Jane has all these Google. What?
Something is not right. Okay, we've got to stop and we've got to let everybody know why we're talking because they're all flipping the fuck out in your chat that we are talking. If they didn't have it on their bingo card, they can't believe this is happening. So, I mean, they need a little bit of background.
Okay, so some background would be this. Christy Blanchard made us talk. How? Because Christy Blanchard's ex-PR, the ones I told you was batshit crazy. Well, batshit crazy PR reaches out to Fancy out of the fucking blue and says, Ryan Lee is right. Ryan Lee is right about Midnight. She's right about Planty. She's right about all of it. You need to talk to Ryan Lee. Fancy said, get fucked. I'm not talking to Ryan Lee. PR says, you have to. She says, you have to. Fancy says, I'm not doing this. Fancy reaches out to me. She says, I cannot believe I am doing this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk to you. I want nothing to do with you. But I've been told that you have information. And I said, well, I do. I tried telling you I did. You told me to get fucked. I said, fine, I'll go get fucked. That's fine with me. No big deal. And so I was like, part of me was like, I'm not going to talk to her because she was being a royal asshole to me. So I'm like, I'm not going to do it.
I was being an asshole. I wasn't ready to talk to you. I was being an asshole. Yeah.
So, but I realized, and she said something very important just now. I will talk to anybody, even if they are a serial, because if I need my information, I need my information. And you know what I said? Well, the PR is saying that I'm right. She must have told Fancy something that made her think I was right. I need my information. And one thing that people need to learn in all of this, and this is what separates a lot of us true crime people from true crime people that don't really know what the hell they're doing. When it boils down to it, it does not matter how much you hate another creator. If they have what you need, you will talk. That is how it works.
Yes.
And I knew
It
that
is.
she had something that I needed to know, and she knew that I had something she needed to know. And in that moment, we said, look, we don't like each other. We don't have to trust each other. We sure as hell ain't going to be besties. But what we are going to do is realize that when we were onto something, we were onto something. And then the next thing you know, we're being spun this way. You're being spun that way. I got trolls coming in here from this. She's got trolls coming in here from that. We're being told she said that. She's being told I said this. And when we sat down and looked at everything, what we realized was the holes in my data board and the holes in her data board, when you overlapped them, they came one puzzle piece, because she had information that was being held from me. I had information that was being held from her, and nobody wanted us to ever talk, because if we talked, we'd fill in each other's holes. And that's exactly what we did. And over a 2-day span, she told me her information, I told her my information, and we started realizing that whatever the hell is going on, and I'm going to be frank with you, we still don't know 100%, but trust me on this, we will. We will, because
we're working on it. We are very close to.
I have 2 to 3 to 4 teams working on it. She's got a team working on it. We have things going on, and people being, we have, between the two of us, we have thousands of screenshots of what has been going on the past 6 months. Thousands of screenshots that's been going on for the past 6 months.
I want to interrupt you for a second and make a very poignant thing right now. It is 2:26 in the morning, and we are holding a room of 273.
Right. Plus the 50 on my YouTube. Plus the 50 on
the morning.
And 50 on my YouTube. And 50 on my YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, you know, and me and Fancy are never going to be able to necessarily get back the friendship we had. But what we can realize is that we have a mutual interest, and this mutual interest is very, very threatened by the two of us working together. And that is evident, because the moment that we talked about this truth, Sarah Anderson, Pink Cat, spun off, and she's going here, she's going there, she's Fancy's horrible, Ryan's horrible, blah, 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 blah. We've been had, yada, yada, yada. And then when that didn't work, here comes Sarah Jane Anderson out of the fucking UK saying, Ryan said this, Fancy said that. Because it seems like no matter how many times, every time that we start to realize what the hell is going on, somebody comes from over here and starts shit.
Uh-huh.
So that's one thing that we've realized, is that a lot of the things that are coming around are from people that are trying to perpetuate something that is going to make us, if first of all, let's be real. Let's be real to everybody that's in here. For 6 months, you could literally, there was search engines, Fancy and Ryan and Fancy Drama, because we were so busy yelling at each other that we were not looking where we needed to look.
Yeah.
So that,
and see, I don't dislike Ryan. We had a problem. Neither one of us were willing to talk to each other that day to fix a problem that other people created. We were both very, very hurt. We were both very, very manipulated. We were both very, very tired at the time. We were being attacked in any which way, shape, or form we could be, because this is exactly why they don't. Because look how calm her and I are today. This is not the same Fancy and Ryan you saw in January, February, March. No, we are very, very different today, because we've realized we've put all the noise out. And when you cut the noise off, we think very much alike together, and we can bounce the ideas off of each other and come to something that, hey, no, you're right. I think that is exactly what it is. And I didn't think of that before. And
I've also learned how to say, shut up, Fancy, let me talk.
And I have learned to go.
And she's learned to listen. And she has learned to actually let me talk. If you've noticed on this live, and for anybody who's in this live, for people who have been in there, you guys can see, if you guys cannot see the difference of the fact that we are sitting here very mutually, she speaks, I speak, and there's no over talking, there's no alpha chest puffing. We are literally both here. We're trying to bring you something without trying to upstage each other, or me sitting in the corner falling asleep. But you know,
well, okay, but you know what? That's why I told you looked healthy today. You look healthy right now. When you were in the thick of it with Christy, dude, I saw you. You looked tore up from the floor up. Like you could see it in your face. You were miserable, and you were sad, and you were confused, and you didn't look healthy.
Well, I had a lot of
was
stuff
she's
going on.
Going through it. And that's why I did back off of you a lot myself, because I didn't want to add to it. I just didn't. I thought it was ridiculous.
Right.
And now I look at you and my goodness, you look so different, Ryan. You look healthy and happy, and I feel like I do too. I feel totally different than I did back then.
Right.
So
I
have joined with Natasha. Natasha is doing the same thing we're doing. I've agreed with Natasha. I don't know if Ryan's talked to her or not, but I have. Not. And we have agreed that the greater good of the truth is more important than anyone else's beef. It's one of the reasons why I'm still saying that Katie Joy Paulson has a right to tell her story, and we should believe her, because I know the pain and the grief that she's going through, and I do believe she's telling the truth. Do I like Katie? No. But I do believe what she's saying right now is truthful.
And I don't know Katie from my ass in my hand, because when I was involved, Katie was still on the good side. She'd say, "Oh, I love Katie." And Katie came up maybe once or twice in our entire conversation, and she always said good things about Katie. So I am wondering what the hell happened when I go out, when I'm on my FYP and I see Katie on there talking, and she's talking, and the minute I say I'm Ryan Lee, she stops what she's talking, and she's like, "They hate you." What is being said in a room? What is being said in a room where this girl knows who I am and knows how much I'm hated? And so it got me thinking, and then I'm looking back at, but they told me this yesterday, they told me this last night, and I it's not jiving with what I was told of, she understands what she did wrong, and, she's sorry she hurt you. And then I'm getting told I'm hated, and then I get another message that verifies and said that wasn't even Rod who reached out to you, it was Christy. And I went back and looked, and it's very odd. It's very odd how it happened and how it transpired.
Yeah. So somebody asked who reached out to you. You reached out first. You reached out to me first because you had come figure out some things about, the group of people that are doing all this bullshit.
And then she didn't want to hear it.
Like you said, I didn't want to hear her that day. It was not until and I have a high respect. She doesn't. I don't think you like Jazz, but I have a high respect for Jazz just because I know who Jazz is and what she's done for me in the past. But I can trust Jasmine to be Jasmine. You know what I mean? And I can trust Ryan. I can trust Natasha to be Natasha. But I'm sorry you got yelled at, Blue. That sucks.
But Jasmine came to her and said that I was right because I'd been running down all this stuff, and it turns out, like I said, I have information, she has information, and we didn't realize that our information, where my holes were, she had dirt, and where she had dirt, I had holes, and so once we figured that out, so that's how that worked. But now we're sitting here looking at this, and we started realizing that all the problematic people, it seems like every single time we start to put out the same content or we start to agree with each other, somebody comes from the left side and says, "But Ryan said this about you, but Fancy said this about you." And we're starting to realize that there's people that are in this perpetual shit stirring storm that just want us to shut up. And it was dumb, because when Brie got into my messenger talking about nobody believes me, I'm irrelevant, yada, 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 the 11,000 new followers I got in 36 hours apparently seem to believe me just fine. And I think that's the problem, between the fact that Fancy went on Tasha K and surmassed millions of views on that. I'm putting out content.
10 million views it's up to right now. 10 million.
In the
one clip,
in the video of me describing Dee Dee's photos, it's got 1.3 million. And then on top of that, the other videos I put out, they equaled up to about 1 million. So if she's got that 10 and I've got 3 over here, all in a week span, don't tell me that people aren't listening. Don't tell me that people are not listening, because they're listening, because my comments, on top of having views, my comments are full of people that said, "I never saw it this way. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. The story never seemed right." And we're filling in the holes that people they always knew something was wrong, but they didn't know what was wrong. And now that we're giving them the information, they absolutely do believe it. They absolutely do believe it. So don't tell me we're not.
And that's the thing, like, even still, we're still discovering things every day too, because like that thing I just found, what they did with the two dates, June 14th of 2011, June 14th of 2015. What the fuck is wrong with June 14th, Gypsy? What the hell is going on June 14th for you?
Right. And I mean, you know, and then you bring it back to a weird odyssey of where Gypsy's grandmother died on June 9th. And her mother, you go, well, she died June 10th. But here's the kicker. She was very adamant in the text that I showed, and part one of the text. That girl said on 4 different occasions, it happens tonight. It happens tonight. It happens tonight. She wanted it June 9th. So what is going on June 9th? Her grandmother had died. Then she tried to get her mother on June 9th. On both occasions where she swore, she said in multiple interviews, she did not know that was a BB. She picked it up and she fired until it was empty, and only then did she realize it wasn't a BB gun. She attempted on her mother 4 years prior on the same date. There's got to be a significance to that.
And I wonder how long Dee knew that she had these tendencies. Because you think about, she didn't go to school. Well, maybe Dee pulled her out of school because she knew her daughter was not okay.
I've had to do that.
I've been talking with another lady that has a child that has a very similar chromosome disorder. And she explained to me, she's like, look, he's a wonderful child. We love him dearly. However, it was a very big challenge raising him because of the developmental and behavioral delays. And so she's actually going to come on and talk with me about how it was to raise her son, because she says that it was very similar to what she imagines Dee went through with Gypsy, based on the things that Gypsy has said and others have said. And it makes sense to me, because, I mean,
the other thing is
calling the shots in a long time, from what I can tell.
The other thing is, okay, homeschooling is a staple to abusive households. Got to isolate them. Here's the deal. If you want to say that Dee was abusive by making her daughter pull out of school, let me tell you a couple things about that. Number one, if you're going to say that Dee was abusive by pulling her child out of school, then everyone who homeschools is abusive. Number one. Number two, I had to pull my daughter out of school for a multitude of reasons. Number one being the school looked at me and said to my face, we have never seen a child like this. We don't know what to do with her. And I said, cool, I'll take her out. And, you know, the other thing is, when they talk about, well, Dee just took her out of school, blah, blah, blah. Have you guys read the emails that I put up there? Have you seen Dee did her due diligence when she pulled her out of school? That child was extremely well spoken. She was extremely well written. She was extremely well taught. So just because you pull a child out of school does not mean that you are isolating them, because if that's the case, every child is abused.
I pulled 2 of my children out of school because of bullying. My best friend, her daughter went to kindergarten and had a total fucking meltdown, and it kept happening for over a month, and she freaking took her kid out and she homeschooled him all the time. But what they're stating is homeschooling can be a staple in an abusive household. And you're correct. That's part of the control that some parents do utilize, is keeping them from that. But in this situation, I don't believe that was what was happening. I really truly believe that Gypsy had been a problem mentally for a very, very long time.
Well, and then I've had a lot of people mention in my comments, and at first I'm like, but then so many people started commenting it, and you kind of touched on it without even realizing you touched on it for what I'm about to say. I've had a lot of people say, I think Dee took her out of school because she knew that Gypsy had these issues, that she knew that, you know, we don't know how far back this ideation went. Like, for instance, when I found out that my daughter had these ideations to me, I felt, okay, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I felt it for 6 months leading up to it. I had no reason to believe it. I had no proof. I just had this fucking feeling that I was gonna never wake up one day. Lo and behold, truth comes out. She's been thinking about killing me. She has told the psychiatrist and the police and the mental. She's told all of it, right? But there was signs leading up to it. There was signs, like I said, I had to take her out of school. I had to do this. I had to do that. And I think that there's a very big possibility that Dee did have some inkling and could have known and realized these things. And
the first time she'd covered for her like that. There were other incidents prior to that that I know about that had happened before as well. She was covering for her. I really believe Gypsy Dee Dee knew exactly what she was dealing with. She lived in that home with her every day.
Wait a minute. I just realized something, and y'all can take this, like it, lump it, leave it. I don't care. But I'm going to tell you, when I say this, I know you're going to know exactly where I'm going with it. What is that an exact sentiment of? Who protects someone who hurts them? She was protecting her abuser. Don't even try to tell me that's not true. Because I did it all day, every day. You protect your abuser. Oh, I walked into a wall. I didn't know. No, my hand, I shut it in the door. She literally lied and put a false police report saying that she was robbed so that people wouldn't know the Gypsy did this. So you got whoever's videotaping this and wants to say that I'm blaming victims, I'm gonna stand up for it, because obviously when she was putting out there that she was literally protecting, that is a step that abusers do, that victims have against their abusers, is they protect them. Period.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like parents, okay, like my daughter had severe anger issues, problems, things stemming from a lot of different things, and we took her to counseling for years. And I'm telling you, it was a struggle, because I could have given up at any time and said, I'm done. I can't, there's no more hope for this kid. But we never gave it up, and we worked on it and trying to make her
June
be a stand-up,
14th,
person.
2011.
But if you think about that in Dee Dee and how she probably, I think she was being, I think that Gypsy was probably abusive from being a child and I'm not saying she was doing it on purpose, but I also think about the fact that, she has this obsession with fairy tales and babies. Who else had obsession with fairy tales and babies was Dee Dee. So yes, I do believe that some of the psychosis could come from the chromosome disorder. It could also come from Dee Dee, because think back. There's a picture of Dee Dee about 18, 19-year-olds at Christmas, and she's getting a Cabbage Patch Kid.
No, like I'm having an issue right here, because you just said something that.
I'm sorry, are you okay? Ryan.
My child was obsessed with copying me. Everybody who knew, if I bought an item, she had to have an item. If I went somewhere, she had to go somewhere. If I ate something, she had to eat something. If I wore clothes, she had to have a matching piece. She was obsessed with matching me, copying me, taking over my life. And that I didn't know it until you just said that. Like that, when I say I lived with Gypsy 2.0, y'all, you don't even understand. I was just lucky enough that I fucking got out.
Oh God, Ryan, I know. And see, I think that's why we both identified so heavily with this, because we're both abuse victims as child. And then we both had children who were mentally, had mental problems and dealt with that for years. I think that's really why both of us took this case so personally and was so invested in it, and that's how Christy was able to really manipulate you, my dear.
1 second. There's somebody who is tripping out in my comments. Boots, I'm going to let you in for just hey, Candace. Boots, I'm going to let you in for just a second. It better be good, because if not, I'm going to drop you from the box. But they seem to be very adamant that they need to get up here. I want you to see. I don't know who this is. Candace, did you ever get to see the video after you put the spirit box up? What me and her put together in January, and how it absolutely totally went to what you were saying with that bear, because it was me and her that put together that reenactment that literally backed up your bear 150,000%. Boots, I need you to do this again so that I can put this. Yeah, that was the girl who did the ghost stuff. Yeah, I know, right? It's in my pinned videos, honey. I messaged you, but you never answered. That's okay. I know you got a lot of followers. But it's in my pinned videos. It's the first pinned video on Socratic Method. Use.socratic.method.
I took it down during the period of time that we We weren't talking.
I know, I
and
put up a
I'm gonna
duet.
that.
What I did was I took Candace's video of what she said happened that night and I duetted it with the reenactment. All right, I want to see what this person has to say that they're tripping balls about. Hold on. All right, what do you need?
I am so sorry. You guys can hate me, but I've been following you guys for a long time. And long story short, I just lost my mom with cancer and kind of fell out with the whole Gypsy Rose. And you guys are talking about things that I don't know. Can you guys please, because I literally followed you guys nonstop to listen because I agree with everything. Can you please just recap the last couple months?
What do you mean by recap the last couple months?
Like what you guys are talking about? Because I haven't been on since I'd say May, right when you guys fell out.
Okay. So
you're very behind.
So
I don't even know if I can.
Okay, what is a couple? Give me one or two questions that maybe we could try to answer for you, as opposed to recapping a horrible section of time where we were at each other's throats.
So Dan, is he really part of this now? Because I heard that he unalived her, and then
there is are you talking about Dan? Did you say Dan?
Yeah.
There's lots of theories about Dan. Me and Fancy were actually talking about a lot of theories that involve Dan prior to our parting ways. And the only thing that I can say is, as of now, there is no preemptive evidence that shows he was connected. However, what I want to point out to you guys is Fancy is very, very adamant she has a Dan, and Bree is very, very adamant she has a Dan. But what is strange to me is that when me and Fancy were speaking and we talked about Dan, there was a lull of about a month that Dan was never brought up. And then out of nowhere, one day, Bree is screaming, "It's the wrong Dan. It's this Dan. It's over here. Look over here. It's this guy. Look over here. Look over here." And all I got to ask is, the Dan talk had been gone for a month. Why was he brought up again? And why is it that it's so adamant that it is a different Dan? And then why did she so adamantly try to say that Fancy's Dan was in prison when I have all the paperwork showing that he absolutely was not in prison? So,
well, I also have another thing on that, Ryan, and I want you to think about this in regards to Sarah Anderson. What was it that was her big theory that she came in to say?
Well, yeah, she was throwing it at Dan for sure. That's how she got up in the panel. Sarah got up in the panel for that.
So listen. She came in with the Dan story. That's how she got my attention. Nothing else would have gotten my attention from her.
Right.
There's nothing. And then immediately she began telling me that you were the wrong person for me. You were not the person. She could do all this stuff for me. And I told her, well, you're going to have to go through Ryan, because Ryan's my PR right now. And not like you're a PR, but you're the person that's a buffer for me, you know? And she's like, well, I don't want to talk to her, Fancy. And I said, I don't give a shit. That's who you're going to work with. If you're going to work for me for PR, you're going to work with Ryan. And now we think about this. I told you from the very beginning, I believe that her whole mission was to hurt you and me, and it's still happening today from her, and that's why she freaked out. So isn't it interesting that at a point in a time when we're doing a huge Dan theory, here comes Pink Cat, who's never heard of either one of us, and now she's sitting over with all the people she swore, I would never ever do that to Fancy. I would never want to talk to Christy Blanchard. Meanwhile, she's talking to Christy Blanchard now. Is that not coincident? Just a little too coincidental to you? I'm sorry, it is to me.
So
this would before you guys fell out. Like, I was following you too, because you guys made sense of everything with the whole Nick thing. Like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
I can see Ryan's brain turning right now.
No, because Candace, after I get done with Boots here, Candace, if you want to step up and we can talk about that bear video for a second. I want you to get up in the box so we can talk about the bear video. All right, Boots, what's up?
Oh, I'm sorry, but no, like with the whole thing, like when y'all were talking, and it was about Nick, and I was like, I think there's something that happened in between Nick coming and everything. I don't
There is
I think
there's a 26-minute lull in their text messages, and I want to know why, personally.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
So-
that's what's been
Where she
that's
went
why I'm like,
dark.
okay, hold up. I haven't talked been on the live, and I know Ryan, you've seen me on the live quite a bit, but I don't remember hearing what happened in between, and that's why I'm like, oh, hold up. Did I miss something? Please just let me.
We have Breeze people sharing the live. All right, Boots. I'm gonna pull up. I want to pull up Candace for a hot second. I want to hear her take.
I needed to know because I was like, I didn't know if y'all figured out what was between those two steps, and then I heard the
We
whole
have
damn
not
thing,
yet.
and I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't yet, but we're still working on it. And I think we're very close to figuring it out. We have a couple of people that are working some things for us both.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well.
sorry,
yeah, thank
thank you, but I'm like, oh my god, I have to.
All right. Thanks.
No, you're
Thanks so
fine, you're
much, Boots.
Thanks, honey.
All right. Candace, do you want to jump up for a second? I want to pick your brain about what you think.
Yes, the GWN is fancy. I am fancy. Yes.
And this is Candace
Hey,
Starr. Candace Starr is, she's got a pretty big YouTube, and she put together a spirit box session with Dee Dee and a bear. And in that video, it rang to me that our dramatization that me and Fancy did seemed pretty right on the nose. Did you get to watch the video yet, Candace?
No. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I haven't seen it yet.
I would love for do you have another device? I would love for you to watch that video and get it in real time.
I don't. I don't have. I would have to find it and boot it up and charge it. Hold on, let me see.
I would like to get her.
I haven't seen it at all. I'd love to see it. So.
Actually, oh shit. Oh, hey, wait. You know what? Wait, guys. I might be able to. Wait. I got my iPad here. I got my iPad.
Okay.
That way I can show Candace and I can show.
The bear is actually just a REM pod. REMPOD.
Okay. So right, it's just you just used the bear to basically get the light showed up really nicely on it. So it's a lot easier to use one of those. So I'm going to show you guys.
Yes, I did mean to say that to you, Boots. I'm very sorry for the loss of your father. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Same as well. I get very
your mom. Yes.
I get very whatever. So I'm going to play this for you.
This is regarding.
So Candace, you're gonna see the very beginning of your video. There's the part that's pertinent, and then you're gonna see what me and Fancy put together in January, and you guys are gonna see how what Candace put together and what we put together.
I feel like you've been reaching out to me. Do you understand that when you touch this bear, that it confirms what I'm talking about? Okay.
You don't need to really see.
All right.
Just listen to the beat.
I'm just tired. It's very late here, guys. Dee Dee, the day before your death or the night of your death, anywhere between that time, did Dan come to your house at all? Give me chills.
Bear went nuts.
Keep playing it one more time. I'm having a hard time hearing it. Full-blown chills. Okay. I actually feel very sick right now. Like, I want to... Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I actually wasn't expecting any answers, so... Right. Okay. I can't hear it well enough. I'll have to hear it another way. Yeah.
Well, hold on.
It's a little choppy. Yeah, you can't hear me.
Well, let me show this part.
Gypsy hurt you.
So Candace can see this. Hold on. I'm going to hold it up a little bit better. Hold on.
Okay. Do you understand that when you touched it?
Because you know what you did there. All right, hold on. I'm having a hard. There we go. All right.
She then proceeds to tell. Did you ever mean to Did you ever hurt Gypsy?
Happens. She walks into the room. Her mother's asleep. She then proceeds to take out an object. There's 13 hesitation wounds. Nick is not here yet. Nick is not available yet. Nick will show up later. There's 13 hesitation wounds because the one thing that Gypsy's been consistent about, the one thing she's never changed, is she couldn't do it. And she tried. She tried with the BB gun. And she tried that night. But hear me out. 13 little tiny jabs. And she tried. She tried. And you hear from down here as they're going on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't hurt me, Gypsy. 5, 6. No, don't. 7, 8, 9. Don't, Gypsy. 10, 11, 12, 13. She climbs off. As she climbs off, she holds to her mother. She's actually regretful now. Mom, I didn't know what to do, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gypsy, I'm not dead yet. You don't have to do this, Gypsy. Gypsy leaves the room. She gets a hold of Nick at 10 o'clock. And from 10 o'clock until he gets there, her blood slows. She goes down. And when Nick gets there, he finishes the blood spatter is not where it should be.
Wow.
And that kind of went along with what your bear was saying. If had
You have me in full body chills. I don't mean to cut you off, but I feel so nauseous right now. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Seriously, like I just started this case, and I only was attracted to this case because I am a survivor. I have been a victim since I was a 1-year-old child, and I was still a victim all the way up to 25 years old, and I could have took the wrong way out, you know, and I didn't, and I ended up in worse situations because I didn't cowered out like Gypsy did, and then throw everybody under the bus and then separate myself from the fact of the matter. And it just, I'm triggered by her. I am totally triggered by her, and I just feel like I have to expose
there was nobody
this demonic
touching
being
anybody.
because that's what she is. In my
I went
eyes.
and looked. There's nobody touching that. A lot. So I'm going to put you on the spot so we can hear your honest reaction. I've had people in my comments saying that there is somebody touching the bear.
I live in a very big house, and it is me, my husband, and my toddler, and my husband works. So
there was curtains.
My toddler ain't doing it.
There was curtains behind you, but I looked left. I looked all around. There was curtains. There was a fan. There was a fan.
I have a fan.
Yes.
I have a fan on.
Right.
You know?
And that was in front of a window. So I don't know how anybody would be touching
anything.
anything.
I tried to show everybody. I even went out and bought, like, that teddy bear was $40. I went out and bought a $200 REM pod just to prove, like, it's not me. You know, I don't have that kind of money, but I don't like being called a liar because that's something I'm not. And I don't understand how everybody can take Gypsy's word for this and Gypsy's word for this, but nobody else in her circle gets to tell their story.
No, we all get shut up.
But I've been doing this 9 years. I've been doing paranormal investigations 9 years. That's where my followers come from, you know, because I built a safe community. I built trust. I built it myself. You know, I've never been a liar ever in my life. I ran away at 14 years old because of my mom had Munchausen syndrome, and I was her proxy. And instead of offing my mother, I ran away at 14, and I became a whole nother victim on a whole nother level as a child, you know? And it's just like, how can people just take a word for it? Like, I challenged Gypsy Rose and Lifetime to a lie detector test. I have never spoken about my abuse, but that day I would, just to see who's lying and who's really a victim, because I don't believe she is. I am the most kind-hearted person. I have empathy for everybody, but I have none for her. I can't. My soul screams at me, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You know, I just can't. So that's my own opinion.
Right.
Did
So
I answer your question? I don't know. I ramble.
no, it's okay. Somebody sent me, that video, and originally, because I've seen spirit box sessions, and I'm like, it's just another spirit box section. They're like, no, you need to watch this one. And as I'm watching it, and you're saying, was Dan there? That was something that me and Fancy had put out there. So then I start piquing my interest, and then it's talking about how, well, did Gypsy do this? Was there a time frame? Was Nick set up? And I went, wait a minute. I got to go find that dramatization because I put that out in freaking January.
I came up with all that just by watching the interview. I've only watched a full segment of her interrogation. That's it. I haven't watched anything else. I only heard about Fancy when the reports of her medical records were coming out. That's the only thing I know about Fancy. I know people were talking shit, but everybody talks shit. So
Candace Starr, the one with the bear.
I refuse to watch the documentary because that's only Gypsy's side of the story. I refuse to watch any of that crap. And I just met you, Ryan. I don't know you.
Yeah. Hey guys, she did not bleed. No, most of her injuries were not internal bleeding. You are misinformed there. That is not the truth.
100.
It's not the truth. It's not the truth. There should have been so much more blood than just from the neck.
The neck alone should have been an exsanguination issue.
Oh yeah. I've been doing paranormal investigations. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. No, Mac and I were talking about it, and okay, that crate. That bed crate underneath that has the specific pattern that's all over, that would not have happened unless she was laying either directly on it or nothing in between. I mean, there's no way that would have happened the way it is. And so we're thinking, and Mac and I were doing it, and we were trying to figure out the body had to have been moved because there's no blood underneath her at all. There's nothing. So we're like, maybe they rolled her off onto something, went and bought that crate, put it back up onto the bed, and then put her back onto it, and that's why we have no blood anywhere, because they made sure that the trash was picked up before she left town.
That would also possibly, again, not a forensic pathologist, but just to point this out, that would also possibly account for lividity being on one section, then lividity being on another section, because lividity is where your blood pools as your body starts to slow. So think about it, if, for instance, if part of it was done before and part of it was finished later, lividity could have started to settle and then move, and then the lividity started to do it again, possibly.
Yes.
I actually reviewed. I did like a really deep dive review on the patterns of the lividity, and what I came up with the conclusion of was her hands were tied. The way the blood pools in her hands, and then it's white, shows me that nothing could get through.
Candace, did you notice that on her arms there's this pattern that looks like something was wrapped around? I think they tied her up with the prayer cloth.
That prayer cloth, yes. That's what my soul says.
Well, and not only that, but that would account for the fact that prayer cloth is absolutely saturated.
Yes.
Saturated.
And not only that, but it would also go together with what Gypsy said out of her own mouth. No, she said out of her own mouth. I didn't even tell my lawyers the whole story.
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
Why you would ever go on national television and say that?
There's blood splatter everywhere. There is blood splatter everywhere.
But not as much as there should be.
There's stuff in the kitchen.
I didn't feel like it was.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Blood splatters everywhere but where she's at.
Right. And no, they're asking if the drain was tested. I do not believe the drain was tested. So
the hallway had it, the kitchen had it, but the bedroom didn't have it. And
right, exactly.
All along the walls.
So
yes, I personally, and this is me again, I personally
they cut out a piece of rug.
I think it happened in the show.
Oh my God, that's literally what I had a freaking vision, and I had to get up on my channel. See, I don't really do TikTok. I usually stay on YouTube, but I went on my channel and I woke up one night and I said I had this vivid dream. It was a vision, and something started. There was a shed, and this was before I ever seen her house, the crime scene, all that. And there was a shed or I think I said a barn or something on the side of a house. And ooh, honey, you just gave me the full body chills. Just I know there's more to the story, and spiritually, that's what I do. I investigate. I've been looking at crime scene photos for 9 years straight, and literally the reason why I do this is because I've been a victim. I was even murdered at 17, literally hit in the back of my head with a baseball bat at 17. I seen things when I died, and something called me back by name, and nobody knew my name. And I just feel like this is my purpose to be here to help others that can't speak because nobody was there for me when I couldn't speak, you know? And now I could be that change. I can be that change. And I have been for 9 years. I have been an advocate, not saying I'm going to be an advocate. And then you go try to advocate for somebody that murdered their parents. Like, whoa, this is not an advocate, honey. This is not an advocate.
One of the things with the bed that really thoroughly bothers me is, okay, so Dee Dee's a big woman, which means if there was a lot of liquid oozing out, it should have saturated not only just the sheet, not only just the topper, but it should have literally went down into that mattress. But when you take the sheets off, the topper has practically nothing. And then when you take the topper off, the mattress is just nothing.
And there is,
Did you notice?
There is no, wait. There is no topper that has that pattern. I don't believe there's a topper in the freaking thing that has that pattern in evidence. So, where's that crate? Where is it?
My question would be, how come the most of the bloodstain that is on the topper is on the side of the bed, on the left side of the bed?
Well, that's where the shin imprint is. That's where that shin imprint is.
It makes me feel like they rolled her on it and her face was already bleeding. And her face got smushed there for a moment until they could flip her and then flip her again. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I just don't understand why the biggest amount of the biggest pool in that entire thing is at 9 o'clock and she's at 12:06.
Yeah, totally away from her.
It doesn't even make sense. And then if you look at her nose, people are like, oh, it's from him pushing her head down. It would have just been, there is a cut. There is a huge, and it's fresher. It is fresher than some of the other things. By the way, people are talking about the fact that there's cigarette burns. That is just dried. That's just dried blood. There's no cigarette burns. There's no cigarette burns. That is dried from the original first 13. Those hesitation wounds, which are darker and older, which is where our theory came from.
Yes.
And
I pointed all that out too in my search. Yep.
Gypsy's knuckles are bruised, which I didn't believe in the beginning, but they are. But did you notice which one is more bruised? The right.
Can I get going? I'm sorry. I'm still cooking. We on a different time schedule.
All right. Bye, Candace. Bye, Candace. Thanks.
It was nice to meet you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Nice to meet you too, sweetheart. So somebody was asking about if it was.
I don't know how to end this.
Shed. Take her down. Can you take her?
I got her.
Somebody's asking if it happened in the shed, people would have seen them moving her, wouldn't they? Not if they did it in the middle of the night, and if they wrapped her up in a sheet or whatever, and they just carried her from the shed to that back door. Or no, it could happen at any time.
But there was no spatter in the shed. That was my problem.
Okay, so Danae came up with a reasoning for that. If you look at the crime scene photos, yes, it's wet outside, but if you look inside that shed, everything is wet inside. The Pampers box is wet, her little pink hat is wet. So I'm thinking that is Danae said it's indoor-outdoor carpet. So you think about this. She sprays it all down. She sprays down the freaking carpet. It all goes out. And there is a big thing in the driveway that looks like they washed something out into that driveway. They took several pictures of it, and it looks like blood splatter. So could that be them washing that out? And then they never took any paint samples. They never investigated it. So if it looks good, I'm thinking about like the Pulp Fiction theory here, like where you put the blankets over the car, and if you look at it, it looks normal, but if you go investigate it further, it's not. That's what I'm saying. So the shed was soaking wet, Ryan, inside. Why?
They did not ever check the cigarettes for DNA. Was Dan ever questioned?
No, not even a little bit. No one was questioned. It was Nick and Gypsy arrested, and Nick took the deal. She took the deal, and Nick freaking strung up. No one was interviewed. Nobody was interviewed. I have the list of all the people they interviewed. They interviewed Kimberly Blanchard. They interviewed David Blanchard because they're the ones that called it in. They interviewed Stephanie. They interviewed Charles. They interviewed Bobby's Bobby. They interviewed Bobby's brother. They interviewed Christy and Rod, but nobody else.
Dan did not testify in the trial. He testified in the appeal.
No.
And
Yeah.
and you know, people are talking about like it should be too hard to move. She'd be too hard to move. There's ways to move people. You can drag, you know, if you could, there's a lot of things that could be done.
Well,
I don't know.
I also think that okay, so let me talk about that for a minute. So I don't think Nick and Gypsy could move her, but I do think Nick and Dan could move her, but I don't think that's what happened. What I think happened, and allegedly, in my opinion, there was a very specific reason why I believe David Blanchard put himself inside that house before the police came. Because he needed to account for why would his DNA be in that room. I am 100% certain of it. I am telling you. He didn't go through the window. He unlocked that back door. He either unlocked it or Gypsy left it open. Because I believe between the 9th and the 4th, or the 10th and the 4th, they were cleaning the shit up out of that house.
10th and the 14th.
David and his friends. I'm sorry, I do.
Well, and there was a lot of wheelchairs too. Don't forget about the wheelchairs. I mean, there was wheelchairs.
Two of them were Dee Dee's, and the 3 others were Gypsy's.
Right, but that could have been another way to move somebody or whatever.
Exactly. And they put her in the wheelchair. You know what? They could have pulled a Weekend at Bernie's. Put her in the wheelchair because Dee Dee was having problems. She was using wheelchairs at that point in time. Put her in the wheelchair, cover her up with a blanket. She's been beat to fucking hell. Clean her up enough. Put her in there. Wheel her as fast as you possibly can into the freaking house. I mean, there is ways.
Right. And, you know, to touch on, somebody keeps asking, what about David? What about David? What about David? As I showed in the police report, David has always said this, and this made it into the act, this made it into everything, that he went through a window. Now, I've shown you guys that every window in the house, number 1, had shit in front of it. Okay, number 2, in that police report, it said that no doors or windows had been tampered with, and the only one that could have been anything had lint on it like it hadn't been moved. But the back door was open. The back door was open. Yes. And then he went into the back door.
And you can see that somebody went to the back door because when it's pushed, you can see where he pushed all the shit to get in there, and he climbed over the shit. You can see it. And I never caught the door open. I'm telling you, I had been heard that the back door was open, but I had never seen it. And then I was scrolling, and I was scrolling with Mac the other day, and I said, son of a bitch, Mac, that back door is open. And she's like, no. I said, yes, it is open.
And then somebody sent me the police report, which verified exactly what she was saying. See, you know, that's the thing. She always gets one piece and I always get the other somehow. And that's always what our whole thing is. Now, that's one thing. That's one thing that's happened a lot in my comments. When is the last verified sighting of Dee Dee?
Okay, so there's a new story circulating that apparently somebody delivered something the day before, and they banged and they banged and they banged and they banged. And then finally Dee Dee came and she answered the door. I have never ever heard that story. Ever? Not ever in 8 years.
What camp did it come from?
I don't remember where I got the source from. I just heard it. I think Natasha was talking about it. But I don't know where she got it. I just know I've heard it going around, and I was like, there's absolutely no way. But no, it wasn't Natasha. Natasha said it to 911. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was in there. So, before that, the last sighting had been 2 to 3 days. That was the last sighting.
Right.
No, I think the car dealership was a month before. And I'm not entirely certain she was buying that car for herself.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the car. I can't go into that theory. I have no idea. Just keep talking.
The car is weird. It's a weird situation.
That just seems like a really weird car to buy for a wheelchair.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I have a car that's somewhat similar, not, you know, super similar, but I have a car that's similar, and I just, to me, I would not buy a car like that. I would not buy a car like that if I had a wheelchair.
If I had a wheelchair, there's no way I would buy my Kia Soul. No.
Yeah, so that everybody, by the way, please check out my YouTube. That's where I go live every day on my YouTube. I'm actually live on this account right now because my account that talks about Gypsy, which is use.socratic.method, is banned because while I was having a conversation about such items as this, I got a 10-day ban for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence because they don't want us to talk. They never want us to talk. Whenever we start speaking on different topics, whenever we start getting too close to the truth, I get banned.
Luna, you just asked, wasn't there something about them moving soon? Yes. And
Florida.
So Amy and I, Mac and I have been thinking about that, and I'm in the state of the house. And we interviewed Suzette, who is one of her long time best friends, and said there was no way she did not recognize that house at all because of the way Dee would never keep it that way. But when we started looking at each room, there are boxes and boxes, and it looks like what they're doing is throwing everything out and then packing it. And so I'm wondering if that was the inciting incident, is Dee was packing and leaving, and Gypsy was like, I'm not going, I'm not leaving Dan. And, I think maybe she kept trying to convince her mom not to go. But
well, I'm going to bring this up.
They could have been packing.
So
it looks like they could have been packing.
Do you have sorry, I have to make light of a situation. One of my followers, knowing how this goes for me, literally says I have YouTube already pulled up for when this gets banned. But what is your take on the fact that she's seen Dan the day prior?
At the cupcake shop?
I possibly, yeah. But she had seen him she had seen him in the day prior.
Did Gypsy had?
Yeah.
Well, I think that Gypsy and Dan were at the Days Inn for 2 days, and I do believe that Nicholas ran into her at the vending machines and didn't recognize her at first.
That's interesting. Because
I think it happened 2 days. I think it happened 2 days prior, and I think that that's why they pushed up the timeline for Nick to get there. And she kicked her out. She was out. There was no reason for her to go back in. Her mother threw her out. She has told everyone this. It's in the text messages.
Right.
So why would she have to go back? Why? Why did she need to go back? Why couldn't she just leave? She told her to leave. Why didn't she just leave? She would have left her mother holding the bag. She wouldn't have been in trouble if she just left her mother holding the bag.
Somebody just said that, and I've heard this one go around for a while about Gypsy being in the house for 30 minutes afterwards.
Yes, she was.
But we have the timetable of we have the timetable from the entire cab company, and
No, we don't. We have the timestamp of them getting into the cab and actually driving away. So when the fare started in there, we don't have the timestamp of when the cab actually arrived at the residence.
Okay.
So we have a 5-minute window, and that's true because it's only 5 minutes to the Days Inn, so that makes sense. But we don't have anything before that, so she could have been sitting out there for 30 minutes. We wouldn't have it. We don't have any call log from the cab company. They never gave it.
No, her mother had kicked her out recently. This wasn't like she had kicked her out recently, and that was the story she also told the cops, because I think a lot of the interrogation started to get really frazzled, and she really started to do a lot of Freudian slips that I don't think she meant to do. Things like, my mom threw me out. Well, okay. There was a lot of things that I think got thrown in there. And a lot of times where, in my opinion, the investigators led both Gypsy and Nick's, because, people have said, well, Nick talks about the fact he only counted the 4. The thing is, if you go back and you look at the interrogation, and I'm sure this is going to end up on NPG Cornerstone, so maybe I should make myself look a little prettier. Since we're going to...
Well, they like me and my fanciful ideas.
Right. So I'm sure this is going to make it on NPG Cornerstone. So everybody smile for the camera. So my problem is he said, I did 4. She goes, well, do you count the one to the neck? And he went, no. Yes, no. And then she said, so you counted 4. He's like, 4. She's like, was there any other ones? And then he's like, well,
She was leading him.
well, yeah, I could have, there could have been other ones and I lost. He looked completely gobsmacked when she asked him that. He looked, and I'm going to throw something out here right now, y'all. I'm going to hit her because she doesn't know what I'm about to say neither. She asked him about she says, do you count the neck? He said no. And the only time on the stand, the only time on the stand that Gypsy had any iota of emotion was when they talked about that fucking neck. That is the only time. And I plan on doing a whole video on this. I just haven't gotten to the library yet because my dogs bark too much. When they asked him about it, they said, do you count the one to the neck? He said no. And when Gypsy is on for his appeal, when they bring up the neck, you see her.
You're missing something.
What?
You're missing something. Do you know what else he says?
What?
No, that was a separate thing.
Right.
He doesn't say he did it separately. He doesn't say that that was a separate thing, indicating it was a separate time. I think he even says time. That was a separate time. He was so shocked. So my thought process is this, okay? How would he not have seen it if he doesn't know about the thing on the back of her neck? Because he was shocked. It was visible shock. He did not know what she was talking about. And he recovered because he was covering for Gypsy. You can see he tries to lie,
yes.
But Mahoney leads him, just like she was leading him, right? Just like Stan was giving Gypsy Nick. Did he do this? Did he do that?
Did he hurt you? Did he make you?
Right. Did you try to take the knife out of his hand?
You don't know how he is.
He bit me. Yeah. So I think the covers were up over her neck, and he would not see that because he also does not. He says he did not put the covers over her. He did not put the V on her. He did not put the KIL on her. So in that 30 minutes, either she did it in that 30 minutes, or the covers were already over her when he got there, and he did not see anything, and he did what he was told to do, and that's why he stays with the story that he has. I don't know, but something is not right.
If she was in there for 30 minutes afterwards, and he was confused about the neck,
you're thinking it's done post-mortem?
not necessarily post. What if it was the what if it was the coup de grace? What if it was the finishing move? We don't know. What if that's why he didn't know about it? That neck is personal. The neck is personal. And if you watch her on the appeal, that is the one and only time that she literally went. That when they brought up the neck, it affected her.
Do you understand how the neck is actually done? Do you understand? It's not a slice. You get that, right? It is a sawing motion. So whoever did it had to saw on both sides of the back of her neck for a very long time. Now, it was not they tried to say that it was almost severed. It is not anywhere near that. It doesn't even go halfway to the bone. I'm telling you, they're lying about it because she wasn't. Because somebody gave up after a while. I think maybe that was the goal. But with that freaking knife they had, it was never going to happen. It would have taken hours and hours and hours and hours. But Gypsy's so freaking stupid. She wouldn't know that. She's naive about shit like that.
Maybe somebody would do it for half an hour and give up.
Right.
To me, look, I don't know what she did and what she didn't do, but all I'm saying is when I know that there is, if she was in that house for half an hour, he seems confused about the freaking neck.
Right.
And for the neck wound, there should have been a lot more blood, but not if the heart rate had started to slow already.
Oh, right. Exactly.
The neck should have been an extinguishing moment if it was done at the beginning, but it would not have been an extinguishing moment if it happened at the end.
Right. So if the blood was not pumping when it happened, if the blood is not flowing,
or barely flowing, her last words were, "Don't hurt me."
Nobody can prove that she did the neck wound. Nobody can prove that she did a jack shit anything unless we have the autopsy report, possibly. But are talking theories of what happened because nobody knows still. We're trying to figure this out because obviously they're lying and the investigation.
She wanted to go in the room and Nick stopped her. Who the fuck put the Barney next to her?
Right?
Who put the Barney next to her? Who would know to put a Barney next to her?
Do you know how insignificant the Barney is?
No.
There is a picture of her, and she got it in a hospital for one of the procedures, and she's got the little blue cap on in the hospital bed, and Barney's got the little blue thing in the hospital bed.
The autopsy is absolutely 100% not out there. It is 100% sealed, and it has been sealed for years. If anybody claims to have the autopsy report, it is not out there. And as for, here's the deal. We all know that this girl loves her tea. If she had that fucking thing in her hand, she would be having everything on it. It is not out there. And matter of fact, Fancy just called and they just said again that it is sealed.
He still is not done with his appeals. He has a Hail Mary pass to the freaking Supreme Court, federal Supreme Court.
It's sealed because he's in the middle of an appeal.
Ruled yet. You can also try and write to the governor for clemency, but they're asking that we do it all together through one site because it has to be attached to a case.
Dawn does not have the autopsy report. Matter of fact, that is part of the reason why Dawn and Christy are no longer speaking, because Dawn decided to go along and say that she had this autopsy report that she does not have.
Right.
And that's part of the reason why Christy got pissed off at her and a whole bunch of other fucking reasons. But that was the starting point, because I went to Christy and I said, well, Dawn has the autopsy report. I said, so can I see it? And she said, Dawn does not have the autopsy report. She swears she doesn't have the autopsy report.
She has it. I know she has it. She requested it. She paid the $25 and she says it never came. And that was not when it was sealed. It was not sealed until 2018. I didn't look for it because I thought she had told me that the only way we could get it was, they told her that the only way we could get it was with a family member. So she was requesting it, and if she couldn't get it, she was going to ask one of the sisters to request it. Well, and that was a lie, and I didn't fact check it because why would I? She said she was getting it. I didn't have time to run that down. That was something she was supposed to be doing, and I never got it. And then by the time we broke apart and I freaking went to go get it, it was sealed.
Yeah, nobody's getting my question. My biggest thing is about that damn autopsy report is why the hell wasn't it even brought up in Nick's trial?
It wasn't. The medical examiner testified, but so far his testimony is very simple. It's not what I expected it to be when I watched it again. Because I haven't seen it in so long, and I didn't watch the trial very much the first time because I was so biased against Nicholas. I didn't care. Okay, so this person is spamming that the autopsy wasn't. See, I didn't watch any of the trials, so I'm speaking up my ass right now. I have no idea. But somebody is swearing that at Nick's trial the autopsy was talked about. Now I do know that they talked about where the wounds were. That there was 2 in the front, the neck. They talked about the placement of them, but did they actually read off of the now this person is swearing day one that the autopsy was actually referenced maybe, but never shown or discussed. It was just statements by the doctor. We've never seen the actual toxicology or the actual autopsy.
Well, not only that, but considering it was a trial and all evidence from trials is able to be FOIA'd, had it been released in the trial, it should have been able to be FOIA'd, but it was sealed. So I don't know to what extent they used, if they did use this autopsy, to what extent they used it, because if it should have been in discovery and should have been able to be seen from evidence files. The autopsy was not shown at the trial.
Not right now, because in a criminal case, and this is something I just found out too and I've known this kind of, but I got the clarification because I'm going through my own criminal case right now.
TikTok won't let me smoke.
And
it's so annoying.
My civil case had all the exhibits attached so you guys could see them immediately. in a criminal case, that's not how it goes. In a criminal case, it's all sealed and it's all held until the trial is over, and then they will release all the documents and everything that were used at the trial. But if it wasn't used at the trial, then they don't release it unless
Right.
they,
But I'm saying
release.
if the autopsy was used in the trial, once it was over, it should have been released. So,
but it's not.
Right.
Well, it still could be held because of his appeal. Because his trial is the trial that the only thing that was released to the public was her case book, not his. There's a second case book. It says 1 of 2, and there's about 17 or 18 different exhibits that I identified in the first case book that were never presented to the public, and they are still being held for Nicholas's appeal, according to the DA Dan Patterson. So
right. So then here's another thing. In the text messages, she tells Nick that her mom usually goes to bed at 4 a.m., but at 1:37, she was getting sleepy from her pill.
Well, I got your good catch on the freaking the nail polish, for crying out loud. That was a good catch.
Well, let's talk about the nail polish for a hot second. So number one, there's 2 things with the nail polish, and I'm gonna try to debunk the fact that Thea is putting out a video that I'm full of shit. I'm gonna put something out here. You girls down here can tell me what you think. Okay, so number one, she's asking him at 8-something o'clock what color she should do her nails. She swears she doesn't have red, but in the evidence photos, there is a box with absolutely a red color in it. She had red. She said that she was going to do them dark pink. Okay, so somebody made the comment that there was a bottle of nail polish next to the bed. I made the joking comment, is it pink? They went back, they looked at it as pink. Now, I have had people say, and this is where Thea's trying to throw me under the bus, I'm an idiot for clicks and views, that the pink, I am aware.
You don't even know who she is.
But she made the point, and even I noticed this, but I'm going to point something out to you girls. You girls tell me, because I know my experience, but I'm going to really? I'm going to ask girls in here right now. Have you ever bought, especially a cheap, and those were LA color, have you ever bought a nail polish that has turned out to be the exact wrong shade? You buy it in a bottle, you put it on your finger, and it's way fucking darker than you thought.
What the fuck is this? Right. What the fuck is this? Right.
How many times have you bought a nail polish, you try it on in the store, you put on your first coat, and you're like, okay, cool. You get home, you put on your second coat, your third coat, and you go, the fuck, I didn't buy this color. So when you see a pink bottle on the nightstand and somebody tries to debunk me and say it's a different shade, yeah, it is a different shade. But here's the thing. How many coats did she put on? Did it darken? And for certain people, my daughter was a great one, by the way. Her nails were extremely oily, so it would take differently.
Yeah,
so is the bottle on the bed without any shadow of a doubt the same color? No. Could it be the same color based on how many coats and what type of nails you have? And if there was another color underneath it that made it darker? What if Dee Dee had what if she had any color underneath it that once the pink interacted with it, it changed it a different color? We don't know. Here's another thing. So Gypsy and Dee Dee could have done their nails of whatever color, and then they put there's so many possibilities to what happened, and 4 coats and how porous your nails are. Exactly. So to debunk and say that I'm full of shit, because here's the thing. There is a bottle next to the goddamn bed, and it's not green and it's not blue. It is pink. It is pink. And that you have to take that into consideration. Funnily enough, there is an evidence marker next to it, though. There is an evidence marker.
There is. They also say, they're right here. Dee Dee's nails could be affected by uncontrolled diabetes too. Exactly. Okay, and something else just brought up something that I have never even thought of, considered, or looked for. This is crazy, and that's not normal for me. Where the fuck is the Minnie Mouse tape?
Where's the bondage tape? Where's the pre-cut pieces?
And it was Minnie Mouse. Where are the Minnie Mouse?
She talked about pieces? She had all this pre-cut tape. Where is it?
Where?
My Sam just came in and she's like, where's the pre-cut tape? She can't get over the pre-cut tape. And that's another thing. So Dee Dee's mouth, okay? When you and that's something that I thought of. So if you guys look, he made a point to say he needed duct tape to muffle her. Where's the residue from the tape? Where's the tape? And where's the residue from the tape on her mouth?
Well, he said he never used it. He didn't have to because she was practically asleep, dead. That's what he said. She was practically dead to the world, so I didn't need it.
But,
Dead to the world.
so if she was almost dead to the world with Nick, why on that Facebook post did she say that bitch screamed so fucking loud? How did she scream so fucking loud then? And when did she scream so fucking loud is what I want to know.
Right, because all he said was she like yelped it. Gypsy, help! She yelped it, which was a weird way to describe it. Yelp.
Right.
Did anyone notice the face print and the dust on the shelf in Dee Dee's room by the closet? No.
I didn't notice nothing. Should we?
He did not grape her. Stop saying it. I'm so tired of people saying it. You're not grape anyone.
Right. She put that out there. She, by the way, we've never heard Nick say anything about it. We're going off of what Gypsy said. We're going off of what she said.
I want to talk a minute about the text messages because you put out a good one today. But the text messages, I want you guys to think about this. It is 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That is all the text messages we have. We do not have Facebook messages. We don't have the dating site messages. We don't have their Yahoo Messenger. We don't have their emails. None of that was able to be found. Half of it was able to not be recovered, and half of it is sealed. Okay? And none of it was used in freaking the court at all, in the case at all. So let me get this straight. You've been planning this entire thing with Nicholas for 3 years. You've been talking about all different ways to do it. The knife, the gun, the poison, all those things, right? But in the 2 weeks prior, you've basically got to run down every single thing as if you're planning it right then. And, oh, I'm ready to do it now. And da-da-da. And, oh, by the way, did you remember about the baby that we're supposed to have? Oh, and you're going to... Literally, she led him through that entire conversation to get every response exactly the way she wanted it. She deleted all of hers, thought it would incriminate him all the way, and then she goes on. So she basically led him to say anything and everything she wanted in that short 2 week period, so she would have it all right there on that one burner phone. Does that make sense? Like, wouldn't you think all of those details would have already been worked out?
You'd think.
But she got him to say it all. Even the thing about raping her mom. Even the thing about, because he wasn't talking about his daughter with her. He was talking about his role play with her.
Well, yeah, because he put in there my female daughter.
Right. It's not the daughter he thought she was carrying. He's talking about the little Candy girl or the little Bella girl, whichever one it is. But she made it look like he was saying that about her mother, about this, about
Absolutely.
that. All in 1 2 week period. I think that's too coincidental.
Well, let's make sure everybody understands. She told him not to wear gloves, and he said,
Right.
"I'm wearing gloves." And when he wore those gloves, she mailed them to his house.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I like this one. Okay, so somebody said, I'll never get over how she wanted Nick to on her on the bus, right? It wasn't just with no. She literally asked him, if I were to moan in public, would it somehow make you uncomfortable, right? And then he had to go through this whole thing of like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Why would you be moaning in public? Like the whole thing, right? And then she said, I think we should have sex on the bus. Can you have sex with me on the bus while we're going? Because I might not be able to wait to get back to your home.
Heather, there is a whole, if you look at I put a whole thing of, no, he asks her if she has red nail polish. She says she has pink. She asks if she has red lipstick. She says she's going to wear pink to match her nails. It's all in, I believe it's in part 2 of the text messages.
Ms. Jones, that is a very good question. I never even considered that. What if she had a voice recording of her yelping when it happened and was playing it over for him? So, like, if she was in there and she just, and he heard yelling, like it's on her phone, he thinks it's just, because he's not smart enough to think of, not that he's not smart, he's very intelligent, but he's not got the processing speed. One of the things that's very hard for Nick is processing speed. That's the biggest thing.
Forget processing speed. He's not going to think he's being set up.
Set up. No.
He's not going to think he's being set up. I mean, I wouldn't sit there and think, oh, somebody's playing this. Oh, somebody's doing that. Maybe that's why it sounded muffled.
Yep.
I mean, we don't know. And the worst part is we're never going to know.
Because if he went in there and he put tape in her mouth, how would she scream? And he was talking about being in the black clothes. He told her he was his worst nightmare. Something just isn't right here. Who are you? Like, who are you? Something's just not right. And all the things that they're saying happen in that night. None of it adds up.
Well, if you guys go back, and somebody did send it to me, and I did listen again. And you remember how we were dissecting the part where Nick was saying, I'm sorry to everybody but Dan? There is a part in there where he says, she left and went with him, and I stayed. She left and went with him, and I stayed. And you guys can go back and listen to it if you think I'm wrong, but that's what it says. And I wonder if I have it on, because somebody had sent it to me, and I don't know which account it's on.
Yeah, I remember us looking at that, and I swear that when I pulled it again and I put on the captions and everything,
Captions don't work.
But then it was something even more weird, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I tried to do the whole caption thing. The caption thing doesn't work. The captions say something wrong. How do I get to my what the hell? I hate iPads. Can I just Can I just say how much I hate iPads?
Oh my god, we so need to go to bed. It's like fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, dude.
This is. Are you kidding me? I don't go to sleep till 7 in the morning. I'm in the middle of my damn day.
Well, I understand that I have a cat that I have to bury tomorrow morning.
Right? Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. By the way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been sad. He got sick about a week ago. We didn't know what was going on, but we think he's been sick for a while. I actually think he might have had diabetes, and that was why we didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
He was rather dehydrated. He wouldn't eat, and no reason, just all of a sudden. So it was hard. I don't go to sleep till about 5 either. You're right. I mean, usually, but I got to get up and do this. But that's okay. That made me wonder how long after until they went to the hotel. Did it go in the middle of the night? Yes, they went in the middle of the night to the hotel. Yes.
Man, I hate the fact I can never find nothing anywhere. But somebody literally just sent me the video of Nick and what he was saying, and it was just that particular portion. And you can hear him say something like, she went with him and I stayed. But I'd have to play the actual portion.
Yeah, I know. I remember. I don't remember. I know what you're talking about, and I know what we both found, and I remember debunking the one thing, but I think the other one was weird too, so I don't know. Thank you. It was actually my daughter's cat, and it's like her baby. We rescued them from behind our house. They were both abandoned, and he had like one eye. And when we got him, so he lived a beautiful life for 4 years. But yeah, it's been very hard. I'm more, I love the kitty, but I'm so sad to watch my daughter go through this. It's very hard for her.
See,
that was like her baby.
That's what I'm going through. Like Little Man, Little Man was one of my dogs, and I'm sad and I cried my heart out. But
Right.
it's different watching my husband, because my husband was very attached to him. I feel almost worse because my husband is going through, losing this dog that was super important to him. So I completely understand that sentiment, because it's hard to watch somebody that that happens with.
Yes, Meet the Rippers. That is me. Yes. I am the one she threatened on the phone, and they did not see it as an actual threat. Yes. That's me. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, she held Dan. I mean, Dan was the guy she was meeting at the cupcake shop. She threw Dan. He knew all about Dan. Dan.
There was also something about somebody was trying to say that they thought, I don't know if they knew it or they thought it, that Gypsy held her hands and he did it. Like there was something that was evidence of that, but I haven't been able to run it.
The only thing that I could see that was weird that I missed before, and I don't know the relevance, is there is a picture, and you can see not necessarily ligature marks, but really severe bruising right here. No, I'm just talking. There's severe bruising right here.
Right there.
But
Yeah.
it doesn't look like a ligature mark, but there's severe bruising.
But there is a marking that looks like something was wrapped, which I'm thinking was the prayer cloth. I'm serious.
And it could be, I don't know.
Because that prayer cloth is soaked in blood. Soaked. And if it is soaked and it was underneath her, then where is
the rest of it?
Of the blood.
Where's the rest of it? Because, I mean, what? It all went on that? Like, are you kidding me? Okay, so... All right, so I know that supposedly somebody in the family, Dee Dee's sister, somebody said that she stole 2 knives. What is the story on that?
To my understanding, it came in a pack of 2. I have not been able to determine whether it was like a pack of 2 with one regular and one serrated, because what that was more like a fish gutting type of knife. It's not a regular butcher knife or anything. No,
because it's partially serrated and partially not serrated. As for Natasha saying that it looks like it was internal, there's no amount of internal anything when your neck is literally cut the way it is. Okay, that the neck should have been an extinguishing moment, and the fact that it wasn't, and the fact that there is not a copious amount of seepage and poolage and clotting underneath where her neck was, tells me either something collected it or it happened after the heart was already slowing, because it's still bleeding. Okay, so that there still was blood pumping, but it was not, I mean, for that to happen, it should have been on the ceiling, in my opinion. There should have been spray on the ceiling. So the blood had to have been slowed to a point. I feel like the neck was the last thing to happen, in my opinion. No, she said no. In the one text, she said she was going to sink the knife, but then she ended up mailing the knife and the gloves.
Right. Okay, so somebody said Dan did do a deposition, and yes, he did. But the only questions they asked Dan about in that depo was about her previous sexual relationships with him.
And that deposition was at Nick's appeal in 2022. That was at an appeal in 2022. And all that Dan said, all they wanted to show was that Gypsy was into the hardcore scene before Nick, that she had personas before Nick, and that she was sexually activated before Nick. That's all. That's literally, they got him on the stand to say that, and he was done. They didn't ask him anything else.
Yes, and that is correct. He says that Gypsy Rose was who brought that to him. Yes, and then he developed a liking for it. Now, I mean, he could be. Let's be honest. Dan's not a good guy. I mean, he is a sexual predator. If he was with her, I'm sorry, he was. He was. But I mean, it doesn't mean that he was into that. That was her, and I really think that's her thing. I mean, I'm serious. She loves the role playing. She's always. It makes sense.
Candace says she saw 3 cuts, 2 old ones and 1 fleshy one.
I'll have to look at that again.
Because that would be weird, because, you know, they've always said that there was 14 stab wounds, but a lot of the autopsies, but a lot of the, when we look at the appeal basis, it says 17. And it does. They always say 17. And if there was 14 stabs, a neck is 15, 16, 17. I mean, that could make sense.
Okay. So up until his last appeal, it was always 17. There was one point in time where we thought they said 27 at one point, but we thought that was, you know, bad misreporting or somebody getting it wrong or whatever. But then in this last appeal, it states that she died of 14 jab wounds. Not a slice in the neck, not 4 in the heart, or in the lungs. 14, which means she had to have bled out. Where is the blood?
Right. And, you know, a lot of people, the 14 has gone around forever, but when we looked at legal documents in separate appeals, it was always saying 17. That's why I said, well, there was a document that says 17. In different appeals, and actually, if you look back in different YouTube videos, 17 is a number that gets thrown around a lot. But in this most recent appeal, once we got the paperwork from the most recent appeal that was just denied, it says 14.
Right.
Her nose was absolutely broken. Her nose was absolutely broken.
I think the nose is broken. I don't care what Natasha says. Natasha and I, look, we were just on a live and we both disagreed on something. And I said, look, we both have the evidence. We don't interpret it the same way. I mean, that's just,
how does she not figure that nose is broken? It's very visibly broken.
Okay, well, she thinks that it is a pooling of snot and blood caked on there that makes it look like
there's a cut.
No, I believe
there's a literal cut across her nose.
Yeah.
Plain as day. You don't need glasses. You don't need a microscope. Like, there is a cut across her nose.
14 stack lens, June 14th. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it looks broken to me. It just does. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. You guys want to know something even more fucked up? You guys ready? I just thought of something. This is really fucked up. This is really fucked up. You ready? 10 on 2014, right? 4 more wounds 4 years later. There was 10 in 2011, and then there was 4 more on the 2015. There was 4 more wounds 4 years later. That's a fucking hell of a coincidence. That is a hell of a coincidence. I'm sorry.
And it happened on the same day.
And it happened on the same day. I can't even get over the fact it was the same day. Same day.
I can't believe I didn't fucking see that. Oh, and by the way, that is not Dee Dee's account. That is Gypsy's account, and she pretended to be Dee Dee on that account. And I think she is who was talking to Christy the day that Christy told them about Gypsy posting that horrible post about Rod, and then they fucking blame it on Aaliyah. That was I'm 100% certain that Gypsy was the only one running that account because of the way that.
Don't forget though. Don't forget, do you remember when we found out back in January, and I didn't believe nobody, and we found it out in real fucking time, that for years, until Gypsy got out, there was the fat pig, and then there was another comment underneath it, and then Gypsy got out, and then we could no longer find that second comment, remember? We were on a live.
Well, the third comment is totally missing.
Well, yeah, that one, yeah.
But the second one was.
But the second one, and
been up for years.
Right, and so I said, bullshit. I just seen it 2 weeks earlier. Gypsy gets out. We go back and look, and the second comment is gone. I can't remember which one it is, but the second comment was gone. Of course, then again, though, to throw this out there. Don't forget the Beauty and the Beast post was up for 8 years and suddenly went missing as well as soon as she got out.
No. Let's make it clear. Not as soon as she got out, as soon as you and I mentioned
the
it.
day after, like the day after we mentioned it, that post went down after 8 years. 8 years that post was up. We make a fucking live about that goddamn post, and it was down the next day. And luckily we had screenshots of all of it. I still have a video up about it, I think I still have a video up. I was looking through because I made a Gypsy playlist, and I was going through all my Gypsy content. And I made the point about the whole Beauty and the Beast post and how it suddenly just went missing all of a sudden. And it was actually taken down because after 8 years, it was suddenly hit with a sexual violation after 8 years.
Who do you think went and struck that? Somebody who likes to strike things? Was the V written with a small finger or more manly one on her leg? The V is very delicate.
Okay, first of all, this is definitely where me and you do not agree. So the thing on her butt is simply this. It is simply this. You can literally put your hands there.
Ryan, it's definitely not this. If it's anything,
okay, fine, then this. Fine, I'll give you that.
No.
And as for the K and the I and the L, I looked at that every which way from Sunday. Those are cat scratches.
No, they're not.
Those are cat scratches.
In there, and they're not. Nothing is scratched on her body at all. There is no cat scratching on her body. There is no scratching. It is written, and it is in a person's actual freaking thing. The K, the I, and the L.
You've showed it to me. It looks like scratches.
I'm telling you, it is not. I am telling you 100%. Natasha will back me on this. It is a V, and it is KIL above it. We both found it at the same time in 2018, 2019.
Well, then you resend me the KIL because the one you sent me was fucking scratches.
You can't see the KIL because I blurred it out so that you could just zoom in on the V. But if you look at the crime scene photos, you can clearly see the K. The K is very clear. The I and the L are less, but it's very clear.
Well, right, but you have the original. Just send me the original.
I can. No, that's what I'm saying. I can. I'll give you the crime scene photo. No problem. I'm just saying that the one that I showed you originally was because I was showing the V to you mainly. And yeah, I had already, kind of started out. Yeah.
Because from what I could see, those look like absolute scratch marks to me.
Sure. What do you mean they aren't go-to? It's just them talking up there. We've been answering questions. So is somebody wanting to come in the box?
Yes, somebody wants to come in the box, 100%. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then they're mad because I haven't let them in.
Oh, how dare you?
I know, right? God forbid I control my own live. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize this was a panel discussion.
I didn't know it was a democracy, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Apparently. Yeah, so, I mean... one thing you're going to have to learn if you follow me in any stretch of the time is I may not be diagnosed with ODD, but I've been with my husband with 25 years who has it. The first time you tell me that I'm supposed to do something, I am immediately going to do the opposite. So, that's not going to work. You're not going to come kick your shoes off in my house, put your feet up on my coffee table and tell me to get you a drink. That's not going to happen. So, yeah, panel discussions get wild really quickly.
Especially ours.
Yeah.
Especially ours.
And not only that, but, especially when somebody comes up who either is completely misinformed or just wants to argue, then it just gets ugly everywhere. Because people will come up and they will have some asinine theory or complete misinformation. And then the minute you try to say, hey, this is, and they want to argue. And it's like, I'm not here for it. It's 4:00 in the morning. I'm grouchy. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to get banned. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the KIL is written directly above the V in my opinion. Brian doesn't see it that way, but I don't think she saw the actual.
Honey, I was in your drive, like your actual drive, and I seen it, and to me it was cat scratches. To me, it was cat scratches.
It's definitely not scratches. It could be smears of a finger, but it's definitely not scratches. There's no scratching. It's smears of blood, whatever it is.
Okay, I'll look.
It's not or not. Yeah, there's no scratching. That's the thing. Yeah.
Can you subpoena all of her jail? That'd be a lot. I think don't you have to pay X amount of FOIA when you FOIA something? Don't you have to pay X amount?
Yes. Well, it depends on the case. It depends on the state. Now, the FOIA that we got for Gypsy, because it was such a high-profile case, they did not charge anybody. Just like Susan Cox Powell's, it was such a high-profile case, they weren't charging you to send it in a USB drive and then send it back to you. But transcripts for even Nick's trial was well in the 10,000s. Well, and if we want to transcribe her jail calls or anything like that, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's lots and lots and lots of time, and they charge you by the minute and the word.
Yeah. So that's not something that's going to happen. I've had a lot of people say, why don't you get her jail? Because I ain't got that kind of money. And if I did, I'd pay off my house.
I might have to, depending on where my court cases and things go. I might have to get the one that I should have got the one a long time ago.
You should have got that one forever ago.
Me back. Well, it's so funny because you know what's really funny, Ryan? Chillicothe has still not called me back to return my call about the fact that I called about that. They don't even know why I called yet. They still don't know why I called. They have not returned my call, the Chillicothe prison, who is the director of the media relations.
His appeal was denied, and the only thing at this point he has left is either clemency or the federal court. Which I just don't see happening. I just don't. It's a shame that Nick for me is very complicated because I do believe that everyone, I don't care if you are guilty as all get out, I believe you need a fair trial. However, based on things that I've seen and read, I do not think that appeal would go anywhere because if that is ever appealed, there are people, Gypsy's camp, who have emails that are absolutely awful. That if the minute he appeals, the minute it goes through, they are going to show how easily he is triggered even just through email. That what the hell would he be like out on the street?
Yeah, but I also have an ability of a way to refute all that, and they know it.
I don't know. That one email, you're not going to sway me. That one email was bad.
Did you see the email that caused that?
Yeah. Look.
Did you see the email that she wrote to him to cause that?
Yeah, I read all the emails.
Yeah, but do you notice the timestamps on those emails, that there are days and hours missing, and there were additional freaking emails that Dawn did not give me. I called her on it many times, and she did not give them to me because they don't line up. His and hers don't line up.
Right.
She cherry picked exactly the ones that she wanted. That could have been a role play situation. It could have been a manipulation tactic. I don't know. All I know is the emails are not what everyone thinks they are. And I've done a lot of work on this with my forensic psychology degree. I have had several people evaluating those for what to read between the lines, because everything with Nick, you have to read between the lines. It's never straightforward because he talks in hyperboles and metaphors and similes and shit.
Somebody just said something. I forgot what the hell they said. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. Where was it? Okay, so this fake screen name that Gypsy supposedly has, what is this fake screen name, and where did anybody see proof of her saying it was hers? Because here's the thing. People come into my lives all the time, and they get accused that they're Gypsy. Now, supposedly, and I know what name I'm looking for. But supposedly there's another name that she's going around in lives saying that, people are saying it's her, but nobody ever has any proof. Second of all, to talk about Ruby doesn't exist. Yeah, okay. The Sunday one, Sunday's been in my lives numerous times, but we have no proof that that's her. Sunday comes in all the fucking time, but that doesn't mean it's her. But Ruby does not exist. Victor does not exist. Neither one of them have DID. Neither one of them have multiple personality disorder, the other name for DID. They do not have DID in any way, shape, or form. They had alter egos, which is part of the BDSM community or other play, that they have alter egos. Alter egos are not separate mindsets. They are not separate people. They are simply Superman to Clark Kent. That's it.
Okay. Well, can I talk a little bit about his alters as opposed to hers?
Go ahead.
Hers are fabricated completely. Okay, completely. But Nicholas, and this is my theory based on what I've been doing with my schooling, and it was something that came to me. If you look into the Jungian principle, and I believe somebody fed him a lot of things. He did go to counseling for a while, and he likes to pick up things. You can tell he picked up the twin flame thing. He's picked up this little philosophy over here. He's very philosophical. And so we identified 7 different personalities that he had with 7 different distinct age ranges. And so basically it lined up with the 7 archetypes of Jungian principle. And what that is him compartmentalizing different pieces of his actual personality.
Okay.
And giving them names.
Right, and that's
it's
fine.
DID.
DID is completely different. DID is completely different. It is completely different. Right. And trust me, as a person who went through that with my batshit kid, I am very well versed in what the fuck DID is, because if you know me, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Here's the difference. You can compartmentalize portions of yourself. That's fine. You can have a fragmented reality, which is OS. OS, which is basically DID light, is fragments. You are fragmented. DID is where you literally get taken over by said fragment. Right. And if he was DID, you would have seen flips in interrogation. You would have seen flips in his trials. You would see flips in his interviews. You would see even the trust me, y'all, if I could even go into what I want to go into right now. You can absolutely be fragmented with OS and not have DID. There's a lot more people that have OS than most people even think of, because a lot of people with trauma compartmentalize and they fragment. But the difference is when DID is activated is that the fragments take on a persona of their own that cannot be managed and come out at their own will. By the way, there's creators on this app, and if you know who I'm talking about, don't bother saying it because I'm going to call them the fuck out right now. And there's a big creator on this app that I say is bullshit, because you cannot say Sparks and Sparks comes running. Okay, that's not how this shit works. That's not how this shit works. Is there trigger words that you can technically kind of use? Yes. But the way that these people play on here is not accurate, is not even remotely accurate.
Okay. Hold on. Everybody is asking about this thing that is above my head. I don't know what it is. It showed up today, and it has been all my life. And no matter what I do, it doesn't go away.
Okay, I can tell you what it is.
This orb is.
Okay, so I'm having the same issue with my phone. Do you have a screen protector on your phone?
No.
Okay, because what happens is, and my screen protector is doing it right now, and this is how I know about it. If you have any even remote crack in your screen or
I do.
then the light will fragment off of it, because that's exactly what's happening. With the light is catching and it's spreading it. See, look at, watch my arm. Hold on. There it goes, right there. See it? See my arm?
Yeah.
Over here? Because I have a crack in my screen that does it.
Right. It moves when I move.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I busted my phone the other day, but I thought it was very weird because it's not showing up till today. I busted my phone 4 days ago.
It took a while for mine to show up. It took a while for mine to show up.
Is Dee just messing? I know. I've been thinking all day. I'm like, is there an orb attached to me?
No, it's you can literally see there's pink above it, and then there's your hair. It's literally a reflection. Literally.
That's what I thought. But
so, yeah. But it's frustrating because people that are not informed of what actual true DID is, as opposed to fragmentation process. And then, people are like, well, but he says he. Here's the problem. I don't know if you've ever noticed this. Maybe you haven't. But people who have texted me would notice this. I refer to myself as we all the time.
Me too.
We went to the store today. It's just something that happens, especially with neurodivergent people, that we talk about ourselves in the third person or in the second person. I call myself we constantly. Between
the two, and I don't even realize it.
I don't either. When I'm texting, I'll start doing it and I'll say we, and I'm like, I have to erase it because I'm like, that doesn't make sense to anybody. I don't care if you ask nicely to speak. No, because now you're irritating me.
What's wrong with you? Why are people doing this? Do you just want to irritate us? Is that what it is?
If you would like to speak, go have a live of your own. This is not a panel discussion. Okay, I let the one girl up. Okay, and she asked a question very nicely and got down very nicely. Okay, nowhere in here did I say this was ever going to be a panel discussion. You are not special. You're not getting special privileges. And if you're going to call me out, I'm going to call you out. No.
Do you want us to put a little gold star in your head and pat you until you did a good job?
You can answer questions. Okay, now I want to put her up. What does she think she has answers for that we do not have answers for?
I would love to know, considering that I'm the only person besides Natasha that knows this case as well as I do. We're the only ones with all the information. It's not even that I'm smarter than anybody. It's just that I have all the information.
Right, but she's got answers.
What's your question? What's her answer to what? What's her answer to what? Give an answer in the comments.
Oh, somebody says, put her up. I need a laugh. Yeah, just okay. So what is it? Type out one of your answers. If you impress me, I'll put you up.
Exactly.
Because she's in the medical field. So what?
So is the person who reviewed all of her medical records for me, and so is the doctor that is working on our documentary. What is your point?
Yeah. So give me something to impress me, to show me you know your stuff. I'll let you up. There you go. There you go. So no, there's just certain things that, like, I swear to God, people want to say that they know this, they know that, whatever. But then you get people up here who then just start the amount of blood. Oh, so you know why the amount of what? Oh, you're going to start giving clotting factors, and the point is, honey, there is none.
There's no blood.
There's no blood. Like you can't. There is no scientific reason.
There's no blood to talk about. There isn't anything. There's nothing.
There's no look. Okay. Just to common sense this, Just a common sense. The hesitation wounds that look like cigarette burns is because there is blood that has got on her skin that has dried. Okay. These things, shallow wounds sometimes bleed more than deep wounds because they're superficial. Okay.
Right.
So if there was 13 hesitation wounds, those alone should have been, a plethora of blood. The neck alone should have been an exsanguination event, and it wasn't. Then you have the point that he supposedly felt it go into an organ. And if you want to say that it's an internal issue, let me tell you something about internal issues. Like, for instance, when my daughter kicked me in the stomach with a size 10 boot, where the boot print was literally on my skin for 6 weeks, and you could see the shape of the boot because there was a deep tissue trauma event. If that blood had suddenly pooled inside of her cavity, when they rolled her over, there would have been a huge amount of lividity in her lower torso from the blood seeping down to the bottom. There wasn't. There was no internal issue, because if there was an internal issue, her entire lower, and we've seen it all, her freaking nightgown is pulled all the way up. There is no dark, black, internal bleeding. There's just not.
There's no blood in the front of her.
Right.
There's no blood on her body in the front of her body. What do you...
You can't explain away something that doesn't make sense.
Do you not have any mods in here, because the chat is running amok?
That's okay. Let them talk. I ignore it. Learn how to ignore things. Just ignore them.
I have been. I've been doing pretty good.
You have been doing very good, luckily. I have mods. None of them are in here because I don't need them. I can take out trash on my own. Here's my thing. This is what makes me different. This is what makes me different. When somebody does something stupid in the comments, I let people enjoy it and laugh and enjoy in the stupidity that they are. It doesn't even faze me.
I agree with you.
It doesn't faze me.
The only problem I have is those are the same people that then mass report me. So that's why I try to get rid of them.
Then they just come back. I found if you let them play in your sandbox, they just try to break your toys. You kick them out and they try to steal your toys. So, would you call it a crime of passion?
For 8 years. I don't need Lifetime to make me fucking relevant. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, look, it's not a crime of passion. Crime of passion would be, while she got second degree, which would fall under crime of passion. Crime of passion is unmeditated. That's what makes it a crime of passion. This was completely premeditated. It had been premeditated for over a year. Probably more than that. Hey, look, there's one of my mods. She just showed up. She was summoned. No, and that's another thing. Let's talk about the fact, and you know this because you interviewed one of the first crime scene responders. That thermostat was set extremely low to slow decomp.
44.
Right.
44 was what she said, but then
it was at 67 when she got there. It was at 67 when she got there.
I know, and I'm thinking that that's what David Blanchard did when he went inside, is he turned it back up to 67 so that the body would then continue to decompose, and they would still not understand why the time frame is off.
Right, and then the other thing is, she went, and there's been, 3 girls that have corroborating stories about the 40-degree thermostat. And a lot of people would say, oh, well, they're just jailhouse snitches. But again, the first responder, it was already at 67. And so to say that it was at 40 would have been a lot. It's completely feasible.
Yeah, Dee Dee was not on blood thinners, not at all. At least that we don't know. We do not have any in her medical history. I do have her medical history. I have her.
I heard somebody debunk that. Because one of the medications that was read off could technically be a blood thinner.
Okay, then maybe, but it's not. She wasn't on a blood thinner for blood thinning.
Gotcha.
Something that is used, that can be used as a blood thinner and used for something else, doesn't mean.
If she was on blood thinners, there'd have been more blood, y'all. We're already missing it. If she was on a thinner, it would have been even worse. Like.
Yeah, and the clotting would have been different and everything. Yeah.
I don't know. I still call bullshit on all that. I still just call bullshit on that.
Bullshit on what?
The whole Steve Wood Ken thing. I'm just over here.
Okay, look. Here's the deal. Do I think that the person that Steve Wood is telling the truth right now? No. Do I think that the guy who was up tonight on Sir Morbid's freaking thing and was accusing him of whatever? Maybe. Maybe there's other people. What I can tell you is this. When the story broke that they broke up, both Dawn Brown and Christy messaged me. I was no longer friends with them. They wanted, and Christy was like, what do I do? They're going to break a story. I don't want it out there. She didn't tell me what it was, but they were breaking up. That's what she said. But the rumor was from Dawn Brown and Christy at the time that he had cheated on her with a male, and that was why she was breaking up with him.
I thought he left her because he didn't like I thought he was breaking up with her because he didn't like whatever.
That's the story they told.
Okay, girl in pathology. You said for us to ask you a question. Girl in pathology. Where is anything we said wrong? She said this is a different girl. Angela's still going on the fact that there's so much we're missing.
Baby, I ain't missed a damn thing in this fucking case. You need to run along. I've been here for 8 years, baby. You're not gonna tell me anything new today. Sorry. I'm sorry, you're just not.
Yeah. But let's hold on. Okay, so look, what everything time and time again is until there is I don't believe most of what I hear, and I don't believe half of what I see anymore, but based on AI and Photoshop and everything else. But if somebody comes along and they say, I have a video of this, and they refuse to show it, you ain't got the fucking video.
No. 100%.
That's my view. You ain't got the fucking video. If you say, I have a video, and you refuse to show it, number one, you've already opened your fucking mouth. Pony up. If you ain't going to show that video, then I ain't going to believe you have it, period.
Are you talking about the grinder guy?
Yeah.
Oh, it's supposedly on his camcorder, and he has to, put it over to a DVD because Ken knew they were coming. No, I don't buy this guy's bullshit. I asked to be up on that live, and I wanted to ask Ken one question, and Ken bailed out before I got there. Go figure. He knew I wasn't sitting in the backstage, and he busted his ass out of there, and all I wanted to ask was one question. If none of this is true, then why back when the story was breaking, was that what Dawn Brown and Christy both asked me about? And why did they come out with a story that was different than that, which is the story that I said that I would run with if I was running with a story about Ken and her breaking up? Because he didn't like the actual, spotlight on him. And I wonder why. Could it possibly be because he's bisexual and cheating on her? Maybe.
I know that they love to spin stories. I know that they panic. I know that they panic. I know that they butter people up to get them to do whatever. I've seen it. I just seen it again yesterday with my own two fucking eyes. I just seen it again. She did it to somebody else in real time, and I got sent the text messages. So I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they knew something and threw out another story. That wouldn't surprise me.
No.
As for
it's the story I literally told them to go with, Brian.
Right.
It's not like I was ever keeping the media from knowing the truth, but there is a way to spin a story that is truthful to make it more sympathetic or less sympathetic to a person.
So if this happened, so somebody put this, but I'm going to go on it another matter. If there was a video using an older camcorder, play it through the TV, record it on your phone, there's a lot of different ways to do it. Here's the deal.
Right.
No, but beyond that, even my camcorder from 2012 has a screen you can flip and hit play on. All you have to do is pull out that camcorder, flip the screen, show the screen. You don't have to go flip it. You don't have to go record something up. You literally flip the screen. He does not have a camcorder from 1989 that requires a VHS. 2012, you can flip the screen. That's 12 years old. So,
I
no.
still have one from that time period that I don't use anymore. But yes, you're right.
So I call bullshit on that all day.
Yeah, I do too. All I'm telling you is the rumor back in the day was that. And I mean, if it was a rumor back then and it's a rumor now, who is perpetuating this rumor? Is it Dawn Brown that is perpetuating this rumor because she's trying to hurt them? Is it Christie because she's trying to, I don't fucking know, or is it just some random ass people trying to do it? I don't know, but it's been 3 or 4 times that this rumor has circulated.
Has anybody checked their calendar? Because every 10 days a new story comes out. So I've called it. I've called it.
I saw your video on it.
I've called it every 10 days. So we've heard that he's gay. That went away. Then the baby came. Then that went away. Then he was fucking a dude. Then that went away. Then she was having a girl. Then that went away. Now here's this guy saying he's got recorded proof. And in another 5 to 7 days, it's something. I'm just wondering, as usual, they love to control the media. If they're not just keep spinning fucking stories and Ken is collateral fucking damage. You know how their collateral damage runs. Been there, done that, got the motherfucking postcard. The collateral damage that this family has is insane. They will use you, abuse you, and spit you the fuck out and walk on top of you, set you on fire, and then come back to you and say, oh, but I didn't mean it.
Right. Newport, you're right. His sexuality is not our business. And I said as much in the live tonight when I talked to Morbid. And what I said is, you know what? Here's the thing. Nobody gives a shit if he is, isn't, has been, has not. Who fucking cares? This is 2024. Are we still shaming people for being bi? No, we're not. Everybody accepts that shit. So why would he be so vehemently denying it? Either you say nothing, or you fucking say, no, it's not true, and here is the proof that it's not true.
Here's my thing.
You deny, and then never freaking, do you know what I'm saying?
My problem is this.
I think the lady says too much.
As an out LGBTQ member of society, okay, here's my thing, and this is always going to be my thing. The only reason people give 2 shits about this is the fact it entails a man. If he was fucking around with some girl, we'd hear about what a low dog slimy cheat he was, and it would have been dropped. It's more sensationalized to throw in there that he's a closeted individual. And here's the deal. If he is a closeted individual, that is his fucking right in 2024. Period. Nobody needs to be outing his shit. And what irritates me is instead of saying, hey, he might be cheating on his partner or cheating on Gypsy, all I keep hearing is a man. I don't care. That part is completely moot and out of here for me. If he's a cheat, let's concentrate on the fact that he may have cheated on whoever this ex is, or that he's cheating on her, and take the fact of the gayness out of the equation, because that is the sensationalism selling point that they are using again to keep themselves relevant. Because if that was the case, why do we just not talk about it?
Ryan, we've now picked up another demographic again, but now it's the demographic for Ken. How many demographics are we up to?
Well, let's see. How many demographics? We got the LGBTQ twice, Miss Pillow Princess and Ken. We have the recovered drug addict. We have the S-aid. We have the my mommy's a narcissist. We have... Abuse. The afflicted by a voodoo hex.
Groomed by men from the town.
And groomed by Dan too. We got that. Daddy abandoned me.
Daddy issues.
Right.
Daddy issues.
Let's see. We're up to 10 demographics now. So I mean.
Well, now she's gonna have a sick baby, so that's gonna be another one.
So help me. So help me. I seen this happen in real life with my kid. And for those of you that don't know where I'm going with this, I will say it very quickly. When my daughter was pregnant, they pulled me aside. They pulled me aside and they said, we need to watch her because she's going to be very jealous of this baby. The baby comes out. The baby's attached to me. It's not attached to her. She puts out a story that is true in her head. She says that she had to get that baby out of that house. She needed to get that baby away from me. Oh, I bet you fucking did. I bet you fucking did, because that child wanted nothing to do with you. And then when that didn't work and the attention wasn't on her and she couldn't get an iPhone and it was her dad's birthday, she shook her kid. Y'all don't understand the amount of I've put out a video and I don't want anybody ever to call CPS preemptively, because here's the deal. If you guys call CPS preemptively, it's going to be Chicken Little, the sky is falling. And when CPS needs to be called, and I'm going to call it, it probably will, they're not going to listen. Do not call CPS. Do not. Absolutely do not do it, because if and when it happens, and I'm sorry, I've seen this with my own 2 eyes with my kid, we need them to take it fucking seriously. And they're not going to if Molly and Beth keep calling from Omaha with no eyes on the child. Do not call CPS.
Well, it's the same reason I told everybody to stop contacting the parole board about her filming something in fucking Waffle House. Like, look, do I want her to go back to prison? For sure. I think she deserves to be in there. I don't think that she's acting properly while she's out. I think that she deserves a longer sentence.
Fancy's on there.
There's a million different reasons. But do I think she should go back to prison because she filmed something in a fucking Waffle House? No. And you're just clogging up the system for something that's very important. Like her, I don't know, trying to pass notes and lying about it to her PO. That's a serious
Ken
infraction.
apparently is a
That's
bartender.
she can be in trouble. Not the fucking Waffle House, you dumb fucks. Sorry. Those of you that called about that, dumb fucks.
Okay, so people are saying her pregnancy is fake.
I'm not saying it's not.
I don't know.
Did you see the mango picture today?
Yeah.
With the wifey shirt? So her belly is growing because, I'm sorry, that was straight flat against her belly. That was flat. So how is your belly growing? Because
Okay.
your belly is
So,
smaller than it was in the
She was
last time
showing
picture.
that at this point in time, the baby should be that big. Now, you can't say anything about, I will tell you, my cousin who had 3 kids, she never showed until 8 months. Every time.
That's what I'm talking about. She specifically said, we love seeing my belly grow, and her belly has not grown. In fact, in that picture, it appears to have shrunk.
Right.
That's the difference. I'm not talking about what.
Yeah, her ultrasound pictures had no information written on them anywhere. And that's the only part that is weird for me, is because, I mean, I was there for my daughter's pregnancy, and I was there for the girl who I let live with me stupidly, pregnancy. And up in the left-hand or right-hand corner, it will say your name, your gestation, your weeks, your birthday, and where it is being taken from. And in all of those ultrasounds, there's not one goddamn lick of print anywhere, which is weird.
Something that looks like it would have been photoshopped out by the photographer. No, there's nothing. It would have had a blur.
So she never knows the week, and I've had a lot of people in my messenger telling me that this doesn't check, that doesn't check, this doesn't check, that doesn't check. What I can tell you is this is the closest you're going to get to an accurate time frame. Okay, so I have a friend, and I'm not saying who it is, and she is very close with the family, and Christy messaged her on June 5th. And if she can go through her messages now, she's watching me. And she told her that when Gypsy was pregnant, May 24th, she was 7 weeks on May 24th, which that took her back to sometime in April.
Wait. She said what?
She was 7 weeks along on May 24th.
No, she would have been 20 days along, according to her. They conceived on May 4th, according to her. I mean, not May 3rd, not May 1st, not May 6th, May fucking 4th.
Right, she put that out there.
20 days pregnant, 20 days.
Right, which you can actually pee on a stick at 22 days, if you're real lucky. Usually it takes a blood test. It has to be 6 to 8 days after DPO in order to get a blood test. And
How convenient.
Yeah.
Convenient.
Oh, you mean on Star Wars Day? But yeah, she was told that on May 24th, she was 7 weeks. So here's my other problem. So she was using a Doppler. Okay, she has shown, here, look, I'm going to throw some doubt. I'm not going to say whether this is true, real, not, whatever, but I just want to throw a little bit of doubt out here. So anybody who's been pregnant, and I have not been pregnant, but I have used a fetal monitor on my daughter. The first thing the doctors will tell you is do not use them before week 20, that they can pick it up possibly by week 12, but that to not try to use them until week 20. And it can be very hard to distinguish the mothers from the babies. And I seen somebody say that, well, we've seen it. It was 140. It had to be the babies. My daughter's resting heart rate was 139. And the monitor that she had and the way she just knew right where to stick it. I will tell you, my daughter was round like a beach ball at week 12, and we had problems finding it up until week 16, and it took 5-10 minutes of doing this all over to find it, and she found it in 30 fucking seconds and just boom, 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 boom. I'm sorry.
And yes, it absolutely could be. It absolutely could be faked. The sound could be faked. The whole thing could be faked. All she had to do is play a video at the same time that she's using it. I mean, and it's going up to 149. I don't know how they work, but absolutely anything at this point can be faked at any time. I'm sorry. We're in the age of technology. Everything can be faked. According to Bree, text messages can be faked. So, which they can. But, and she knows how to use those apps. And you should tell your PO that that's what she was doing. Come on now. Everything can be faked. Everything.
I mean, look, the only way.
Yes, I do. I actually think she's pregnant.
Yeah, I found out June 15th. And I told you guys, and if you guys want to doubt me, you guys asked me, and this is what I did. You guys asked me if she was pregnant, and I went, I got to go get a drink. You can go back and watch it. Because I'm not going to out somebody. I'm not going to out somebody no matter how much I don't like them. This is her first child, and I'm not going to out that no matter how much I don't like her. I don't think it's right. I don't think what Nina did was right. I don't think any of it is right, and I'm not going to out that shit even if I know. So I'm one of those people who tells it myself. I said I'm going to go get a drink. But
June 5th, I was given confirmation by Into the Weeds podcast, Amber, whose cousin is in the clink with Gypsy, was at the time, and knows one of her very good friends inside of there. And Gypsy supposedly sent her ultrasound before that, and that was how I knew that she was pregnant before everybody else, because I happened to be there with somebody who knew somebody inside of her. And then it came out days later.
you'll know if she's faking it if she suddenly just loses it. I'm sorry. I've seen it too many times.
Well, okay, this is what I said. There's only two ways that it's going to go down. Either it's going to go down where she has a miscarriage, and we all know that that's not a miscarriage, okay? Or the baby is born in November, because it's supposed to be due in January. It's born in November, so it's 2 whole full months early, so then she can explain any of the problems that the baby has.
Why is she cutting out? She froze. Oh, there she goes. Okay. You froze up for me.
Did I cut out? Oh, weird.
You're good now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good
I
now.
think they heard me. Did you guys all hear me?
Yeah. You know.
My phone's fucking up because it's fracked.
Say the last part again.
What? What last part?
I don't know, whatever you said.
My phone is fracked? I said my phone is fracked.
Okay, so how did she find out the gender before 15 weeks? I can answer that. So when my daughter was pregnant, we did the sneak peek when she was 8 weeks pregnant. And it was accurate.
Jet, are you asking if Sarah Anderson can come in here? Is that what you were asking?
Wait, what? Did I just miss that?
Somebody just asked, can Sarah come in here?
Well, which Sarah?
Where's Sarah?
Yeah, sneak peek is as early as 8 weeks. So she absolutely could know. She absolutely could know.
She could. She definitely could. What I said was, there's only two possibilities I think is going to happen here. Either it's going to be a miscarriage spontaneously, and then she picks up another demographic.
Watch out, we're not allowed to talk about miscarriages.
Oh, lovely. Or you shut up. You shut up. I'm going to smack you. Or it's born in November, which is the timeline that we believe it is, and then she's going to take it, say that all of its medical problems have nothing to do with her.
You can find out at 8 weeks.
And it all has to do with the preemie, with it being a preemie.
Right. But
when was the date that when were you still friends with them when she took the plan?
yeah.
What date was plan B?
Okay, so here's the deal. I never got told about the plan B. However, okay.
Of course you didn't.
Right. But here's the deal. So I did a whole thing about this about episode 5. This is why I did a whole thing about episode 5 because I was pissed. Okay. No, you can find out at week 8. I fucking did it. Do not tell me what the fuck I know. Go look up sneak peek and do not fucking argue shit that you are completely wrong on. Anyway, sorry. All right. So what happened was Christy messaged me February 23rd to tell me that if anybody asks if Gypsy's pregnant, she isn't. Ryan was at the urgent care because he had a cold. Remember that story? Okay. So if you look in the show, it happened like right after that. They got into an argument. There was an argument in the kitchen. She tried to tape it with her phone. Now, March 2nd, it was either March 1st, March 2nd, or March 3rd. I'd have to go back in my phone records. I was on a phone call with Christy in a dollar store fucking parking lot, and she is telling me about how Gypsy and Ryan got in this big, huge argument. They got in this big, huge argument, and he went insane, and she ended up in a bathroom, and she said, "You're just like my mother." And I realized watching on that episode that everything that was being said was the exact same. So if that was the case, she would have taken Plan B between February 23rd and March 1st. So do the math from there. That's where, if that's where you're getting at. Also, another thing is Plan B does not work over X amount of pounds. You have to do the upgraded version. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the patch. With the patch, you have to be under, I think, 160 or 180 pounds. And Plan B also only works to X amount of weight, which would then check when Ryan says that she sent him a pregnancy test in April. So I don't know. All I know is a lot of people said that when she took that pill on the show, it looked like she cheeked it.
I wouldn't doubt it because she doesn't care who the baby is with. She just wants a fucking baby.
Also, she by the time that she said it or whatever, it could have been past that 72-hour window. Because if she was to copulate and she's saying that she, the last time we did it was 3 days earlier, if they copulated before that, it could have already started the implantation process. Just because you're using the last date that you copulate does not mean that is the last day. So she could have gotten pregnant a day or two prior if they had relations before the last date that she knew of, the closest one that made it the easiest, if they did the day or two. And she said that there was a couple days that she did it. So it could have stopped to a point, but it could have also been too late for all we know.
And what about the fertility doctor? If they weren't planning, why was
I
she
call
seeing
bullshit.
a fertility doctor?
I call
And
bullshit.
On top of that, I agree. And then on top of that, she was said now it's coming out that Colin Ryan was secretly trying. What in the fuck is going on over there?
Well, okay, but see, one thing people did point out is you cannot have surgery while you're pregnant.
No.
So
well, it's not suggested, but some can with the level of rhinoplasty that she did.
Well, right, because it wasn't. She didn't get knocked out. She got twilighted.
Right.
She got twilighted.
You can have certain ones. It's not advised.
Right.
But if she didn't tell anybody she was pregnant,
they make you take a test.
Do they for that kind of? I don't know. I've never had plastic surgery done, so.
Right. Well, there's a lot of speculation, but then again, speculation is good. It keeps it relevant as to whether it's Ken's or Ryan's. But I know, it's very simple. If they're saying it's Ken's and Ken's wants on the birth certificate in the state of Louisiana, as in most states, if you are married, you are the presumptive father and you will be on that birth certificate. That is Louisiana law. He is the father. Just preemptively, he is there because she is married to him. In order to get Ken's name on the birth certificate, there has to be a paternity test done. He is the presumptive father until a paternity test is done because they are married in the state of Louisiana.
Yeah. Oh. See, that's not true. I had a nose job and reconstructive. A job reconstruction. I was pregnant and didn't know it. See, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
They can do a DNA test while she's pregnant. You can absolutely do a paternity test while you're pregnant.
But I can't. Can I ask you another thing? When the fuck did the back tattoo show up? She got tattooed like that while she's pregnant?
She's had a back tattoo for a minute because she had it at the jazz festival.
Okay, so she had it at the jazz festival. See, I couldn't see it.
Well, I can also tell you though, as a person who is a little bit tattooed, depending on your artist, there are artists that will look the other way if you have a beer. You're not supposed to drink beforehand. There is artists that will look back. I know people who have gotten pierced and tattooed while pregnant. You're not supposed to do that either. So it just depends on how much your artist wants to make a buck.
Fair. And if it's cousin Bobby.
His story don't even flesh. So
I know all about Bobby.
Yeah. Bobby's story doesn't even flesh.
I know shit about Bobby that nobody else knows. Only me and Sarah know. My Sarah, not Pink Cat Bucket.
Well, that's the funny thing. I had a tattoo artist literally tell me, you can go home, get as high as you want, just don't drink because drinking thins your blood. We don't like people to drink. We don't care if they're high.
Oh, Jeff,
Fun
I'm
fact.
not ready to tell all those stories yet. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's things that Bobby said that didn't make no damn sense. And by the way, while other people are in here, by the way, let's put to rest they flushed Dee Dee's ashes. The big deal that
Crying out loud.
they literally put out there this big thing. Oh, we flushed her ashes, but no, they didn't.
Okay, can I speak on that for a minute? Because I even went back and I watched Mommy Dead and Dearest recently because we're tracking all of her stories and putting the lies out. And I went back and I listened to exactly what her grandfather says. And you have to listen to him and you have to think about, he chooses words weirdly. And I've always listened to him. It's very interesting. But what he said is they called and they asked him what they wanted to do with her remains. And he called Darla, and he said, what do we do? And she said, well, Daddy, we ain't going to put her in that grave next to Mommy after what she's done. So I don't give a shit. Just tell him to fucking flush her down the toilet. And he said, okay, well, flush her down the toilet. But no, her sister Claudia has had them the entire time. And when we first realized that the autopsy report was fully sealed, Dinah went over there and she tried to see if the box had the actual autopsy inside, because some of them do, and it was not in there. The only thing that was in there was the death certificate, and it had the date of June 14th, because they cannot put on the death certificate anything other than the time of death that the coroner or medical examiner pronounces her dead. It does not mean she died on the 14th. It means that's when she was pronounced dead.
Right.
So that's it. So they had crashes. They were never flushed.
Yeah.
But people don't listen, and they clipped it, so that all you heard was flushing down the toilet.
Yeah. And they were never flushed down the toilet, but they've also never ever attempted to try to say, oh no, that's not what happened either, though.
One of the sisters has.
No, I'm talking about the parents. The parents have never attempted to try to say, oh, that's not what we meant. That's not what happened.
Well, I don't think Mr. Claude even realizes that people. He's not real worldly. He's not watching all of this shit, so he probably doesn't even care that anybody says that. So he's not going to come out and say anything. He's an old man. You know what I mean? So. And then they fucked him over on the whole essay thing. Melissa Moore did, and the way she edited that. And I don't believe that story at all. Not at all. Neither does anybody in their family.
Christy does.
Christy does? Of course, Christy does. She does not like Miss Laura. She does not like Mr. Claude. And you know what's really funny? She wanted to go into the house with me and Sarah when she insisted that she took me over to meet Claude and Laura. And I was like, no, we can go by ourselves. No, I need to go with you. It's okay. They're a little weird and they'll be more receptive if I go with you. Do you know Mr. Claude said, don't come in. We're fine. And told her to wait outside. They don't like her. So if she thinks it happened, you know.
Because we talked about it. She said that I guess other things had been told or whatever.
Everyone else I've talked to in the family has said absolutely no fucking way, including the person I just mentioned a few minutes ago.
Right. you know, she made the comments to me quite a few times that Gypsy said that there was things that she hadn't even told her. She was not comfortable with. She was not comfortable with telling Christy everything. She couldn't tell Christy everything yet. That there was things that she did not know how she was going to break to them.
Is that the same way she wasn't really honest with her lawyers?
You know, I got to, you know, by the way, I got told that story about the damn CD player, and that was supposed to be some big, huge secret.
What CD player?
When she needed money for rugs, and she said that she broke the CD player, and they gave her money, and then she came clean and told them what it was really for. Yeah, that was supposed to be some big secret, and I was literally looking for something the other day, and I found it in a fucking magazine. I'm like, and y'all say that I leak shit. Y'all say that I got told all this shit, and I never said a damn thing. I knew about the bathroom fight that ended up in People magazine. I knew about the CD player that was in another magazine. I knew that they fucking split, and I can tell you that your little friend, literally, I have the text message where she says. She will tell the content creator of her choice, and 20 minutes later, Natasha was breaking it. 20 minutes later, I have it fucking time-stamped. Within 20 minutes, it was being leaked, and they tried to pin it on me.
I'm aware. Trust me. What did I tell you? I can trust Jazz to be Jazz. I can trust Natasha to be Natasha. I know these people very well. You are right. You are 100% right. And Jazz played you for a while, and she felt bad about it.
And now here's Brie again. And now here's Brie again saying about how I leak shit. Bro, I ain't never. How can it be 4 views and I leak shit at the same time?
Okay, so the CD player story though, I'm gonna have to go back and look at the story that was told to me. But I'm going to tell you right now, it did not involve rugs when I first heard about the CD player incident.
Oh, it definitely, because that's why she was trying to push the, oh yeah, she's had a problem a long time.
Right, that was not the original story, because there was no, I was addicted to anything until she came out of prison.
I know that. And then she tried saying that she planned it when she was high. Are you kidding me? So you were high for 4 fucking years? Are you kidding me? It just out of nowhere, she came out of prison and she started picking up demographics like fucking Pokemon.
Well, okay, I gotta go to bed here soon, but I have one question for you. Have you seen all of Prison Confessions?
I've not seen any of Prison Confessions.
Oh my God. Okay, so you're gonna love this. I don't know if you've heard this yet, but there is a second season of Prison Confessions. It's called Gypsy Speaks. And it's where she reflects on what the bullshit was that she told in the fucking first one. So it's basically her lying about her lies and then lying about those lies. And they do nothing to even like try to back. I mean, they're back-to-back lies. It's fucking hilarious. And you're like, wait a minute, wait, no. But here's the big kicker. Here's the kicker. She says that Nick was coming up with all these different ways that was just horribly torturous to unalive Dee Dee. And one of those ways, you're sitting down. You need to hold on to something. One of those ways was that he wanted to take her body to an abandoned pig farm and have the pigs run through her body, because pigs will run through a body that fast. An abandoned pig farm. Well, who owns a pig farm? Not Nicholas. And how would he take it on a bus to an abandoned pig farm, Brian? An abandoned pig farm.
Yeah, now tell everybody who owns the pig farm.
Dan's mother.
The sister has them.
Pig farm. We were like, so are these free range pigs? Because it's abandoned. How are the pigs still there? Who's taking care of these pigs? Are they just roaming wild? Where is this said abandoned pig farm? Is it in Wisconsin? Where would you find it along the way? And how does Nick know about it now? Are you going to transport it on a fucking bus? Come on now.
She's going to weekend at Bernie's that shit.
You have to admit, when we get together, we're really good.
Where the hell is... I've never even heard of that. Where do you find that at?
Prison Confessions,
Right.
episode 4.
Mhm.
In the very beginning of the second of, no, it's not in the original. Okay, that's even funnier. It's not in the original Prison Confessions. It's an additional scene they add in to this fucking thing where Gypsy's telling the story about how he wanted to take her to this pig farm, and she was just like, "Oh my god."
Okay, but where did you find the additional thing? I've never heard of this.
Oh, nobody's heard of it. They didn't promo it. They didn't fucking promote this. They didn't tell anybody about it. If you go to the Prison Confessions and then you click over to additional or extras, it's a whole nother season. Nobody's seen. We streamed it on our Rumble and Twitch.
Send me the link.
I will. You're going to love it. It's great. You'll find Jimmy Jims in there.
I'm sure I will, because I pick up on things a lot of people don't.
Oh my god. And I'm serious. You're going to be like, who are the editors? Like, they either hate her, or they are the worst editors in the fucking world. But I can tell you this, Melissa Moore is doing that bitch no fucking favors. And I called it. And I said, Christy, I think Melissa's a snake, and I don't want to deal with her. And then when she called to offer me money to do it the second time, I said, no, thank you. I don't deal with unscrupulous bitches like yourself. Uh-oh. Ryan, where'd you go? Good Wives Net. Mine is Good Wives Net everywhere.
So I just got a very interesting screenshot that I probably shouldn't say on a live. Hold on, let me send it to Fancy and let's see her response. Can you still hear me? No. All right. About 2/3 of the way down. That's a really random thing to say.
We're trying to figure out who Faust Gray is, by the way. We don't know who that is, but we love them, and they have been popping up for the last 2 days.
Yeah, because somebody just sent that to me just now. That happened in Veda's live.
What does that sentence even make? That sentence doesn't even make sense.
Did you not read the correct sentence?
The one about the cryptic post?
No. The one where it names.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep, I know.
That's fucking interesting.
Told you. I have all the names and you know it, and I've been telling you the whole time I had all the names. I know it. And
it's
that
interesting.
Other person, I do not believe that person exists. I believe they are doxing a girl and they used her. Listen, that Calico, Can I talk about it for a minute?
Go ahead.
Calico, do you understand that every profile that she has, her Etsy store, her Facebook store, everything started in October of 2023. Nothing before that. There is no record of her before that. There is no Calico Bell before that. October of 23. She's had exactly 8 sales on Etsy, and she has no followers, nothing, no content on her Facebook. Well, she's got some content of pictures, but nothing. Nobody's interacting. Nobody likes it. Nothing. But so where did this Bell girl come from? And I do think I recognize her, but I don't recognize her as someone I know. I recognize her as like, that's a picture I've seen somewhere before.
Well, yeah, and she says that she says that you know her.
I don't.
But then she says that she knows you from places you've never been.
Well, I've never worked that I didn't even know were in this town and are conveniently out of business.
Right. But I don't know. All I know is I know somebody who reached out to her, and she's saying she don't know. Basically, she wants nothing to do with anything.
I bet.
So I don't know. I
bet she doesn't want anything to do with it.
But I think it's very interesting that this person comes in and tries to throw this at. Here's my only problem with a lot of this midnight stuff. I feel like a lot of stuff is wrapped up in a bow and delivered, and I have a big problem with surprise gifts. You got to wonder what strings are attached.
I do too, but I don't think it's a surprise gift. I think they've just been doing too much for too long, and they didn't want us talking because I don't think it's I do not find it funny that all of this has finally come to an head because you and I decided to get out of our own fucking way and speak, and nobody likes it.
I know that.
Nobody wants us talking.
I know that.
Especially and up to Miss Pink Cat Sarah. I'm telling you, I truly do believe she came in with one mission and one mission only, and that was to get rid of you. She was focused on you, Ryan. That's all she ever talked to me about was how you were bad for me, how you were making me upset. And then she goes in after you leave and tells everybody how it is her sole thing, that she is the only one that saved me from you. And she kept me sane and from unaliving myself or doing whatever. None of that is true. Yes. Was I emotional? Yes. But was she saving me? No. And she told everybody, that's why she talks so slow. No, the slow talking fucking annoyed the fuck out of me.
I couldn't stand listening to her talk because she didn't make any damn sense. I couldn't deal with it. I called her from the minute that live went sideways. The thing is, she came to us with this plan about Dan, which was weird because...
Wait, before you get into the story, can I ask you one more question?
What?
I told her when she said, but I should be the PR person, blah, and I told her to come to you.
Right.
Did she come to you and talk to you at all?
No.
Yeah, she told me she did, and you told her no thank you.
She might have said so. She never, I think she might, I'd have to go back and look.
And she said she specifically talked to you, and she was very determined that you did not want anything to do with her, and that was suspicious, and she knew that you just wanted me to herself. But who really wanted me to herself this whole time? She's fucking single white female, man.
All I know is me and Fancy had been throwing this Dan theory around for about a week or two prior. Next thing I know, I get some strange all caps, badly rehashed thing that Sarah had come up with, and she says, okay, well, we're gonna let her in the box for a few minutes. Few minutes turned into 20 minutes. She's frantically messaging me saying, oh my God, get her out of the damn box. Why is she still talking? And then that's when all the people weren't allowed in the box anymore because there was people like Sarah that would not shut the hell up once they got in there. And that's where Sarah came along. And I told her from that moment, I said, this girl has 9,900 followers. There is zero reason that she cannot go live on her own platform. I said, she is literally leeching off of everything that we've done, we've built.
Bought them.
She bought them?
Yes, she told me to buy them.
Yeah, buy
so
them.
We could have 10,000 so we could be in the creator club.
Yeah.
I already had 10,000, remember? Right. I had 20,000 and somehow my fucking account got taken twice.
Yeah. I told her.
You for that. She blamed you for that.
No, I didn't report you that often.
You were reporting me from inside so that it would get taken down.
No, I never reported your lives. I reported like 5 videos.
No. She said you were doing it while you were working with me. Ryan, I'm telling you, she had a hard-on for you from day fucking one. Every conversation was about how you were not the right person for me, and she was.
How can I report a live that I was in all of them? How could I report?
Oh, because you had other devices and you would come in on those accounts and you would report it from inside. And that's why that live got shut down. And yeah, the whole thing.
I'm lazy. That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort. And why would I want to get my own live taken down? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Especially the live that she's accusing you of getting taken down. It's the live
disappearing. But you know what's even weirder?
With your reenactment in it.
But what's even weirder is, so you told me to go find it, and I couldn't find it. And then you asked me if I got rid of it, and I didn't. And I thought that you got rid of it to try to pin it on me. That could have been from the very beginning, dude, because literally we weren't saying it, but we were thinking it. We weren't outright accusing each other of it, really, but we were like, did you take it down? Did you take it down? Did you take it down? No, did you take it down?
That's the thing. Like she kept telling me that it happened, that's what happened. And I said, wait a minute, why would Ryan want the video that has her amazing fucking reenactment in it? And she hates that reenactment. Oh my God, it fucking just triggers the fuck out of her. And I'm like, I don't know why you think it's horrible. I loved it. Even if it was wrong, it showed some fucking initiative that nobody ever fucking does. But yeah. Mm-hmm. I was like, so why would Ryan take that down? It has her piece de resistance in it. And you're going to say that she took that fucking live down? No fucking way.
My question, though, is how where did it go?
I don't know.
Because...
okay, so did we get reported? Because
no.
If we got reported that night and a harassment came across,
it would eat it.
Could have taken the live.
But the only thing I could think of is I've had it happen like one time ever where I went live, I stopped the live, and 3 minutes later I got a message saying that my live had been violated, but I don't remember seeing anything like that. All I know is you told me to go, and I thought it was fishy as hell because she goes, go in and go see if you can find part A, B, blah, blah, blah. And when I went to look, I said, it's not there. And she's like, it's not there. And I'm like, no. And she's like, what'd you do with it? I'm like, nothing. And
I kept requesting over and over again for them to find that live. I asked TikTok over and over again to find it. They could not find it. They could not find the live at all. I don't know what happened. Maybe the violation came through and both of us were trying to do something else and we didn't see it at the end. Like you're saying, like afterwards, and I just cleared my screen and you cleared your screen and we didn't see it come in.
But then we would have had a live violation. It would have came in our notifications that we were violated for going live for the next 1, 2, 3, 5 days.
But we were violated for everything all the time,
I know.
we weren't paying attention. Like we weren't. Every fucking day we were getting a violation of some sort. You know how many times we were banned from going live?
Oh, yeah.
So who fucking knows? Because everything was fucking crazy at that point in time.
But the minute that she showed up in the live and she talked and she talked and she talked, and then she got mad because she took the whole day off of work so that...
She doesn't work.
Yeah,
she doesn't work. She only gets $500 in Social Security, so where would she take her whole day off of work?
I don't know. She said she took the day off of work and that she planned her whole day around coming up in the box. And I said, this girl is nuts. She is completely insane. And we need to not deal with this. I told her that.
No, and she is I personally believe that the incident of the morning that I put her on live where you were asleep and they let you know that she was on live and we did really great until Craig lost his fucking noodle and started screaming at me and the live ended abruptly. I truly believe that was the beginning of you and I having our massive disagreement because you were mad that I would not listen to you about anybody.
That was part of it.
And Sarah was the final straw for you.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know that.
Well, because it irritated me because you kept telling me, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And then I'd see, and I'm like, oh, number one, I felt lied to because it was constantly, I'm not gonna. And then I'd see it. Then it was, I'm listening to you, but you weren't. And then if I was like going behind my back.
I was in a very vulnerable state at the time. And you were not in your best headspace either. And we allowed outside forces to just get in our heads. And I had that in the back of my head. She's fucking trying to screw me. That's all she kept telling me. You were screwing me. You were screwing me. You were screwing me. You were screwing me. And I kept saying, I don't understand. Ryan has her own platform. She has 9 million people over here. She's got 10 million. Why would she need me? There is no reason for her to need me to do any of that. You need me, but she doesn't need me for any of that.
Right.
And so none of it ever made sense, but she wanted you gone from day one. And she's mad again and freaking out and running all over the internet amok for what reason? Because you and I started talking.
Oh, I know.
Again.
She went in Brandy's live saying that me and you talk at the point where Sarah went into Brandy's live and said, they've been talking this whole time. She never left. They're best friends now. They talk every day. At the point in time where Sarah went into Brandy's live, me and her at that point, what happened was when she got a hold of me, we talked for 2.5 straight days trying to figure things out. And then I was like, look, we are both alpha females. We cannot work together in the sense that we worked together last time, but we can appreciate what each other does. We can work with each other in that aspect. And then we literally, we might have said a couple of things in passing the next week. Like we were not even talking really, other than, you know, I'd ask a question, hey, do you have this? Or hey, do you have that? And then next thing I know, I'm hearing on a live that apparently I'm texting somebody all the time. And I'm like, I've barely even talked to this woman. Like, what are you even talking about?
How I found out that that's what she was saying? She told little Alicia that. That's the text message right below that. First she says something about me going to Fort Lauderdale with Greg. Then she says something about me bringing up another co-host. And then the final thing before she says, I hope Nancy goes to jail, is, do you know that she's talking to fucking Ryan again every day? I hope she fucking goes to jail. That is the inciting incident that I was talking to you. Not that she couldn't come and serve Morbid's life. Not that she wasn't going to Fort Lauderdale. Not that I asked Amy to come on and be my co-host for a couple of fucking things. Because I was talking to you. Why would she not want me talking to you? Because if we talk to each other,
she was gone.
figure things out.
That and she'd be gone. She knew she'd been kicked to the curb.
I knew it. She knew it.
She knew her gravy train was over. Her free ride has ended.
Yeah.
Because there's no way in hell. Look, I called that girl for what she was within the first 5 minutes. I did not realize to what level until recently. I didn't realize.
None of us did.
To what level till recently.
Annoying. Look, we thought she was annoying and a bit dramatic. We did not know she was.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize to what level until recently. And there's things we haven't even spoke about on this live yet because we're still getting all of our ducks in a row. But there's a lot of stuff and a lot of really weird things and a lot of text messages. We get sent a lot of screenshots.
Oh yeah, we do.
A lot of screenshots. You know, and I feel like, you know, if anybody has any screenshots that you think either of us need, feel free to send them to us because we are in this. We have this entire thing going on with a lot of screenshots.
Can I ask you a question about the day that the whole thing went down with the live with you and me? What was the reason that you came in there and started asking the questions that you did specifically? What made you do that day? Why?
Well,
and somebody put it in your ear?
No.
Was somebody saying something? What happened?
Now, I know people had told me that you were live, etc. And
yeah, but we were having a really nice live, so I don't understand. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it was just, if I remember correctly, because I know I was walking outside of Dairy Queen. You had said that you were on a live, but you'd get off the live if I would let you call. I was outside the Dairy Queen when that happened. And
but you okay, I'm talking about you asked very specific questions, and I want to know why you asked those.
Because those specific questions was when I had went in on a burner and I had gotten kicked. And so then I was asking you specific questions. Right, but I was asking specific questions.
Do you know who kicked you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
she admitted to kicking you.
Yeah, but I was on a burner. She wouldn't have known it was me.
It was you, Ryan.
I don't know how she wouldn't know that.
She said she kicked you. She said it. She
Well,
knew it was you.
So I said, because I knew I'd been kicked, and I said I was kicked. You're like, you weren't kicked. I was like, I was fucking. And at that point, that's what set the whole rest of the day in motion, because I literally watched myself be kicked. I got told I was not kicked, and I was not living through Ember's bullshit again. I went into a PT. From then on, it was done. Because if you gaslight me.
It was exactly what Abigail said you were going through.
No, I wasn't splitting. I had a PTSD moment. There's a difference.
Okay.
No, I was not splitting. I was having a PTSD flashback of all the times that Ember tried to gaslight me, and I literally saw myself be kicked. And you're like, "No, watch the live. It was a really good live." That didn't happen, and I'm like, "The fuck it didn't." The fuck it didn't.
Kick you, and I knew I didn't kick you. I only kicked Macklin. That was the only person I kicked was Macklin. And I even told my mods, get her the fuck out of here. Oh, wait, no. I'll do it my damn fucking self and show her to the curb, Macklin. You can get the fuck out. Okay, so see, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that day was heavily
constructed.
Manipulated.
Did somebody just say they saw Ken come in here?
Not for crying out loud.
That's why I have to look on my face. Somebody.
Oh, Ken, are you gonna answer my question that I had on Sir Morbid's live?
Yeah, but it could be a. Oh, they're saying Ken is in here. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and ask the question just so he knows.
Hey, Ken, my question that I wanted to ask you was, if all of this grinder stuff isn't true, then why back in the day was that what Don Brown and Christy both
I'm
came
just gonna
running
stir
to
the
me
shit
with
pot a little
when
bit.
TMZ was going to go ahead and break the story of you guys breaking up?
He is in here. He asked you what your question was, but you already answered it. That can't be him.
I don't think that's Ken.
I don't think so either. Hold on.
Nah, Rod Brownshires likes to come
Nope.
around and do stuff too. It's not.
It's
him.
not. It's GS World 91578. It's a fake account, guys. Don't worry.
Absolutely. See. There's
People
some
do that.
funny-
People have been doing that a lot lately, though. There was a person who comes in that's a Brie Gypsy fan, and they came in with a cloned account. Where their name, their picture, everything, and I was dead set it was them, and then they showed screenshots and it wasn't them. So I don't know what I don't really understand why people are doing. Yeah, he was live on somebody's account today, and Fancy was in there trying to get him to answer the question, and he left. Oh yeah,
I was dying. I was just let me ask one question. Just one question. It'll answer everybody's fucking thing right now. It'll give everybody everything to talk about right the hell now. Because I probably have text messages from it back then. I don't know.
I want to
It's
see
been,
text messages.
years. But I think I might have the text messages. Because I think Dawn texted me, but Christy called me. I can't remember what it was down really, but I just know it.
I'm nosy.
Oh my god.
I,
It's 5 o'clock now, lady.
this is my daytime. I don't go to bed till 6 or 7 o'clock, and I took a 6-hour nap, dude. I'm good for the next 36 hours.
Yeah, you
I'm
took
good.
a 6-hour nap while my life was imploding on my daughter's cat, and the cat was. It was not good today.
And by the way, I thought, wait a minute. So how was Ken in Sir Morbid's live to begin with? I thought his account got banned.
What?
Ken's account.
Oh no, YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. I didn't know Sir Morbid did you. Oh yeah, I was on his YouTube. Never mind. My bad. No.
Sleep is overrated. You're absolutely right. I said I would sleep when I'm dead. That's pretty much me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he got his TikTok kicked. Did he ever make a new one?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't care. I don't follow the dude.
I don't know nothing about him.
He knows that.
I know nothing. I'm nothing. I know nothing.
I thought it was pretty audacious of him to try and sit there and say that Katie Joy is unethical for putting all the text messages and shit out. You're unethical. What? Do you understand who you're marrying and having a baby with? I mean, Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. And can we all talk about the fact that Gypsy thought that Santa Claus was going to visit her in jail? Come on, I need you to talk about that. You have not said a thing. This is not like you.
Because there's no way. There's no way. There's no way at all. I'm sorry. There's just
I
none.
understand, but talk about the absurdity of her saying this.
Okay, but it's another well-developed plan. Okay, so I heard about this a day or two ago, right? People are literally still talking about how stupid that comment was. But guess what? All press is good press.
Right?
All press is good press. There's gonna be other stupid shit she's gonna say. It's gonna do the same thing. All press is good press.
That one was particularly hilarious. Like, honey, even if you do believe that, did you not think that maybe unaliving your mom
Might have put you on a naughty list?
To do it. They're coming to take me away. No, getting an autistic kid to do it probably put you on the permanently banned naughty list. I'm just saying. I mean.
Why do we have to make your life so interesting? I can never sleep until it's over. I'm sorry. I'll try to be more dull next time.
It's on my channel. I just posted it. Gypsy did a little live, and she was talking about how are they going to do the Easter Bunny and and it's a little bit kind of triggering for her because she was never told, just like she was never told how old she was, and she didn't have candles on her cake. Apparently, you have to be very specific with Gypsy for her to understand things. I don't know, but she was never told.
There's pictures of her with numbers on her cake.
I know that. I found those.
There's literally numbers.
Wait, but let's stick with Santa for a moment. Stick with
ADHD.
Santa.
Squirrel.
Apparently, no one told her that Santa was not real. So after she was arrested and Santa didn't show up in the Greene County jail, she was just a little bit devastated and heartbroken because she didn't know that Santa wasn't real. She still believed in Santa at 23 years old.
But that, again, think about it. This is actually a really good story to put out there. It shows. I don't think if anybody's not grasping why this story was used. It shows the naivety, the innocence of what she was. Well, I just really thought that Santa was gonna. It shows her that naive, innocent. And if you remember back to when they posted on Facebook, I graped her sweet, innocent daughter, and she's the one that wrote that. She wants people to remember her as sweet and innocent. That's the biggest thing. So why not take the thing that is most innocent, Santa? Why not take the thing that is most innocent? Well, I really still believed in Santa. I really did.
Well, here's my thing. My question is so when the cupcake, you ate the cupcake and the dentist just ripped out all of your teeth, did the tooth fairy leave you $1, or was it more than that? And do you still believe in the tooth fairy? Is he still going to come leave you under there if somebody knocks out a tooth? Like, do you still believe in the tooth fairy? I'd love to know. Like, really? If
she believes in the tooth fairy, she owes the tooth fairy a dentist bill for giving her all them teeth back. Wait, what? Ryan said one of her triggers in an interview and she didn't respond. And then she said her trigger in the end of the show and nothing. Huh?
What? I don't see it. Read it again.
Okay, I'm on YouTube. Okay, somebody says Ryan said one of her triggers in an interview and she didn't respond. And then she said her trigger in the end of the show and still did nothing. I'm gonna need you to elaborate. I'm gonna need you to elaborate. No, it's not. That's not the real Ken. It is a false fake account. You're gonna just send it to me? Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan. She said she's impulsive. Yeah, I know all about impulsivity. It's actually kind of strange how well she managed to formulate a plan, to be honest. For anybody who wants to think about her second grade level, you have to think about the fact, not only did she plan all of this, but before she planned it, she had other options. She had plan A, plan B, plan C. And within plan B, they had researched different ways, which she wanted one that was not painful. There was a
she explains that it was Nick's idea to do it really, really brutally. It was all Nick, not her. She would never do that to her mama. She wanted her mama to go peacefully in her sleep.
Well, then she should have jabbed her with some damn insulin, and that would have called a day a day.
Did you see what I was doing?
I mean, she's literally a diabetic. All it would have took was a needle between the toes, and it would have been done and over.
Hey, you know what else could have kept her body from bleeding like that? Is being in a diabetic coma.
Yeah.
So if she gave her an extra shot and sent her into a diabetic coma, the blood would be different. And
I don't think they would have. If they were testing her for different drugs, they're not going to test her for something that she's prescribed, especially insulin. I don't even think. I'm sure there is a test for insulin, but they're not going to think to look.
Well, I think even if insulin came back, it wouldn't matter because they would just think she maybe overgave. Because my mother used to do that. If she did her sugar and then she would take a certain amount based on that sugar level, sometimes it would drop really low,
right,
and it would be all fucked up. But they're not going to sit there and look at the levels
of
how much insulin isn't there. So that might be an interesting thought process. I've always wondered if there's any stab, a pen poke anywhere between her toes or anything like that.
All right, look. Plan B, plan A, plan B, and plan C. Somebody just said, I wondered if she was dyslexic because plan B and plan C were backwards. Because plan B was always going to come before plan C. Plan A failed. So what happened was Plan B came around as a second option, and then they threw C on there. Plan B was always the option. That's why it came before Plan C.
I don't think she screamed. That's what we're trying to tell you. Nothing that these people have said makes any sense. Not even
Oh, the
anything
You're
Nick
My
has said.
Heart.
Not even anything Nick has said. So you can't. Nick is brainwashed. I'm sorry.
I think he's
He
still
is under her
brainwashed.
spell. So she could have convinced him of anything, and he would have said anything she told him to do. And he was rehearsing it for 16 hours. That's what he was doing while she was playing with the fucking fishy pillow that first responders bought her at the hospital when they went to get her checked out because they felt sorry for her.
Well, also don't forget though, and you know this, you know, I know how much you love to throw shade or whatever, but the reality is, and this happens in a lot of interrogations, and a lot of interrogations, they will pick one person, especially the one person they think is going to fold, and they build a rapport with them by kissing up to them. How have you been today? What's some stuff going on? So they played her perfectly. A lot of people thought that the investigators were not doing their job. They weren't doing that. They were playing her perfectly. They made her comfortable. They made her safe. They made her, you know, feel like she could confide. They led her awfully and gave her opportunities to say shitty things. You know, they did it because she was this little delicate flower.
So do you remember when the first responders from Wisconsin came in our live and said that the reason they put her in that actual room was because they really did still think she was the victim that was kidnapped? They went in there with one goal and one goal only: to have Nicholas go to John confess.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and is that's it.
But they did it.
Him.
But they still used the same tactics, but basically to get her to roll.
They did classic textbook police interrogation tactics. It's a system, and I can't remember the name of the system right now. But they played by pipe, and he was torturing her, mental torture with that eraser thing and that fucking snowball. He was doing it on purpose. It drove all of us crazy. It drove her crazy.
Well, not only that, but the whole, you want people to be proud of you. You want people to be proud of you, and then he sets her up and she fell right into it so quick. When he said, did he make you? Did he make you? And she just pulls the arm up. You don't know how he is. Yeah. And she just, boom, went with it.
He's got real problems. Maybe he can get help now.
Yeah,
and wait, she started that whole fucking setup though from the very second when she said to the first guy that was sitting there with her, I don't know why I'm here, but I really hope it doesn't have anything to do with my boyfriend. He got in trouble a little while back and I was so mad at him, and so if he has done something, I'm gonna just have to smack him upside his head.
I've heard a theory float around that Gypsy was the one who called the police on him for the McDonald's thing. At McDonald's.
I doubt it. I think that was her plan. And I think that third text message disappeared because she didn't get away. For whatever reason, she sent those first two text messages, and I think she was trying to get out of there, and for whatever reason she didn't. And that third message was sent so that she could be the gone girl.
Right.
And then whatever was supposed to take place from that third one to whatever, something went awry again. Because here's the problem with Gypsy. Gypsy plans, and she's very patient, and she'll plan something out, but she's not thorough in planning. She does not think of all the different things that could go wrong. She doesn't think about certain things. She's not knowledgeable about, everything that this is or that is, because yes, she was somewhat sheltered, not really.
Well,
so all of her plans go wrong. Every single one of them.
Don't forget, there's an interview. By the way, for anybody in here, if you can get your hands on this interview, I can't find it. If you can find the interview, Gypsy she goes on an interview and very stupidly, I can tell you the damn interview verbatim, but I can't find it. She says, there's no conspiracy law in Missouri, so I knew I would never get conspiracy.
Yep. It's the podcast she said that she's not a schmutterer on.
Was it that one?
Yep.
Because she said that she knew she wasn't going to get conspiracy. So that's That's where her brain was going.
It's either that podcast or she said it on The View when she was talking to Joy BR.
Somebody just said a view. Somebody said vile.
Yeah, so Vile is the podcast that she did where she said, I don't identify as a murderer. And I think it's in that one, but she might have also said it on The View.
Yeah, she said that she had looked up to see if she would get conspiracy. And then there is no conspiracy.
She said that Mike told her that there was no conspiracy, and he had to tell her that, and that's why she was being charged with second. But she actually Googled it, and she did a search engine, and she's a fucking liar all the way. We know that. But that was her news story, was Mike told her it.
Now that's not the one that I saw. I saw something where she said that that she had found out.
I know, and then she changed it and said that Mike told her that.
Of course.
Went to see him first time.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So Mike is her lawyer, except he's her manager now.
He's her manager now. Apparently he wasn't doing very good as a lawyer. I can attest to that. He's fucking a horrible lawyer, so hopefully he'll be a better manager. I don't fucking know. I mean, horrible lawyer.
Well, I mean, he's not that bad. He got her second degree plea. He can't be that bad.
A second degree plea. Christy got her a second degree plea with HBO helping.
Sam, we did.
No. This is what Mike did. Mike took all the little things that Christy gave him, that HBO put together for him on the USB drive. He walked into Patterson's office and he said, "Here you go. This is what I'm supposed to give you." And Patterson went, "Fuck. I don't know if I can fucking get a conviction on this." Or Patterson went, "Fuck, this is going to expose all the shit that we don't want to expose. So, yeah, we're going to give you a plea deal. One hell of a plea deal. Let's sink that boy." I'm telling you.
So, two things. Sam, we were talking about the Minnie Mouse duct tape and the fact that nobody could find it, or it's pre-cut slices or anything like that, or the fact it wasn't even used. But two, and it's really weird to me because there was a person who lives in Arkansas, and they were telling me that they were looking into Gypsy's name change in Arkansas. That she never found anything, obviously, because this person always had empty promises and weird intel like Anonymous, but whatever. Anyway, I still want to know what the fuck the name change in fucking Arkansas is about.
I can't figure out what that is.
Now, Christy tried telling me it was where that may have been where she dropped the E off of Blanchard. But why would you do it in Arkansas? Because in Arkansas, you have to be a resident of Arkansas to be able to change your fucking name.
What business would she have in Arkansas at all?
It's not like she knows anybody in Arkansas.
No, she don't know anybody in Arkansas. No, but nobody on an abandoned pig farm either,
Yeah. Of all the states to have a name change, though, of all the states she could have picked to have a name change, she just picked the one that she has no reason to pick. And by the way, guys, this is fact. You can go look. It's in her file. She talked about having a name change September 23rd in her case file. By the way, CaseNet's weird now, guys. Did you guys know this? CaseNet is revamping their files on Gypsy. I found out today when I went to go look. Yeah. So you know how there's the one. So when you look in her CaseNet, there's 3 sections. There's the section for the house. Then there's the section where it started. So the very bottom section was the original charges. And then as it started to upvamp and up until now was the second one, and it started July. So the first one started in June. The second one started in July. And I was looking for a particular thing. I was looking for her absolute initial first degree charge, right?
I have it.
Okay, hold on. You can go verify this. So I clicked the second one, as I always do, because that's where the case continues. The first thing it shows is her second degree plea. So I'm like, what the fuck? I go down to the bottom one and it says, all of these have been moved. Check this one. So then I check that one and then I start clicking in here and then it would say, it doesn't have it for this case. It doesn't have it for something happened since I looked last, that her CaseNet does not have some of the shit in it that it had in it before. I just did this today because I was looking. I wanted to see where she had gotten first degree initially, and the first thing that's in there is her plea for second. All the way down to the bottom, the first thing that it talks about is her plea to second degree, but it doesn't have all the shit in there before from her first degree and all that stuff. It's gone. It's fucking gone.
I'll go verify it and I'll dig up the shit that's real so that you can have it. But okay, so somebody just said, this is very interesting. Michelle just said, autism in prison is in here. You know that's Thea's bestie, right?
No, they're not besties.
Are you sure?
As far as I'm aware, autism reached out to me and she said that Thea's doing to her what she does to me.
Oh, I'm sure.
Thea latched onto her. Thea latched onto her, accused her of stalking. The same Thea shtick. Because I said something to her. I was like, "Aren't you guys besties?" She's like, "No." She's like, "She's accused me of stalking her." I said, "Well, join the club."
We'll join the club. Okay, so Michelle just said, "What the fuck? Arkansas girl just shared the live. That's freaky." So some chick named Arkansas girl just shared our live. Is that a coincidence because we're talking about Dan in Arkansas? It's interesting.
I know lots of people have lots of burners.
You don't know who I am. I can't help you.
Yeah, I know lots of people have lots of burners, but I mean, you know.
Okay, well, autism, I'd really like to talk to you because I was enjoying talking to you, and then she ruined that whole fucking thing because she told me you were her best friend and and I was like, oh, hell fucking no. I'm blocking everybody that has anything. If they breathed next to Thea, I was blocking them.
I feel that. I feel that. No.
If a person mentioned the word Thea, I was like, nope.
No. Okay, no, listen. So literally her daughter reaches out to me again, babbling on about some bullshit. And I tell her, I said, look, I said, your mom is certifiable. I said, and if she leaves me alone, I'll leave her alone. It's that simple. I said, I don't care enough about your mother to do anything, right? So since then, for 2 days, she's been making videos at me, trying to call me a liar, etc. And she tried to catch me in some lie. And so I showed a video because she literally she put out a video saying, if you have a problem with me, you can just message me. And then she tells Iris to have me message her. I message this girl and she literally flags me. I lose all messaging for a month. I hit appeal and they give it to me back. I said, dude, you set me up. I said, you wanted me to message you so that you could flag me, so that you could get my account kicked. I said, but it backfired because they gave it all back.
Right. Okay. So I sent you the text message of her in TikTok reaching out to me recently in our conversation. I'm just thinking about the choice of words and what she said in that. And if I remember correctly, she said, da-da-da-da-da. And I said, well, which one? Or she said something about, this is the one that you got banned from whatever. She mentions Resident Midnight. And I said, well, which one? There's lots of them. And she said, the one that you got banned. She says, I'm Resident Midnight.
She says everybody, she says everybody is. And I had to laugh. Because she likes to put out, shit about me all the time. But what made me laugh is I have 50 screenshots from Iris, right? And over a 4-day time, she accused 6 different people. She accused 6 different people.
She was admitting to herself being Midnight, Sarah. I mean, sorry. So sorry, Ryan. I was trying to think of something else. I'm thinking about Sarah because I'm thinking Sarah is involved in this. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? What do you mean that? How was she saying that it was her?
I said that. I'll be right back. I have to go look at the wording. I'll be right back.
I feel like there's always just.
Get out of here so I can. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right back.
Okay. All right. Oh wow, I'm big again. She'll be back, guys. She'll be back. When there is so much stuff going on behind the scenes, and I told you guys this months ago. I said, months ago that there was a bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes, but it was really convoluted, and I was never going to talk about it. And I've been slowly talking about it the past X amount of days, and just doing fancy things, no big deal. But there's a lot of things that's going on behind the scenes. A lot of players that we did not realize were together until recently. And there is a very large, weird diabolical thing going on that honestly, I wouldn't believe if I wasn't seeing it with my own hands. I literally would not believe it because it's so convoluted that it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Thank you. My eyes are my only good feature. I appreciate that. So yeah, my husband says if you talk to her, if you go back to her after everything she did, your followers are going to be mad. They're going to hate you. I was like, actually, a lot of them were kind of happy. It's the biggest problem that was what we started to realize when we started talking again. When I said, look, she's like, you have information I need. Yes, I have a YouTube. It is Ryan Lee TM on YouTube. Please go follow it. I need more subscribers. I need more members. That is my income. My husband has a job. I need my Temu money. If you guys could go follow my YouTube, watch my videos, be so kind to join a membership, like that would be amazing. I'm actually live on YouTube right now. All of my lives are on YouTube. You can go binge watch me right now if you like me. I have a playlist of all of my lives since March. Apparently I'm really great to listen to while you clean. It is Ryan Lee TM, no dots, no dashes. It's it's not the exact same name. It is Ryan Lee TM, all one word on YouTube. As TikTok is possibly going belly up, I have been starting to make my way onto YouTube. And so, if you guys could go follow my YouTube and watch stuff there, I would super appreciate it. Subscribe, membership would be great. Yes, I am very well aware, Amy. I'm 1,000% aware. I'm 1,000% aware. I go into everything now with my eyes completely open. I've learned that. Okay. So what's this?
I don't know if I can read it.
I can read it. Damn, dude. Hi there. I wasn't going to stop till I found your resident midnight and exposing the good wives and the current April, the con artist on Reddit. Do you know who the stalker page of mine is? You're like, what? She's like, Midnight. You had her banned from Reddit for copyright. She renamed her account. Okay.
Look what I asked her. I said, what? Which one of you is this? I can't keep up anymore. And she answers that she's resident Midnight. You had her banned on the Reddit to copyright. Then she says
that is kind of weird. That is
answering my question strangely, but I think she's literally telling me she's resident Midnight.
She could have fucked up. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, she could have fucked up.
I think so.
Exactly, Star. Exactly, Star. 100%.
She's fucking cray, man. Cray above all.
No, the amount of screenshots that I have gotten from people in the past 2 weeks, she has went on all these diatribes, messaging people, telling people that I'm on an FBI watch list. I have been investigated by the state police.
Okay, so we've got Thea running around right now. We've got Sarah Anderson running around, and we've got Sarah Jane Anderson running around. I haven't heard from Thea in forever, Ryan.
And then she comes out of nowhere. And
since she left, since we got rid of her, and you went away, I have never heard from her at all.
But then, there was an account. Remember, the account I told you guys to try to get me to myself. In those videos, there was 5 of them that me and you were merged into a person, and the hashtag was besties.
Yes.
Weird.
Who's mad that we're besties?
Weird.
Well, who's mad that we're besties?
Oh, I know. And then then Thea was being weird because there in like 3 videos she was like backing me. She's like, leave Ryan alone. You'll know this. And then now she's right back to her same bullshit of saying shit about me. Like I get whiplash from that girl. Like whiplash.
She was trying to tell me. She was like, I've got so much I can tell you. I've got 6 years of that. I've got 6 months of this, and I've got da. And I was like, then prove it.
I know. And then she's like, I wouldn't stop till I found your Midnight.
Huh?
She's like, I wouldn't stop till I found your. Why does she owe you that? Why does she care?
No, she was thinking that I'm Midnight.
No, originally she said I wouldn't stop. She's like, I know who your Midnight is. What she does, like I said, I've had umpteen people. I mean, scores of text messages. She has reached out to the Wambulance. She's reached out to Bree. She's reached out to Iris. She's reached out to all these people, and like I said, I have read screenshots
Here,
that
you have Brandy in there or a Kendall in there that she's reached out to.
that they have not come to me about, but I know she's reached out to Dawn Brown because Dawn has shown me text messages. So,
So
you know,
you're telling me she reached out to herself?
dude, I have seen this girl conversate with herself on Reddit. So.
I know, but I think Dawn Brown is part of this, so she reached out to herself. So Resident Midnight reached out to Dawn Brown because Dawn Brown is part of Resident
No,
Midnight.
Thea reached out to her. Thea, no, the actual Thea reached out to actual. Hey, Pink. Actual Thea reached out to actual Dawn. Dawn sent me the screenshots. Oh, now Brandy and Thea were talking though, because I did see that too as well. So she's got her hands in all of them.
I know there's more than one person, but if the person that is the common denominator here starts with an S and ends with an A.
You know what's wild though? You know what's really fucking? How do they have the same fucking name, dude? Oh, but we should probably point out that Sarah UK has a brother who lives in
Missouri.
No.
Arkansas,
no,
Arkansas,
no,
Illinois. That's right, Illinois.
where Sarah
Her brother
lives.
lived in Illinois.
Did I do something to Athea? Oh, to Athea? Why is she obsessed with me? So basically what happened was Fancy and Thea were kind of getting together to kind of do the whole Good Wives thing.
For 4 whole days.
For like 4 days. I came in and so Thea started messaging me for like 3 days. And she started with these off the wall theories about Dan, which by the way, may or may not be accurate now that we're looking back. But I said, I need you to show me your proof. Like we cannot just fly with accusations. Like we need to, well, I have proof. Okay, great. Can you show me the proof then? I said, you know what? I'm done. I said, I told Fancy, I said, this girl is nuts. So we kind of went, eh. Now the thing that she puts out there is that she blocked Fancy. She blocked, no. And so ever since I came in and stole that thunder, apparently, I've been enemy number fucking one. Enemy number fucking one. Okay. I'm the only one that I'm aware of that got cops called to their fucking house, which is insane to me when you think about the fact that I have put up a multitude showing that the very things that she's blaming me for, she's done. And I have them proof and I have those receipts and I have shown them.
That was the best when you did that.
She also, the other day, she tried to say that because I hosted a live where other people came in that I didn't even know who one of them was. She had a Thea name and said she knew things about it. So I put her up on the panel. I don't know who the fuck she is. She's like, you know all this and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, first of all, let me just tell you something about your parody page. Like 12 people know who the hell she is. Like 12 people. Like, it's not special that I know. And then she's like writing people being like, Ryan's connected to so many names. She went after Justin on TikTok. Now, me and Justin are friends on here, okay? And I said, so I heard that Thea has an issue. And he was just like, she don't want this. Like, he's like, she don't want this. You know, he's got 1.4 million followers. He could destroy her. He could destroy her with a blink. Well, her thing is anybody who's in question, I'm tied to. I'm tied to all of these people. Bitch, you know why? You know why I'm tied to these people? Because I have 30,000 followers on one account. I have 30,000 followers on another account. And I have 100,000 on another account. I'm going to be tied to people. I'm sorry I have followers that I didn't buy. Okay, right. I can't help who's following me.
Right.
If you want to say that I'm guilty by association, then I'm screwed all the way around because I got 160,000 followers on TikTok, and apparently I must be tied to some crazy shit because I can control who I'm tied to. And am I friends with him mutually on TikTok? Yes. Does that mean fuck all anything? No.
No. She's a fucking lunatic, man. A lunatic. But I'm telling you, I'm beginning to realize, I think we have all the names. I think we know who everyone is now.
We just need to figure out where the fuck they fit, though.
No, I think I know exactly where they fit. And there's 2 people, like I said, there's 2 people that I know are involved somewhere, and I can't figure out where they're involved. That's why I was so convinced that they were involved as Belle. because of what she had said, but I know they're somewhere. I just don't know who they are or what they're doing, but they are part of it. I know it because I know their patterns and what they were doing. So
Right. The problem.
Excuse me, Newport. Do you understand what she could be given sent back for? It has nothing to do with the fact that Bree was telling her to lie to her parole officer.
It was what she was supposed to lie about.
That was the problem. The problem is that she was utilizing others to contact inmates. Whether it was Nick or Amelia or anyone else, she was using them for that. That is a parole violation. What Bree told her to do was to lie to her parole officer about it. And if she did, that'd be another parole violation as well, just so you know.
I'm still stuck on the whole fact of the text message that I got that I didn't have it all, and I was putting shit out there. I was like, all I did was share the video. Like, I didn't even put nothing with it. Like, I literally got the video and I duetted the video, and she's like, you're putting shit out here and you don't even know what's going on. And I'm like, all I did was duet a video, bro. Like, I didn't put out there this, I didn't put out there that. And then she hits me back with, but and this makes no sense, that the parole officer knew about the video before it was leaked in its entirety. It was literally leaked immediately. It was literally leaked immediately. Like, somebody saw what was going on, screen recorded it, and it was up and out, like kapow, bang, done. So I want to know where she had time to stop the live, go into the YouTube editing bay, record it, and send it off in its entirety to him. Because that's what she's saying. She's saying that the PO officer is aware of it in its entirety and that he had it before it got leaked. That is literally impossible. Like, literally impossible. And if you don't believe me about the text messages, I literally put a video up of them. Because I'm tired of people telling me that this, that, whatever. All I know is I went to take a fucking nap, and I get up to, I'm an attention whore who does anything for views. And I'm like, did you reach out to you?
Who?
Bree.
No, of course not.
No.
But I have her blocked. But to be fair, I have that bitch blocked on everything in every which way possible. There's no way. Except for, well, no, I don't. Because her new account, Zaddies Don't Lie, I do have. And she's been coming all over my page and making comments. And I've just been like, what are you fucking even doing here? Like, get the fuck out of here, you weirdo.
Because you put that video up. Why didn't she reach out to you? So did Starlight. So did Nina. Nina got 70,000 views in an hour. Why didn't she make a video?
You had even seen it, hadn't I?
You had told me about it, and I think we put it. And yours was sitting. Wasn't that the video that was sitting at 96?
Yeah, mine had been sitting for 2 hours waiting for it to finish. That's
Right.
why I said I thought I put it out first. That's why I told you it was on my page, and you
right.
looked, you're like, no, it's not on my page, and I was like, oh fuck, it's still sitting at 76.
So before I took my nap, I put it up. All I did was duet the video that you had. You sent it to me. I duetted off of Pennsatucky or something. And I'm like, so did you contact Starlight and Nina and Fancy and Penn? No, just me. It's always just me. I'm always the one that's taking all the blame, getting yelled at for all the fucking time for everything.
Oh, and somebody wants to know if her PO knows. I have on very good authority that yes, absolutely.
Well,
that her PO knows now if he didn't know before.
Well, not only that,
and I didn't do it.
But not only that, but in the call, and this is why it makes no sense. Gypsy is saying the decision will be made tomorrow. And then Bree's going on about, well, I would just lie or whatever. So something happened, and I guess somehow somebody put in there that Christy debunked the police coming. But here's my thing. If Gypsy and Bree had that live last night after we talked about the police coming, somebody had to do something, because she said, I don't know, the decision happens tomorrow, meaning today. And what was said to her, because something was said to her yesterday, because she said the decision's happening tomorrow. So something got told somewhere.
Look, Nellie says 100% the police were there. There is no call log for a 911 call from what she understands, and no police report was filed at all. Nothing, as if nobody showed up there. So no 911 call had to have gone out. None, because it would have been in the logs. So,
Right.
So here's what I think. Like I said, I believe the police showed up to serve her either a summons or a citation or whatever it is from the parole officer. And Christy has to fucking cover it up because the locals went ballistic. So she would not show a picture of Rod home. All she had to do was turn on her camera and say, "Yep, there's Rod. He's right there, and Gypsy's right there, and there's nothing going on."
But Gypsy could have went live. Gypsy could have went live and literally been like, "Hey, Dad."
She would not give any proof that Rod was still in the home, and they have disputed this in 19 minutes. 19.
She was watching Ivory. She was watching Ivory.
Yep.
She was watching Ivory. But the thing is, again, and to reiterate this for people that may not have grasped what we were saying. So if there's no call log for police, people swear they saw police there. Christy's saying there was no police there. They weren't called there. They could have shown up with some type of violation of parole because that night, Gypsy literally said, "Well, the decision is happening tomorrow." Something happened. Her PO got a hold of her somehow that night.
Is Bree live right now? Because if Bree's live right now, I'll go to her live and ask her what the fuck she's talking about.
I'm sure she's streaming this
I've
one.
been up on her live already. Did you see the one I did the other day with her?
No.
Oh my god. Oh, she fucking went nuts. It was hilarious.
Well, it is ass o'clock in the morning, so she
I
probably.
pulled a Starlight. I went in there and I was super fucking sweet to her until she just freaking went nuts and I just lost it on her. And then she's like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "Dude, you are so fucking stupid." And I walked out. Like, it was hilarious.
I just don't understand where she thought her telling me that the police the PO knew before it was leaked. How would he know before it was leaked? Did you set her up?
Christy? Because people are saying that. People are thinking that Bree was not aware. Bree knew they said Bree knew she was on live. And they feel like maybe Christy and Bree, because Bree is closer to Christy than she has ever been to Gypsy. Bree, they have been fighting. They have been having a hard time. They are having a horrible point. She wants to control her money. What better way than to send her back so she cannot have to deal with her anymore right now, because now she's stuck with her because she left Ryan's.
Who had the original clip of Bree and Gypsy's conversation?
I can't remember who had it. I just saw it on my For You. I was just scrolling.
Right.
And
no, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. I can't wait. She's gonna blow up my fucking messenger when this clip goes out.
It's almost too convenient. You're right, Charlotte.
Oh yeah. Words going back here. Social. I'm just gonna throw her mods in here. Yeah, we have the original posted too. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying who originally did it. Yeah, we have the pen one. That's who we duetted it off of, was Pensa whatever. But here's the thing. Okay, so I have my setup right here. Y'all can't see it.
Well, why don't you just go suck her ass while you're at it?
So I have my setup right here for YouTube. I have my setup right here for YouTube. And you can tell that the phone is here, and then there's the setup for YouTube here. And the phone is here. So she's got her phone here like this.
Here, right. Mm-hmm.
And she's got her phone here. And she's getting ready to be on her YouTube like I am right here.
Right.
And the YouTube is picking up the phone call, and she's talking on the phone right here. And number one, my webcam has a nice green light right here, so I know when it's being in use.
So does mine.
But if you go to put the only thing that can happen, what I think, if it was an honest mistake, is right before, and anybody who's gone live on YouTube is going to know this, there's a part where it says you're getting ready to go live, and then you actually have to hit it to go live. But it doesn't activate your camera. You only get your camera activated once you hit that live button, and it says you're live. It literally says you're live right on the screen. So you're telling me that she knew she knew she was getting ready to go live. So she has a whole conversation about that right on a phone, and she's like, why would you do that? Why? I don't know.
Okay, so my only thing is, I don't know, because I don't watch Brie. Okay, I don't stay up to 4 o'clock in the morning generally watching stupid fucking TikToks. I'm sorry, I don't. Okay, but especially not hers. Yours aren't stupid. Okay, that's the difference. The key word there is stupid. But I don't know how long she had been live because she does these 14, 15, 16-hour lives. So maybe she thought she hit the button to end a live.
No, because in the video she said, it's a good thing I just started this live at the very end of the video. And this is what I'm trying to figure out, because she talks about it and she goes, and she gets a text message and you hear bleep bleep and she's like, oh wait, what's this? And then you like, she reads the text message and she goes, oh, it's a good thing I was just getting ready to go live because I just told you to lie. Like,
okay.
At the end of the video, because I can't figure out what the fuck that means, because she's getting text messages and then you hear ding and she was like, oh wait, what's this? And she's like, oh yeah, it's a good thing I started to go live because I just told you to lie. I still can't figure that out. I don't understand how that plays in.
I'm gonna watch it again.
Oh, this okay, I didn't look at this. They said she looks at the camera too before she said that, like she was acting.
She did, because she was like over like this, and then she came up over like that.
If she's not live, I think she may be in here. I just saw a name come in.
Well, let's ask her.
I don't know. She's not gonna say it's her, so. I put 2 and 2 together. She didn't know. I put 2 and 2 together on this. She said something, and I realized that she was part of an account. So, but no. Here's my thing, and I even sent her a message afterward. I said, if you would have just came into my messenger and been like, hey, you posted that, you didn't really know what was going on. You could have asked me. You could, before you posted this. I said, you could have came to me very respectfully and explained it away, and I literally would have got on here, and I literally would have backed her, because that's what I do. I have literally backed numerous people I don't care for or that I don't agree with.
You backed me before when you didn't like me.
And I said, if you would have just came to me and been like, hey, look, so this is what happened. I know what it looks like, but this is what was going on. This is what happened. I literally would have taken the video down, as I've done numerous times, and said, hey, so the video I just posted, I just talked to Brie. This is what she says. Because I have, more followers, more reach, and I would have got the word out for her to help set the word straight, because I don't like misinformation. Instead, she came in, told me that I was a fucking loser, that nobody believed, and that I did nothing. I was nothing but an attention whore. Well,
that's what she's doing to me too. That's exactly what she did to me too. She left nasty comments because that's all she can do.
And she told me that I'm not believable. And I'm like, well, the 11,000 new followers I've gotten, so I think I am.
She told me I'm destroying my credibility with this. She told me I was destroying my credibility with this.
I got that I don't have any integrity and I will do anything for clicks and views. So.
How is that for clicks and...
It didn't even, guys, it got 4,000. It got 4,000. That's nothing. It got 4,000. Well, no, here's my thing. You don't get to fuck up and then blame people for outing you for fucking up. You're the fuck up. Take the blame. Take the blame. Don't blame the people who out the fuck up. And my fuck up only had 4,000 views. Go get Nina had 70,000 views in an hour. Go bother her. Make one of your videos at her. You do it all the time. You literally could have been like, Nina, you don't even know what you're talking about, and explained it. Instead, I guess she went on some live ranting and raving. But the what she told me makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense at all. It does not make sense. Hold on, if I can even find it. I got so many fucking. I don't even know which one I got. I was actually that was an accident. I was actually putting. I'm not gonna say who those were to. I got mad and I was gonna put some of those up now. I can't get it to go away. Oh, it's stuck now. I can't even see the chat. Hold on, I can't even see anything. I can't even see the chat now. I fucked up. I can't see the chat.
You can't see the chat.
There we go. Okay, what happened? What troll?
They just said, "Oh, here come the trolls."
Oh, I haven't seen any, but I guess we'll see.
Either, but 30 whole people just entered the room for no reason.
Oh, I love when that happens. No, it's been, honey, we've been on this live for a while. We've been holding steady between 420 and 470. And so it's a little weird that all of a sudden 30 just hit out of nowhere.
Right,
That
we
is a little
talked about
weird.
Brie.
Right. So, I mean, does anybody know if she's live and people are coming over here to check shit out or what? No, I mean, Nina, look, Nina broke it. I hate saying it because, but she did have that video. Now, I don't know. She got it probably from the Pensa, whatever. But she's where I went and I did go see it there because I didn't know where the Pensa one was. And I figured if anything happened with Brie, Nina'd be on it. And Nina was on it. And it had 70,000 views in an hour. So if anybody wants to get mad, if she wants to get mad at somebody, go get mad at her. Mine got 4,000 views, dude. That's nothing. That's nothing.
Nina's a flip-flopping, stealing content piece of crap. I don't know.
Well, I will tell you guys this, for everybody that's in this room right now, just so you know, for the love of, I had to say this yesterday, for the love of Christ, please stop tagging her in my content. I'm going to tell you 2 reasons why. Number one, she is not some fucking number one on the spot. Okay, number one. But number two, she has me blocked.
Me too.
She has me blocked. There is zero reason. Although I gotta say, I part of me loves it because she's getting hit with having to be tagged in my shit constantly, and I know that has to absolutely, and she can't see it. So I'm sure that is infuriating her that she's getting tagged in my shit constantly. But she has me blocked, and she has me blocked for, I'm assuming, well, they came after each other. What happened was, Gypsy ran to her because I wouldn't spill and tried to tell her about the restraining order. And you guys all seen the video where she's all, Gypsy Rose messaged me and I got the tea. Well, Christy didn't want it all out. So I said, I'll go on and tell the portion that Gypsy spilled so it's said correctly. She got mad. I spilled her fucking tea, stole her fucking views, likes, follows, and her ass kissing. And I told it. Well, she came in my live, which there is fucking proof of. And she was talking about the fact that she would not apologize for calling Brie a man. She was saying all this stuff. And I said, you're a fucking bully. I said, you are a fucking bully. I said, you put a video up of me. You literally put yourself in a blonde wig and clown makeup, had your child vacuum the driveway, and then pretended to be me in a blonde sideways wig and clown makeup, I'm just going to throw this out there. If I did the same thing and I sat and painted my face and put on a wig, y'all would have hung me from the fucking rafters. But she was allowed to do it. And I called her a fucking bully.
Okay, the Waffle House incident, nobody said anything about wigs and her bullshit and all that crap. No one was doing that. I simply asked Sarah, are you wearing a wig? Because somebody asked me. Between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., we were at the Waffle at 4 a.m., we got to the fucking hotel at 6 a.m. She made 7 fucking videos about the wigs and how we were racist. 7 videos. 7.
Because you asked Sarah if she was wearing a wig?
Okay, so this is what happened. We were in the Waffle House. Somebody said something about wigs, and I said, I don't know, what are you talking about? And somebody said, Sarah's wearing, I said, are you wearing a wig? And she goes, yeah, because I hadn't really paid attention. It wasn't that I didn't know, I just didn't pay attention to the fact that she said wearing a wig. And so she's like, are you wearing a wig? She says, yeah. And I was like, oh, cool. Why do you wear them? She goes, oh, I just like to wear them. And I said, oh, okay, fine. So then we get in the car. We leave Waffle House. We get in the car. And this is all from Brie. Brie started all this nonsense. She fucking called Waffle Houses to see if we tipped properly, for Christ's sake.
But I can't call Rent-A-Center.
Yeah, but she can't call Rent-A-Center, but she can call every fucking...
I can't call Rent-A-Center, but she could call Waffle House.
Okay, so she can call Waffle House. So she calls Waffle House, right? But, okay, so then we get in the car, and someone says to me something about her child, who is a black girl, has to wear wigs for whatever fucking reason. And I read off the comment. I was reading the comment. I'm like, oh, okay, so your daughter, and I didn't even know why they were saying it. I'm like, oh, so your daughter has to wear wigs and she's never met. Oh, okay, well, that's really cool. I'm glad that works out for her. And then I just went on. So Nina took that and said that me reading that person's comment was the racist thing that I was saying, that I said it, not the person reading the comment, that it came out of me from my thought process. And she made 7 videos. 7 between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m.
But her putting on a blonde wig and white face makeup and clown makeup isn't? Because the video that she made, because I had said that I hadn't really been on TikTok for a few days. I was spending time with my husband. I was gaming, and in the meantime, I'd put up like 3 or 4 little TikToks or whatever at night, like I do. He went to bed, and she's like, I was gaming with my husband for like days, and like I haven't been on here, and I'm like, I made like 3 30-second videos when he was asleep. Yeah, I've been gaming with my husband. I'm sorry you don't have one. Like, I don't understand why you needed to like do that. I don't know why you needed to put on a blonde wig and clown makeup. And then her followers were literally in there like condoning this. And it was not a clown filter. It was not a clown filter. I looked, I checked down in the bottom. It did not say clown filter unless somehow it got on there and it didn't. But regardless, okay, fine. You know what? Fine. She put on a clown filter. She was making me into a clown. Did she need the wig? Sideways. Did she need the wig? Oh, and by the way, don't forget the little dig she threw at me. Oh, because I had just talked about the fact I got my hair cut. I was like, yeah, I just got my hair cut. She's like, you like my hair? You like my haircut? Oh my God. You like my haircut? So not only did she put on a wig sideways, then she made a dig at my fucking appearance, but that's okay. So she came into my live and I called her the fucking bully she is, period.
But she goes on vacation and she's so panini pressed that she's got to have 2 freaking lobsters that she's holding in her hands, and she's telling them that this is the Blanchers and they're panini pressed and I'm panini pressed, and she's standing in her little freaking bikini. Like, you were on vacation in wherever in an island and you had to stop, pick up 2 fucking lobsters and talk about me and the Blanchard family? Like, fuck, what is wrong with you? What are you doing?
I just don't see how people think it's perfectly okay. You know, when that happened, more people should have said shit, and they felt like it was okay.
Well, what about the fact that she never said anything about Gypsy calling her spade a spade?
Sorry, I'm reading this. Oh, that was so funny. I wanted to see something. I thought somebody had said something mean, and they said, okay, I'm done following Nina. I belong to y'all now. Sorry, I thought you said I'm done following y'all now. Sorry.
Oh, now we're back down 30 people again, Ryan.
Weird. They all came in and they all left at the same time. No, but so she's not following me.
No, Desiree, I understand it is a racist phrase. She said it to Nina in a video. The 10-foot pole. I mean, came to a 10-foot pole. She called her a fucking. She said, I call it like it is. I call a spade a spade. Keep on making content. Nina said no things about the fact that she said that statement.
I say call a spade all the time.
I do too, but I found out that it's actually towards a rape to a black person. It is considered a racist comment. And she said nothing. She wants to make 7 videos about me being racist about wigs, and she wants to make a video about you and put on a clown face and everything. But Gypsy Rose literally says, I called a spade, and she says nothing. Not once.
No, people are saying that she actually did.
Yeah, after we all called her out. Then she made a second video after we all called her out for it. That she didn't say anything. We'd all been discussing it, and then she finally made a statement of that. But in her first original videos, no, nothing. She said nothing back. She was joking about the panini pressed part. She was joking about the fact that she don't need a man to be whatever. She did not want to touch that spade at all, and I think that's because she's a lifetime plant, and we've all said it.
Well, yeah, you know what? Okay, let's talk about that for a hot second. Okay, just realistically here. By the way, before anybody wants to throw this out there, what I'm about to say does not mean that I am by any stretch of anybody's imagination upset I didn't get called. But I want to point something out to you guys. They got a hold of Nina, the most anti-gypsy person on the planet, to be on Lifetime. They reached out to Natasha for something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but they reached out to Natasha. But the one content creator that's on good terms, I thought, etc., Even afterwards, it had been great content. I never got talked to, and I wonder why that is. I really do, because it's funny to me that they only reached out to the people that were being a problem. And then ever since that happened, somebody literally just said she has tagged Lifetime in every one of her fucking posts.
Ever since the day that Gypsy reached out to her and she read those text messages, she started tagging Lifetime. She was not tagging Lifetime before that.
By the way, just so anybody knows, God forbid if that show ever reaches out to me, I would probably sing like a fucking canary, but I am good. I am good because you know what? I see what they do and I see the narratives that get spun. I would be put out there like some crazy white single female or some shit. And I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that shit in my life.
Somebody asked me the other day why Lifetime hadn't reached out to me. And I said, because Lifetime reached out to me 2 years ago. And I told Melissa Moore to promptly go fuck herself and that I would not be put into this show because I would not be able to control how they took my narrative. And I was damned if I was going to end up like Mr. Claude in a situation where she fucking edited the fuck out of it and made me look like a fucking moron. But we want your perspective, Fancy. We know exactly. No, you tried to go through my weakest link. You contacted Titania to try and get Titania to do shit with you. And when Titania came to me and told me you contacted her and I reached out to you, you acted like the whole time you just wanted to speak to me. No, if you'd wanted to speak to me, Melissa, you would have messaged me, not Titania, my weakest link, and everybody knew it. And so I turned them down. She offered me lots of money for that show. I could have been on the show. I turned them down because I said, no way, I'm not. I said, are the Blanchards participating? She said, yep. I said, no, thank you. I will do my own. I have nothing to want to do with the Blanchards at all. So when people come in and try to tell me that if the Blanchards offered me some sort of deal and money and everything, I'd take it. Now, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've been offered all that, and I didn't.
Yeah. So,
yes, I'm fancy.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like
somebody doesn't realize, and then they say that, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's Fancy," or somebody will go, "Oh fuck, that's Ryan."
To me, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like Lifetime would be smart and stupid to reach out to me. So I don't know, man. I just know. Well, I know that.
Hey, I double dog dare him to reach out to me now.
Right.
Because now I know everything that I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I never tried to reach out. I never tried to nothing. I just think it's funny that they only reached out to anti-gypsy people to make her look like a victim.
Right. Right.
They made her look like a victim, that she was being bullied and this and that and whatever. But, you know, Gypsy's been giving it as good as she gets. Like, Jesus Christ, I think about this. If she's on the Creator Fund, if she's on the Creator Fund, do you know how much money she made just off the Panini video?
The one video that I did the analytics on, she made $250,000, and that was long before Panini Pressed.
I mean, it's
imagine what Panini Pressed has made now.
Oh, I know. And
if she owns that's her. She gets something for every fucking time it's used, doesn't she?
Probably. I mean, I don't know, but you know, she really, you know, and then of course, but then again, Nina capitalized on it because she's selling Panini Press shirts.
Question for you. You made that leading expert shirt. Is that supposed to be me?
So let me tell you about that shirt.
Because it's cute as fuck, and I want one.
Well, go ahead and go over to my shop and buy one. So here's this. So
I already said I was going to. I was going to wear it on live to drive you crazy.
So what happened was,
I wanted to be petty that night.
When I got I have it's a site that I use, and they have templates, and so I can change everything around on them, whatever. What it would not let me, I could not alter that girl's hair. I could not alter nothing. And somebody says, yeah, I need a leading expert shirt. And I had something else and I put it on there and I showed the live and I went, does this look like Fancy or am I insane? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, should I even release this? And they're like, yes. And I actually sold one. And I was like, but this looks like fancy, dude. I'm like, she's gonna think I'm doing this like the leading expert thing was a jab, but like I wanted to like change. It would not let me alter the girl, only the words around it. And I'm like, well, fuck it. I guess she can be mad.
I wasn't mad. I thought it was hilarious.
But it did. I was.
Damn, that's pretty fucking cute.
Yeah. So yeah, it actually, and I was like, I did. It ended up being in the second or third batches of merch that I put out because I held it because I'm like, I don't know, man. Like this is like, I don't know. So, but yeah, I put it out and I did actually end up selling one. So.
That's hilarious. I wonder which one of my fans bought it.
No, I know it was. I think it was one of my Chrissies. One of my Chrissies. But yeah, they bought it and it was pretty funny. I was like,
it's adorable.
But yeah, I did not get that one. I got my Grim Reader one. I bought like 6 or 7 of them. A lot of this stuff. Thea probably bought it. No, she didn't.
She probably did. She's fucking obsessed with everything.
So. But yeah, no, that was a complete just. I made the shirt and I looked at it and I went. I like at that time you had the same color hair and I was just like, I can't put this out. Like I can't put this out.
Okay. I was gonna ask you, damn it, I just lost my train of thought because it was about Thea. Oh, okay. How weird do you think this is? Thea talks to you and me for 4 whole days. 4 days.
It's right back to the same bullshit.
We were both like, something is fucking wrong with this lunatic. What is going on? And we were trying to figure out what was going on. We were going back and forth. We were trying to figure out. She floats this whole huge, crazy ass theory about Rod and Christy and drug running and and blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And then she reaches out to Christy Blanchard, and then Dawn Brown all of a sudden wants to know who my stalker is, and now they're friendly and everything, right? But how funny is it that some of the fucking craziest pieces of what her theory was, we are now running down those rabbit holes because they
don't say that in public. If you say her, she will spawn, and if
I know she will spawn,
and we don't want her knowing that she may have actually possibly had a little tip of an iceberg. Correct.
I don't think it was an idea. Do you remember that there's a post that Christy made about her ex-best friend that she gave some information to, and it went to a content creator and she knew it was going to be inaccurate?
Right.
So it's very weird to me that Thea reached out to me in the way she did and only lasted for 4 days because she realized you and I were not going to, we were running circles around her. So why give me all that story and call me up? And I'm not even talking 20 minutes after she said that story, she went nuts.
Right.
So where did that story come from? Where did she reach out to Christy Blanchard and how did it all get perverted from there? And how much of it is actually true because maybe she knew it was true because she knew them?
I don't know. I know that now Christy has her following list private right now, but it was not private a couple of weeks ago, and I started deep diving down her friends list. And for anybody who doesn't know this, TikTok, it'll first show the people you have in common, and then it goes newest to oldest. Thea's way the fuck down there, way the fuck down there, like by Brie down there.
Exactly.
So you do got to wonder what the fuck. You know, and then she put up some weird half brain. I don't even know what she was trying to tell me, but it was a email, it was a screenshot of an email of her reaching out to Christy on February 6th because she still swears she's the one who aimed Christy my direction. But that's weird because Planty Bunny is the one who sent us together, and Planty Bunny is an actual person. But anyways. So
okay, but here's the thing. I mean, we keep using the same names, but it's all the same people.
Yeah.
It always comes back to Brie, Brandy, Dawn Brown, Kendall Grant, Thea,
Sarah.
That's the group. There's no other group.
No, I know that.
Group.
And they all huddle around midnight.
And they all huddle around midnight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. With Pink Cat Sarah.
Yeah. So it's weird. You know,
some people think Pink Cat is midnight. What do you think of that?
I don't know. I think there's a big group of people that think it's Thea. My problem is this.
I don't think Pink Cat's smart enough, but that's just.
I don't think Thea's smart enough either. So I mean, that's my biggest problem. Is Midnight has at least come across to me as at least semi-intelligent, and Thea's dumb as fuck. But here's the other problem we have though, is Midnight caught on. I made the comment, and we have the screenshots. I made the comment about verbiage, and you can check somebody's verbiage to see if they're another person. And Midnight put on there, well, you can check me and Thea's verbiage. We're not the same. How easy is it to play stupid? You can't play smart, but you can play stupid. Just like she purposely spells parody wrong. Obviously looking at that word, you can tell that she spells it wrong on purpose. You can be smart and play stupid. You cannot be stupid and play smart.
Somebody has said that they think that could it be Christy who is Midnight? I don't think it would be Christy, but if it was Christy, it'd be Dawn Brown doing it. And Dawn Brown has all the time in the world, and this is very much a Dawn Brown thing to fucking do. I'm telling you, this is her MO.
Oh, Christy even told that. No, Christy even said that. Christy even said that.
And it's Brandy's. It's Brandy and Dawn Brown's very much MO, and they are very much funny. Yes, okay, it's the fucking chickens. Yes, it's my fucking emotional support chickens. That's what I'm holding.
Hey.
I'm sure they'll make bunches of videos about them tomorrow and laugh at me. I don't give a shit. I love my emotional support.
That's okay. On my wish list on my page, I literally had on there, I found emotional support French fries and pizza and mushrooms.
I told you there were other emotional support things.
I want all of them. I think I took them all off, but
I want them all. I think they're so adorable.
Yeah, I wanted the fries. I think I still have the mushrooms on there because I collect mushrooms and I was going to set it in my mushroom collection. But yeah, they have all different types of emotional. Hi, ducky. Look at the duck.
Oh, that's so freaking cute.
But yeah, thank you for all the gifts I keep seeing pop up. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you guys. They're very sweet.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like
I thought they were dinner rolls for a good 10 seconds.
I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know. Like sometimes I feel like we give Midnight too much credit, but then at the other times I think that we don't give enough people enough credit.
Well,
but
that's why I think it's not one person. It has to be a conglomerate because the pattern of speech does change.
It does.
And the things change. It's not one person.
Right.
They're similar. Some of them are similar, but they're not always similar.
Right.
One of these things is not like the other.
Right. I mean, I don't know.
I swear Thea is the song that never ends.
Thea is herpes. You can't get rid of her no matter how much medication you take.
This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends.
For real. So what is the purpose? Just to harass? Do you think they're dangerous? Well, this particular person is very, 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 very obsessed with P3DOs. Like another person I know that wants to throw out the word P3DO constantly. Matter of fact, her daughter just sent it to me again today. But they tried to put out there that my husband was, because there was a guy on his friends list that we knew 5 years ago that ended up going to prison 2 years after we stopped talking to him. And my husband hung out with him one time a year prior. So then they decided to say, well, he's still on the Facebook. It's got to be that. It's got to be that. He's still on the Facebook. My husband doesn't use his Facebook. Anybody that goes there can see he uses Messenger.
Yeah.
And they're like, why is he still on there then? Because if he took him off, he'd look guilty. He's damned if he do and he's damned if he don't. If he leaves them on there, they're friends. If he don't, takes them off.
Okay, hold on. Give me a break. Is putting MWF equal Christy. TTS equal Dawn. What? TTS equal Dawn. MWF equal
Oh, they're
Christy.
saying Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Christy, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Dawn.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I had to think about that. I was like, wait,
That's
okay.
hilarious.
Yeah. So
No, I don't think I honestly do not think Christy is doing it. I believe whoever is doing it because they're wanting to impress Christy. Now, how does Eris fit in? Because he was the one who started all the start pages in the first place, and now he's over here with you, and I don't even understand.
nobody
I don't know why
seems to
he got mad
understand.
at me. No idea.
Well, it's not even. Well, no, it's not even. I don't even think that necessarily he's mad at you or was mad at you at that point. It was just we saw different things that was going on the day you were flipping out on me, whatever. But no, he started snark pages. He did.
He
And
knows he was in chats with RM.
We know this. Yeah, we know this.
Yeah, so are some of my mods. They still don't know who he is.
Right.
Who she is.
Yeah, exactly. We have a handful of people that used to rub noses with Midnight. I can right off the bat, I know of 3 that I'm in close contact with, that I speak with on the daily, and they've been telling us more and more stuff about Midnight every day. But what's weird is Midnight wasn't originally in the whole. Thank you. Wasn't in the whole Christy camp. That is adorable. Was not over there. Only when they moved to TikTok and they started really going at you did I start seeing people like Christy follow Brandy, etc. Where and then I started really seeing all the different people, and because they came at you, all the anti-fancy people immediately gravitated over there, and then you see the same list of players over and over and over again that we've seen along the way, and they all have suddenly pooled around Midnight because Midnight is the one who has the biggest balls to go after you.
Don Brown. It has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense anymore.
Okay, so Midnight has always stuck to the point that they just came across you, and that then it makes no sense. First of all, they said that they never had TikTok, which I was at the time. Me and Fancy were exclusively only on TikTok. I did not open a YouTube until March, and they said that they did not have a TikTok yet. Somehow they knew about me. And that they didn't have any idea. They're just a nobody in the game, and they just came across, and you blocked them for asking a stupid question. So they got mad, and then they started digging into your past and decided that they were going to go after you and expose you for the con that you are. That's the story I've seen.
They're doing a banner job of not proving anything.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but it is interesting that they did actually show your clip, the clip that's not supposed to be out that Sarah's put out there.
Uh-huh.
They did post that.
They were the first ones who posted it, and Brandy's okay. Did you were asleep? You were asleep when I did my Veda live, right?
Yeah.
We found out a lot during Veda Live because Veda started digging. Because Veda was like, "Wait a minute, no, this makes fucking sense."
Right? Yeah. That they were the first ones that posted it.
What?
They were the first ones that posted it.
No. Okay, so Veda called for Brandy to come into the chat because I was in there. And she said, because I said Brandy was the one who posted it, because that's what I knew, because that's the first place I saw it. And Sarah was mad at Brandy for posting it. She even said it the second night. She's like, "I didn't know you were going to post it on itself. I thought it was just played in the live." And she said, "No, it's posted on my community page." And she said, "Brandy, you can't do that." And Brandy's like, "I'm going to fucking joke." So then she went to Veda and tried to get Veda to help her take it down. How do we get it taken down? I don't like the way Brandy and Carol treated me. They didn't protect me. I didn't get to tell my whole story, and I need that video down. Well, Veda's like, "I'm sorry, you can't unfuck the pooch, babe. It's already out there, and probably everybody screenshotted it anyway, so I don't know what the hell you're upset about." And we all thought it was because she wanted that video out of there, but she didn't. She didn't want anybody to take down the original posted one. She simply wanted Brandy's taken down because she said certain things in there about SJA, and I think that's what she's wanting not to be in there. Because we're going to track it and figure it out. Okay, so then Brandy comes in the live. She's at a birthday party, so she's not even thinking that this is anything. She's like, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "Well, Brandy, Fancy says you were the first one to release the video that Sarah gave it to you." And she says, "No, I got it from Fancy Tea Society." So then Veda goes, "Okay, but then how did you get it from Fancy Tea Society?" She goes, "Oh, well, I'm in a group chat with all the anti-fancy people, and and the Fancy Tea and the people who run the Exposing Good Wives, and that's how I got it." She admitted she's in the chat with all of them.
That's interesting.
And that's how she got the video, according to her.
Well, but how did they get the video?
In there.
But how did they get the video?
Pink Cat. She gave it to them.
She's in the chat with them?
Yes. From what I understand, yes. And that video could have only come from 3 people. 3.
Right. You,
me, Amber, or Sarah. I didn't give it to anybody. I know Amber didn't give it to anybody. So that leaves who? Sarah.
Exactly. Well, she's going to find out the hard way, ain't she?
Yep.
She's going to find out the hard way. Does she know?
She is. She is.
Does she know she's going to find out the hard way?
Well, you just told her. I wasn't going to tell her.
Well, what I mean is she's going to find out the hard way. People are seeing that nothing happened. People are seeing that nothing happened. It shows that she made it all up.
And from where I was sitting, from where Amber was sitting, and I have the text messages after I sent the video to Amber, she messaged me back and she said, "Hold the fuck up, Fancy. Did we just believe her because she said it? Because she was the first one to say that he chest bumped her. She's also the first one to say that he tried to feel her up. She even said it on the live that I was recording in the car. She was like, it was like he was trying to feel me up. She was accusing him of sexually and that's how she started it. And where both Amber and I were sitting, we were at a diagonal across the thing. And so we could see that he was right here, but we couldn't see. And neither one of us saw the video. I didn't see the video till after we made statements 2-3 days later. And the only reason I saw the video at that time is she had to send it to me because her phone was not sending it to the police. So I had to send it on my computer to the police officer. That was the first time I saw it, and I didn't really think anything of it. I just pitched and hit it. But when I sent it to Amber and she pointed it out to me, I don't think I see a push here, Fancy. I don't see the push. We started looking at it, and I'm beginning to think, like I said earlier, a LeBron James flagrant foul, fall down on the ground, because what I saw was him right here, and then her falling backwards. And what I asked her was, did he just touch you? And she said, yes, he touched my breast. He pushed me and touched my breast. And that was when I said, okay, that is an assault, and my reporter has been assaulted. I need to call 911.
Right, because you were going off of.
We could see.
Right.
We believed her in her saying, yes, he touched me. And
right.
How would we not know? She fell backwards, so we thought that that's why she fell backwards.
Right.
But I'm beginning to think that there's a lot more going on with that trip than we ever knew.
And now she's going to find out the hard way because everybody's going to see that video and everybody's going to see that there was nothing on it.
Yeah, she put it out, dumbass.
So she just nailed her own ass to the wall because she wanted to say all this happened. She releases a video and the video shows that literally nothing happened, and she looks like she looks like a fucking liar.
And mine and Amber's statements match. They match.
Right.
And Alora's statement is completely wrong because I don't have any idea how she would have heard Mike Stanfield yelling, get off of me or move or whatever, because they weren't that loud and she was far away. And even if she was coming out of the elevator, she would not have heard. So she's only going by that. And I think she just made her statement because she wanted to be relevant. And then she decides to go and, flip-flop that. She makes that huge PSA that night for women's rights, fucking blah, blah, blah. I was the only one there that didn't happen to be a member of the mainstream media or the GWN.
Right.
Did you know that also no, I won't say that one right now.
Okay, so here's the question for you. Does Sarah really have cancer? I'd hate to call her a liar, but I'm hearing she doesn't.
We are trying to figure out what exactly is going on. She has given multiple different stories at multiple different times.
Well,
I am not friends with Katie Joy. I simply am supporting her in the fact that what she is saying about the Blanchard family is true, and she's bringing facts and evidence. And if she does something that I think is bullshit, I will call her on it. But I don't know what Sarah has. My husband said when he saw her on the return trip, okay, because when we met her, she was 8x10 glossied up, all gussied up, everything. But on the way home, she was very pale. She had just her regular hair. It was pulled up in here. She's got very thinning hair. And she's extremely, extremely small and extremely pale. That is the extent of what I know that is wrong with her. She swears she was vomiting all the time while we were there. I never heard her vomit. I never saw her vomit. She ate all kinds of fucking foods that somebody with pancreatic cancer or even pancreatitis, like she claims she had, should not have. She told people she had pancreatic cancer back in January and February. Alicia has those, the big Alicia, not little Alicia, has those copies. And then she told me it was pancreatic cancer. And then she said, no, Pansy, it's not pancreatic cancer just yet. Right now, it's just leukemia. There's been 95 different stories. So hello, I don't know.
Well, I seen the GoFundMe that she had in October of 23 that she swears that there was no GoFundMe, but there's a
She had
GoFundMe.
what?
The GoFundMe that you sent me.
I didn't. Oh, did I send it?
Yeah. You don't even know what the hell you send people, I don't think.
No, because sometimes people send me shit and I can't read it. And I
Sarah UK sent you a screenshot of Sarah Pinkat's GoFundMe, and then sent a screenshot of Sarah Pinkat saying she never had a GoFundMe.
Right. No, I wasn't paying any attention to what those two were saying. I was screenshotting and sending it so that we could analyze it together with Mac.
Yeah.
Because I knew something was going on. So I wasn't even reading anything. I was just screenshotting and sending it off to you so we could go talk about it. So no, I didn't even realize that was in there.
There's a screenshot of her GoFundMe that she says she never made.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you might want to check that. Because she supposedly never had a GoFundMe, but there is a fucking screenshot of her GoFundMe. But you know what else I find really strange weird is the fact that the Sarahs, for hating each other, sure talked an awful lot.
Mm-hmm.
They talked an awful lot for hating each other.
I know.
An awful lot for not liking each other. So yeah. It's okay for the people. My whole comment section is like, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't know what you're talking about. It's okay. The people that are watching us do. Look, here's the thing. When you're a content,
I'm sorry, we couldn't catch you up if we tried.
we will eventually. We will eventually. But here's the deal. When you're a content creator, you know exactly who it is you're talking to at all times. Okay. So it's very simple. While we are in a room of 459 people, we know the 3 people that know exactly what the fuck we're talking about, and we are talking to those 3 people. That's just how it works.
Listen, somebody asked me, and yes, KO, does your husband really need a lung transplant? My husband has an advanced form of COPD from COVID. So they were going to do some sort of like rehabilitation therapy, and they determined that because he's not 70 and he's not 500 pounds, that it was caused by COVID, which is exactly what Christina passed from, that he would be more suited to have a lung transplant. I don't know exactly how they're going to do it, but yes, my husband needs a lung transplant. Am I asking for money for it? No. Have I made a GoFundMe for it? No, because it's covered by insurance and his doctors are going to take care of it. So I don't know why it's anybody's business whether my husband needs it or not, but that's Sarah's lie. She's lying and telling Alicia that my husband doesn't need it. My husband does need it. Thank you very fucking much. I sleep next to him every night worrying that he's going to die. You fucking assholes. Not that your question was an asshole. You asked a question. She's an asshole.
Yeah. So where's his oxygen tank?
He doesn't have one. He uses inhalers, and he uses the nebulizer thing, like he puts it in his mouth and stuff. His one lung works perfectly fine. His other lung is working at 25% capacity. It is collapsed. There's nothing they can do. Nothing. And I don't know why he doesn't have an oxygen tank. I've asked him about that, and he said his doctor is not recommending it. They would rather do this other thing. He's breathing just fine. When he takes his, set puff of the things, he's okay. I don't know all of that. I'm not.
My mom didn't get an oxygen. My mom died of COPD. Okay, and they did not give her an oxygen tank till the last, last year or so. Like everybody is different in that aspect. I mean.
Christina didn't have one either. My husband doesn't have one. I don't think he needs it yet. I mean, he can walk up, if this is my husband does. He can walk a couple steps, but if he walks any distance more than just from the bathroom to the bedroom, he needs his inhalers. And he wheezes and he starts and he needs a lung transplant. His lung collapsed from it. Happy birthday, Dixon Myers. Sorry, didn't mean to say it shitty. Happy birthday, Dixon Myers.
Fuck.
I can't sing it on here or we'll get totally fucked over for copyright. Did you know that is the most copyrighted actual song in the history of the planet?
You know, it is so wild that you just brought that up. I was at Applebee's today, and I was sitting next to the whitest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. And I even made the comment. I said, I am literally sitting next to token white people. And my friend said, you mean toking? I said, no, token. I said, you just trust me, dude. Well, so in the meantime, there's a girl, they wanted to sing happy birthday. They wanted Applebee's to sing happy birthday to one of the kids. And the girl says, well, and all I heard was, well, they can't do that anymore. They changed their policy. And I didn't hear the rest of what it was. But then I got Brad Bro over here who just yells out, this is so woke. And I'm like, the hell does that have to do with shit? But it was weird that you brought up happy birthday being copyrighted, because when I told my husband, he's like, yeah, because it's copyrighted everywhere.
It's been that way forever and ever and ever.
That is not even remotely accurate. If your oxygen level goes below 95, you're on oxygen. Bullshit.
No,
my mom's oxygen was shit, and she didn't have one.
I didn't say what his O2 is. I said that his lung is working at 25% capacity.
Right.
I didn't say what his O2 levels are. I don't fucking know.
My mom's oxygen was shit, and they didn't give her an oxygen tank for a while.
Right? People are just so ridiculous.
Ever here in the UK, we're not in the UK. It's amazing how many.
But you know who is in the UK?
I'm done, man. I've seen enough fake UK driver's licenses for a lifetime.
Oh my god!
I've never seen somebody offer up so many fucking. I've never seen so many fucking.
The obituary is the best. The obituary.
No, see now, y'all see this is why I get brought on to shit. They show me an obituary, and they're like, we know this has got to be fake, and I'm looking at it, and they're like, oh, we've seen everything, and I'm looking at it, and I said, why is there a random half of a letter P hanging off the top? And they're like, what? And I'm like, I went to graphic design school. This is what I do. And I was like, there's literally a half of a letter P that has been offset. It's been offset.
Screenshots. I can't find it. I'm trying to find it for you.
Yes, a UK fake driver's license. This person literally sent a driver's license to me, holding a driver's license. And then they tried to be smart and erase it. Screenshots live forever, bitch. I don't know what to tell you. And then she sends Fancy another one. And it was a completely different license than what she sent me.
I'm looking, I swear.
And I'm like, how many licenses do you need to show? Like, how many? So it was, okay, so the UK, it had the tire over on the right side, but it didn't look exactly right. And it had, for her name, it had Miss, which I know some of the UK puts the Miss and some doesn't. But it had the tire, but it didn't look the same. It was like a dark olive green with the tire off to the side. And it did seem holographic, yes. But
why can I not find this fucking?
I can find it, but the last time I green screened, I lost my chat. Now, the first one she sent me was not holographic. It was a card. And it had the 7 lines, where it has the name, and then it has a line.
One.
Huh?
I have the holographic.
Yeah,
one.
but the first one that was sent to me is completely different.
Right, I know. That's what I was telling you. I have the holographic one.
Yeah, the first one I seen was completely different. It looked nothing like this one. Nothing.
Jesus, Joseph and Barry, do you know how many fucking screenshots we take a day? God bless.
It's bad. It's bad.
My husband's like, what are you doing? Every time I freaking take one, I'm like, I'm screenshotting. He's like, why? I'm like, don't ask stupid questions.
Yeah, the license, it's weird. Like, it's right enough that you wouldn't ask questions. Okay, but here's the problem. To the person who just sent it to me, the UK has numerous licenses, though. That's the problem. Oh yeah, Sarah is going absolutely insane, 100%. Hold on. Okay, so the license you just sent me, there is that version, but I've also found the other version that this one is based off of. But there's enough similarities that if you're not questioning it, you would go, okay. But then there's things that are not quite right. Like, it's not quite where it needs to be. So instead, in the UK, a lot of times they'll have the UK flag, but in other ones there is tires.
Can you make me big and you little so they can see it?
I don't know if I can do that, but I can try. Hold on. Well, oh wait, hold on. Okay, guys, here, the biggest part. Okay, look at where. Okay, there's a box. Okay, there's a box and there's a line, and it says the word Rachel and the word Alan. Now, if you look at Alan and funeral, above the funeral there is half a P. Well, okay, you just sent me that. I'll send you the portion of the license. She scratched out all of her information. I'll send it to you, and you can tell me if it's fucking valid or not.
Oh, I already had somebody tell me they're not. That's
Right.
from the UK.
Well, this girl's from the UK too. We'll get a second opinion.
No. Okay, so not only is that, the dates are weird. The dates
Right.
over here are written normal.
Like
the
US.
Over here is different.
Yeah,
like, it's in a different pattern.
yeah. I don't know.
One way is the British way, and one way is our way.
Yeah, that was the weird thing.
And no request. We request no flowers. Instead, donations to emergency services. Oh, there's different font too.
Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. Like, it just, yeah, Cardigan Bay in Wales.
Just so you know, this is supposed to be directly from the newspaper
That she doesn't know the name of.
And she clicked right. She doesn't know the name of the newspaper. When I asked, she gave me all newspapers that were in England from like the 1900s, like back in the 1900s.
This girl
like,
says she's from Cardigan Bay.
Okay, so well, good. Okay, so listen though. Damn it, what was I saying? You sidetracked me. Fuck. What did I say? I was talking about
the newspapers that didn't exist.
Oh, okay. So her daughter and her that have been talking to us say that this little thing right here, this little thing, oh, we clipped it out of the newspaper, and that's how we have it. And I understand you can't see it all. And we have it, and we put it in my little keepsake box, and that's where I had it. And I pulled it out of the keepsake box from the newspaper, and I sent it to you. What about this in any way, shape,
looks
or
like a
form
newspaper?
It was cut out of a newspaper.
No, it's not. It's literally, that's a web. Yeah. She said that she cut that out of a newspaper.
And I tried to ask her where it was online, and she couldn't tell me. Because I said, well, if it was in the newspaper, it would be posted on the online.
We've also ran his name, and that we can't find an obituary. We can't find a death notice.
Who lives in England, called the funeral home that's listed here, and they have not had any Alan Anderson or any cremated or had a funeral service for him at all. At all. Sarah Jane Anderson's and Linda Wiseman. Yeah, it looks like a template from Microsoft. This looks exactly like the.
What's the funeral home? This girl knows. What's the funeral home?
Oh,
it's right on there. You can see it. We can't.
I can't see it. Hold on. Let me look at it. Hold on.
Alan is supposed to be the dead husband of Sarah. Now, what's weird is, we got messages from the dead husband saying that Sarah was dead. We got messages from Sarah saying her husband is dead. We got messages from her daughter saying that her mom was dead, that we were speaking to. Her and her mom were both in a chat. And according to the daughter, the mom was dead while we were both in a chat with her. I did not make that up. I did not make that up. She literally said that her mom died June 3rd while she was in a chat with us, with her mother. We were all in a chat together. Yeah. We have the screenshots.
Woolensburg. Damn.
Dude, it's not hard.
You know what?
This is not hard.
Woolensbrook Crematorium.
Woolensbrook.
Woolensbrook.
No, there's so many things going on right now. Look. Ashley, by the way, we are on season 11. This is the bonus features. This is the behind the scenes bonus features. And I'll have to bring you up to date on this because this is a whole nother mind fuckery that literally right now we are talking to a woman who has been zombified. Her husband has also been zombified. And the daughter apparently lost both of her parents. One of them we cannot account for, and the other one is in a chat with us and the daughter.
And she's currently in a mental hospital, and somehow her daughter is sneaking in her phone at all hours of the day and night.
But she only started doing that a month ago. Don't forget.
But she only started doing that a month ago.
No.
And, yeah. Okay, this is the thing I don't get. Talking to the actual woman on the phone.
It's believable.
She has the right accent. She sounds like an old lady. She did the whole fucking thing.
Believable. That's how I got hosed. That's how I got hosed.
You get off the phone with them, and the very next second, fuckery starts.
Yeah, like within second, like they'll call me and they will talk bad about Fancy. They will hang up with. Okay, so so I'm at Walmart. She calls me out of bumfuck nowhere. We have a conversation for 23 minutes. I tell her that it's lightning. I need to drive. I hang up. And okay, I know that. And then 3 minutes later, okay, shut up. So I'm on the phone with Sarah. I tell her I have to leave. I put the car into reverse. I get it to the stop sign. Fancy calls me. And within 30 seconds, she goes, Sarah's calling me. Now, mind you, in the meantime, according to her daughter, she hung up with me, called her daughter, told her everything about the conversation between her and I, and called Fancy in 2.5 minutes.
I mean, I can't make this up. You guys have to see the fucking text messages.
It is wild.
They are fucking hilarious.
She will literally hang up with me and go to Fancy and be like, Ryan was interrogating me. She was asking me all these questions. She's a fucking see you next Tuesday. So I called her out and I'm like, so I'm a see you next Tuesday. I never said that. I was like, screenshot. Bitch, what do you mean you didn't say that?
Oh, the other one is Linda's all, I've taken my mom's phone. Meanwhile, the mom is texting.
Mom does not have her phone anymore. I've taken her phone. And we're getting text messages from the mom.
Okay, this was a wild one. This was a good one. I loved this one. This was the best story. So apparently people had heard Ryan go live, and so they had now been contacting the random mental hospital that neither one of us even knows the name of, calling and asking about her. And so now the authorities have been notified that they were calling, and that is why she's unable to provide us with an admission slip to show that she's actually in the mental hospital.
Oh no.
Because they won't give it to her now, because now they're concerned for her safety because people were calling the mental health hospital.
No. You forgot the best part.
That's the story I know.
No, you just forgot the best part. So she is getting phone calls from random people on the internet who have chased her down, and she's getting death threats. But she doesn't.
Damn, the death threats. I hate when I forget those.
Yeah. So she's getting death threats from random people on the internet while the hospital will not tell her who's calling because it's not in her best interest to know who's calling. But somehow she's getting the death threats that the hospital won't even tell her who's calling. But she's received the death threats while not speaking to the people that the hospital is keeping from her, that have hounded her and found her. Through what I don't know, because we don't even know what hospital, but they have tracked her down and they have given her death threats through the air while not being allowed to speak on the phone because it's not in her best interest. I can't make this shit up. We have screenshots. We have screenshots of this fuckery. Oh, don't forget. Oh, by the way, guys, if you're in the UK, wait, guys, wait. If you're in the UK, there was like 3 of you, and Kay down here, you guys can't see her right now. She's banned in the UK. Just so you know. And we have like plausible.
Wait. Do you know what profile it actually said? Mac caught it.
What?
It's my Spicy Red 92 account. Ryan, that account has been gone since you and I were still working together back then.
No, you made that right after I left. You made it right after I left.
Right. And then it went down immediately after. Remember? And then I think I was a fancy 24 or something.
Right.
Spicy Red 24.
Right. So
it's gone.
Yeah, but they're saying that your YouTubes have been taken down. Remember the screenshots?
But my YouTube is not Spicy Red 92. My YouTube
True.
is the Good Times Network.
True. And it's saying that that this content is banned in the UK. That account has been banned for 4 months. So of course it can't be shown in the UK because it doesn't exist. It would say account. This has all been photoshopped.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize
they were doing it. And she told us they were doing it. She literally said, look, those Google images of my neck.
Yes, Storm Frenchie, that's it.
And then she sends me a picture of herself freaking taking pictures of the fucking
Okay, hey, UK girl up there, Shiffy Wolfie, whatever the fuck your name was. No offense, sorry, I forgot it. All right. It began with an S. I don't remember. Anyway, UK girl up there. The name of the crematory, the name of the cemetery and the crematorium is Woolensbrook. WOOLLENSBROOK. Sappy Destiny, thank you. I knew it was Suffy Woofy. It was close enough. All right. So the name that's listed in the obituary is WOOLLENSBROOK. That's the name of the cemetery and crematorium. Good job. Good job.
Oh my God. Hold on a second. I need to pull up the Johnny freaking emails.
Oh, let's not do that.
Oh, have you not heard them yet? Have you seen them? I posted them. They're great. Okay. But here's the
No, wait. Are we talking wait, hold on. Now are we talking Johnny the dead husband, or are we talking Johnny the neighbor stalker who took her financials and her driver's license and pretended to be dead Johnny that isn't Johnny, that's actually Alan?
both. Now you guys want to know why we're live together again and why we've been talking. This is it right here. We have been saddled with this shit. And Ryan came to me and was like, look, this shit is going on. And the second that this person raised their head again, I went, oh, fuck, I'm talking to Ryan immediately. And I went and I was like, Sarah Jane Anderson is in my phone. And she's like, are you? No, she's in mine. I was like, no, she's not.
Y'all, the screenshots we have are wild. Wild.
Okay, so here's the very first one. To whom it may concern. My name is John Archer, and my late wife was Sarah Jane Anderson. So she's dead.
Sarah's dead now in this one.
Sarah's dead. Okay. And this was dated May 18th. So May 18th. Sarah.
Wait a minute. Her daughter said she died June 3rd. So this guy's writing from the future into the past. Got it. Cool. Go.
The time traveling is killing us, Ryan. I mean, that's probably why
the daughter said she died June 3rd. He said that she died in May. And he was supposed to have died in March. So he's back from the grave to write about her dying, but she hasn't died yet because she has to die in 2 weeks. Got it. I'm caught up.
My name is John Archer, and my late wife, Sarah Jane Anderson. I wish to... Stop it. You're coming with me in the pants. I wish to point a few things out. I can't look at you right now. I can't. I wish to point a few things out to you about my beloved wife. First of all, the only thing any of you got correct in the States is about my wife was the tiger photograph, which was taken 18 years ago.
She said it was from last year when she went to remember that he died so they couldn't go see the tigers for the second year in a row.
Again, you were gonna go again.
What the fuck? I missed that.
Wait, it gets better. Sarah never once in her life interacted on any social media platforms, never, with an exclamation point. Second of all, my beloved wife was in fact viciously attacked by her sister, who is now serving time in a mental facility.
I heard
That's
prison.
interesting.
I heard prison.
I'm wondering though, mental facility.
But tell him why. Tell him what she did to her.
Sentence. It's
Okay.
the next sentence.
Okay.
Sarah's vocal cords were damaged beyond repair, and as a result, had no voice. Now, the original story, Ryan, was that they were literally ripped out of her fucking. And we have the scar to prove it. We have the scar to prove it.
It was a great Google photo, by the way.
Now, I do not know why my late wife was dragged into this mess that appears to be going on in the States, but I will tell you this. Since this matter was brought to our attention, an investigation has been opened. So back on May 18th, they opened an investigation, Ryan. Did you know? Just thought you might want to know. So, we already know from the police that 4 different IP addresses had hacked into Sarah's emails and bank account. Those IP addresses came from the States, not the UK. My late wife passed away on the 19th of March this year. So she died on March 19th now? March 19th.
Wait, when did he die? According to that, he died March 10th. She died March.
May 10th? March 10th?
He died March 10th. So he died March 10th, and then she died March 19th, and then she died again on June 3rd. But he did die March 10th, so he's writing about her death on March 19th, but she's not died for 2 more weeks. Just pay attention.
My late wife did I'm gonna kill you. My late wife did
Watch out! I'll open an investigation on you. Don't do that.
My late wife did not review her driver's license, which expired April last year. The fact that someone in the States has a copy of her driver's license is concerning. A fraud investigation has been opened. So it's concerning that you, Ryan, have a copy of her driver's license that she personally sent to you.
Holding it.
You know.
Holding it.
Yeah.
Holding it. Holding it.
And did she look like the lady in the fucking tiger picture?
Yeah.
What did she look like?
I mean, she looked close enough.
Keep that. How would you not keep that? God bless. What's wrong with you?
It felt invasive.
Didn't you know back then during the fuckery that you would need this later because
I didn't think that somebody was going to be like, hey, I can send you my ID and then actually fucking do it while holding it. So I figured it was fucking legit. So I was like, hey, this is invasive. I don't want to take.
She offered to do the same thing, and she also offered to let us record everything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, mid conversation, if you want to record this, you can absolutely record this.
And we're like, no, it's okay. We believe you. It's fine. Duh. All right, we're not even done through the first email. Good God. Okay. Myself and my late wife have watched the videos. Myself and my late wife's family have watched the videos of all of you making fun of Sarah being attacked by her sister. This is disgraceful making fun of a deceased person, and we will not rest. Oh, fuck, I clicked off a bit. We will not rest until all concerned are held accountable. I have included the tiger photo, proof of her bank account being fraudulently used. I've also included her last bill from our service provider. Oh, and I thought you may enjoy seeing the photos of damage Sarah's sister caused to her. Those I had to screenshot from my computer. And oh, by the way, you do not have my permission to share my email publicly. Thank you, John Archer.
But
they attached a bunch of shit.
Then when they attached the photos, you could see that they were pulled up from Google based on what was behind them.
Right. Okay, so next one. So let's see. This is May 23rd, so a few days later. Ms. Maselli, myself, and my late wife have no. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I missed 4 messages in between there. Fuck balls.
Girl. It is 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. We will continue the fuckery. We will continue the fuckery.
You have to understand, though. You know how you asked me if it was one or both?
Yeah.
I call him Johnny because, we both... And he loses his ever-loving
Right.
shit.
I remember that.
Can I read that part at least?
Yeah. Okay, read that part. What are you saying? The Woolen's book is a whole what? I can't read it. What are you trying to say? is a whole UK site. Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. It's in the UK. Read it.
I gotta find it. I can't find it. Hold on.
Yeah, I know it's a UK site. That's the whole point.
Oh, and of course he was. Oh, this is funny. Here's a good one. Our daughter was only following 2 cases in the USA, and that was Carol Baskins, and unfortunately the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. Isn't it interesting that the other case that is involved with this is because Ryan had a bet?
And his friend did the Tiger King. See, now she told me John Bonet. She told me John Bonet and Gypsy. By the way, just so you guys know, just so we can bring you up to snuff, Sarah's brother, hold on, just Sarah's brother was the main detective on Gypsy Rose's case. He has all the case files and the autopsy report, which he was going to bring to her in the UK. And he knew things that nobody else knew, just her brother, just so you know.
Okay, so here's the last message from John Archer. Ms. Maselli, we have recorded your recent stunt, and we are now also going to sue you for defamation, not only towards my deceased wife, but now towards me and our daughter as well. Nothing you said was true. Would you like a copy of the first email again? My name is not John. My name is John, not Johnny. Well, this is lovely. What is wrong with you? Have you had another misfood or something? Have a good evening.
Yeah, and what's weird is your spicy. Think about this. Your spicy red. Oh, I just thought of something. Ooh. Okay, so your spicy red, which was taken down, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Sammy, she already tried that and it was dismissed. Haha.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so your spicy red was taken down. Those are the ones that we found that was taken down, correct? They say they were taken down for defamation. You were not even discussing Sarah on Spicy Red ever.
Nope.
So they said that your Spicy Red was taken down for defamation, but we did not start speaking out about Sarah for the past X amount of time. So yes, actually, Lona, if you go to Ryan Lee TM on YouTube, all one word, Ryan Lee TM, you can actually watch this whole 5-hour and 8-minute live.
Oh, fuck balls. I never do these. Look what you got me doing out here.
Hey, wait. I got a question. Are you ready? Want to hear my question? Are we Brie now?
Are we what? Are we Brie now? Well, no, we didn't change our shirts 15 times, and it hasn't been 12 full hours. We're just at Brandy level status. She's the one who does the 5-hour ones.
Wait. I drew you, Fancy. Sorry, I just wanted to get along with everything. All right, sorry, continue.
I don't have anything left. Like, this is
And then this is why we had to come together, because this is the type shit. I have this woman feeding me all this shit. This woman's feeding her all of this shit. And when we put all the shit together, we realize that this is a big, huge, shitty shit fest. She is. She's like, we're live on TikTok, so she's live on her TikTok.
Some shitty people who raise some shitty fucking kids.
It's wild. I don't understand it. Like, we were not, like, she just came out of nowhere. And I don't know.
We haven't talked about her in months. And you know who's been wanting to do something about it all the time? And she even was bothering Beta about it and wanted Beta to do constant updates on it? Sarah.
Shocker.
And we kept telling her, no, we're not doing anymore. She's like, don't you want to put this out and that out? No, I do not want to put any of it out.
Well, because it didn't make any sense.
It was clearly mentally
You know,
ill.
if she would have been smart.
Attention.
When she decided to come to me with the sob story that, you know, she ended up in a mental institution, she would have left on a high note. Like, she's getting vengeance and justice and all that shit. She's, you know, she's being a warrior. And
I supported you. I went on Morbid's live that night and talked about it calmly so people would know what was going on, and sent them to your live so that they could know what was happening to this poor woman. Yeah, she could have gone out on a high. 100%. She's alive and well. She's in the mental institution recovering. Oh my God, what a great fucking story.
But that's when it started going to hell. Like, after that happened, she's telling Fancy that I didn't have permission to do that. And then she's telling me And then she's like, Ryan, that was such a great live. I'm so proud of you. That was so perfect.
Ryan, she was in your chat talking to you. I saw her.
Oh, I know. So was Linda.
In your chat. Then 5 seconds later, she fucking calls me and Mac and is like, "Oh my god, Ryan went live without my permission." And
she was in the chat, and stupidly, she did it on YouTube, where it is still there. It's still there. She literally did it on YouTube. Like, it is still there. And she's trying to say that I did it without her permission. And she literally came on YouTube where it stays. Like, she was not smart enough to do it on TikTok where it was going to get eaten. She came into my YouTube. It is still there. And so for somebody that I did it without her permission while she's cheering me on in the fucking chat, that was stupid. I leave my chat replays on.
Me too. For a reason.
Yeah. I have to drive 2 hours away in 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go bury my daughter's.
You're not going to cremate it?
No, we can't. It's like $300 to cremate it.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I just went through that with little man.
We're gonna. Her best friend they have a beautiful property out in Crestwood where she buries all of hers, and so she said you can come put it out here. Yeah, my book is on Amazon. The ebook is out, but the paperback, we're still working on the documents and pictures. We've been sidetracked by the fuckery. Sorry.
Hold on. I want to acknowledge this. I'm going to acknowledge this comment. Seems like it. Talking about all these other content creators. Stop, Ryan. You are bullying, which is exactly what you are against. This won't end well. All right. Let me just. Okay. So for anybody.
What's the screen name? What's the screen name on that?
It's somebody I know. So here's my thing. I've spoken about the fact that I'm pissed off that Nina decided to put on a wig and a clown makeup. That was not bullying. I showed facts about what the fuck Bree said to me. Again, not bullying.
Not bullying.
We are bringing to light what the fuck Sarah Anderson is doing. Again, not bullying.
Not bullying.
You guys want to throw around the word bullying, then at least make sure it's applicable. Okay, me bringing shit to light. I didn't get whatever. Okay, the worst thing I did was pretend to draw a picture. Guess what? I didn't draw one. I mean, I drew a really bad stick figure, but I mean, like, I didn't sit here for an hour and pull up a paint program and make a goddamn dolphin. Okay, me making a funny joke of, oh hey, maybe I should draw something is not bullying somebody. It's bringing out the fact of what that they've done this entire time. Now, if you want to feel that that's bullying, I'm not going to tell you how to think or how to feel. But what I'm not going to do is you try to tell me that that's what I'm doing, because I'm not. I literally brought people were talking about Nina. I said why she blocked me. That's a fact. As for what I said about Bree, again, screenshots. That's a fact. As for what Sarah's doing in this fuckery and trying to run us around in fucking circles, those are all facts. So I would love to know how any of that equates to any type of bullying. So if you would like to like explain that, I would totally appreciate it. And I understand that you are upset that I am live with Fancy right now. And I understand that. I know that there's been lots of comments and like, you know, most of them being supportive, some of them not being, and I understand that. But at the same time, we don't equate things that are not equatable. Nowhere in here did I make fun of whatever. And if I did, please tell me where I did so that I can either apologize for them or at least explain them. But people, if you're going to throw around the word bullying, nowhere in there did I do bullying behavior. But again, if I did, please feel free to show me where I did.
We are trying to expose an international unaliving of self hoax. Do you understand that? What that is huge. It's not just some bullshit, whatever. It is an international unaliving of self hoax. That comes with a lot of jail time if it actually ends up being investigated.
Not to mention, she's literally sitting here saying she's going to get her content taken down for defamation of a lie that she perpetuated. So now we're defaming her by simply speaking the truth of what she gave us.
I literally read an email that they wrote. How is that me doing anything other than reading the email? Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry. It's hilarious. I'm going to laugh. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious because it's ridiculous. It's hilarious because it's ridiculous. The level that these people have gone. And when I say these people, there's the people that we have been compiling screenshots on and having groups of and whatever. The level that these people go to drive this weird agenda, which I don't even understand what the end point is. I don't even understand what the end point is. So I don't understand the amount of time, effort, and energy. I mean, when I said on these screenshots, there is very, very welly photoshopped. We didn't even catch it until just now. We didn't even catch some of the stuff until she looked at it, of how well that it's done, how official that it looks. And that takes time. These people are producing false fucking driver's licenses, false legal forms. Huh?
Do you know who likes to take a lot of time doing things like that?
Yes.
And that's, what's really funny. One of the first things that Sarah brought to me about anyone doing anything to me at all was that train video that Brie put out originally. And that was the video that made both of us think that she could be part of that community because of the sped up voice and the thingy. And she kept insisting that that's what it was. Insisting. And I was like, well, I think I saw a bunch of stuff, but I don't really care why she is or isn't what you're claiming she is. But that was the very first thing she sent me. She wanted to tell me about how horrible that was. And then she started in on her theory. So if Brie has all this time to make things like that, and we are looking at somebody who has all this time to make things like that, I'm just wondering.
I don't know. I have no idea. All I know at this point, the amount of time that it would take to do all of these things from all of these people.
Insanity.
I mean, if you've seen the screenshots that we had and how believable, I mean, these people literally went out and made false licenses, the whole nine. Granted, 2 of them, but whatever. They're making false legal documents and in these screenshots that couldn't even make sense. But we were just like, all right, whatever. We didn't look at them that good. But once we looked at them, we realized that the information on them isn't correct. But the screenshot itself is believable if you just gloss over it.
Yeah. It's all about the little details, because this whole thing is about the little details.
Well, don't forget the one screenshot you showed me that looks like kind of like a legal form, and it's got like a crown down at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's clip art.
I sent you that one. What was it? Can't remember what it is. Hold on.
It's one of the last ones you just sent me. Some type of a legal whatever the hell it was. There's a crown, but it's fucking clip art.
Did I send it to you, or did I send it to Amy, to you and Mac?
To both of us.
Okay, hold on.
Right, but here's the deal. Okay, say what you want about the situations, but here's the problem. The things that I'm telling you are things that have been fact checked, not just through me, not just through Fancy, but another third party person.
Several.
Yes.
Actually.
So
I'm looking for it.
I'm not going to put out anything to you that I have not fully checked.
Right.
They could be using I can't fucking see it.
Brie did say that there is a texting app that, you can put anything you want in and it can say anything you want it to say. So, I mean, Brie is an expert on that, according to her. So,
I don't know. Again, the part that's fucked up to me is the person that was holding the license was the person in the license. You got it?
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, hold on. Let me go get it. Right. I know where it is now, so let me go get it.
I took a 6-hour nap. I'm going to be so fucked, dude. I get that. I understand that, Amy. I do. I know that. That's why I'm not being a bitch to you right now. Trust me. I understand. I do. But for this instance, Red Bull just puts me to sleep. I have ADHD. For this instance, and in this time, and in this scenario, sometimes you have to put things aside for the greater good. You have to put things aside for the greater good. So, me and her, we don't sit on the phone and bullshit. We don't. However, we're doing this right now. Yeah, we have, we're doing this, but we don't sit on the phone and bullshit. We talk business. Okay, so yes, I'm watching and I'm here and everything else. Okay, did you find it?
Look, yeah, I found it. Hang on, I'm pulling it up right now. Look, we have a working relationship because we both know that what we're doing is a greater good. Do Ryan and I get along on a general basis because we have similar personalities? Yeah, but I mean, are we besties like we were? No. Okay, there you go.
All right, yeah, look at the bottom. But yeah, this is some legal form. Some legal form. Wait, is under your IP address? Does that have a thing under it? A hyperlink or a under 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs down your IP address? It's underlined. Is that a hyperlink? Why is address underlined like it's a hyperlink? Or like it's been spelled wrong in the document?
RESS, yeah, I don't know. You're right. I see it there.
It's
and I don't know why.
because
it's underlined with a blue.
That's a hyperlink.
That's a hyperlink.
Hyperlinks happen when you're writing something out, and yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Why would something be hyperlinked in a legal document?
And see, it's not hyperlinked like the one up here that says support for victims.
Right.
That's different. It's down here.
Why would that be hyperlinked? That doesn't make any sense. It's just the word address, and it's not even IP address. It's hyperlinked. It's just the word address.
I love how it's note that they weren't bullying and they weren't making any fake communications. It's not that somebody wasn't doing it to them. It says that they themselves were not doing it. That's what that says. So that Sarah was not doing it from her IP address. They were verifying that she was not.
Oh, by the way, did you notice that the IP addresses were a collective of where, what was it? I live, Sarah lives, Christy lives. Did you notice that? And the one where they said the IP addresses came back? The IP addresses came back to 3 people in Kentucky, shocker, and to Illinois, Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Just perfect nailage.
Yep.
Why is Facebook underlined? Why is everything in there hyperlinked? They sent it to you and it's able to be hyperlinked. But they didn't send it to you as a form that was able to be hyperlinked.
And this is talking about Facebook. Nothing.
You've never done anything on Facebook.
No, and
nothing.
The things that are on Spicy Red is not on Facebook at all.
No.
Good Wives Net is on Facebook.
Right. And Spicy Red isn't on YouTube either. They made that look like it's a YouTube video.
Right.
The one that you showed me looks like it was a YouTube that was taken down, but it's Spicy Red, which has been gone for 4 months and never even talked about Sarah. And it was taken down for defamation. It says this video has been taken down for defamation in the states of the UK.
I love how they crossed out what local law enforcement they redacted what local law enforcement it was that they were contacting in the USA. Why would that need to be redacted?
Well, because they don't want you calling them like you called the crematorium.
No shit, really?
Right.
But you know what I can do? I can probably fuck with this and figure out how to get off the redaction and see what it says.
Probably.
I have some materials that do that. I don't like doing it, but in this instance, I'll make an exception.
Yeah. She says even the paper is wrong.
Yep.
So, yeah, this can be interesting for sure.
Gets more interesting by the day.
Well, I'm sure after this live, we should probably get some more types of text messages for sure. I feel like.
Oh, the thousands of them? How are you going to pick a few? I don't know. I think if we were to do it, it would take us like fucking 12 hours just to fucking go through everything and tell everybody everything.
Probably.
I'm telling you. Holy fuckballs, man. This is the weirdest shit. This is the case itself is weird enough. Okay?
But what it draws in.
And then you add in all these fuck faces.
Yeah.
Their fuckery. And we're like, what are we even looking at? All right, well, I'm going to go to bed.
I probably should too.
Yeah, you should.
All right, TikTok, I'm out. Bye. Guys, it's okay. I'm watching my ass. Don't worry. I know that you're concerned. I understand. My eyes are open. Trust me. I know. My eyes are open. We talk about like this particular situation. You guys don't understand how, like, I know you are. I understand. I'm not mad in any way, shape, or form. Okay? I understand it. I get it. I understand. We are not like, we do not call and talk, bullshit on the phone or whatever. There is something going on that is weird and bizarre and way bigger than what I originally had understood. You have to understand that this woman reaching out to me out of bumfuck nowhere. The last time this woman had reached out to me was March. And she calls me out of nowhere. And I've read what she's sending to Fancy. I've read it. All of it. And she's telling me that she's not saying any of it. And I know what she's saying about Fancy, because she's telling it to me. This is not okay. No, it's not fake. It's not. It's not. There's no way to fake this shit. I'm literally talking to this woman, then she talks to the woman, and the way the messages are, everything, it's not. Whatever this is fucking weird. Like weird. Yeah. Everything is very, very strange. And it's more than just this Sarah thing. There's things going on that are very, very, very bizarre. Very bizarre. And it always goes back to the same handful of people. Everything that goes on. Sarah is mentioning the same people that we are mentioning. And it's we couldn't go into all of it because trying to explain it, if I sat here and tried to explain it to you, it wouldn't make sense. None of this sounds like it makes sense, and that's why I'm laughing so hard listening to how ridiculous her trying to explain this stuff to you is, because even I know what's being said, and it sounds ridiculous. And you would not believe it if you didn't see it with your own two fucking eyes. And I'm pissed because this woman calls me out of fucking nowhere, pulls on my heartstrings, tells me how she's not mad at me, none of this is my fault, yada, yada, yada. And then literally turns right the fuck around after showing up in my life, saying that I am this horrible person who is exploiting her. After I stupidly listened, because again, this woman had sent me her fucking ID, her holding it. It gave me this whole story. I mean, full of details. Details that it's like, how like, you'd have to like write this stuff out. Like, you'd have to literally write this stuff out to keep track of the details. Has Brie been on since that audio mistake? I have no idea. I know she blew up my messenger. I woke up from a nap to being yelled at because I had a video with 4,000 views. She hasn't read my last ones, but I know. Guys, look. After the shit happened with Kirsty, I learned to realize that I need to definitely self-check everything I do. And I'm being very, very eyes open. Okay? Because I realized I was fucked there. And then I was fucked with Kirsty. and I just was fucked by Sarah. I'm realizing, and I've been realizing, that I'm an idiot. However, she has information I need. That's a fact. So I need to know, I need to have this information. These people, there's something wrong with these people. Like, it's broad stemming, and there's something wrong with these people. And I want to call people out on their shit. And unfortunately, I can't do it when I only have half the puzzle. I need the other half of the puzzle. Oh no, I'm an idiot. Don't try to save my face. I understand completely. I have been hosed in every fucking direction. And in a lot of it, I see things that maybe other people don't see. My husband says that it's my fucking issues that I want to believe people. I wanted to believe that the Sarah thing came at me and it was solid. This woman calls me out of nowhere. She sounds completely legit. She's like an old lady. She's like 50, 60 something years old. Old lady talking to me perfectly normal, to the point that I literally messaged her. I'm like, look, is that person your daughter? Do you know that that's your daughter? Like, because the daughter's where all the issues seem to be coming from, is with the daughter. Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot. You guys can be nice all you want. I get it. I'm naive. I'm gullible. I know this. We know this. And like I said, you know, me and Fancy, we don't like call each other in chat. That's not what we're doing. Right now, we are getting together for the greater good of figuring out what the fuck is going on. What in the fuck is going on? Because I keep getting sucked in and drawn in and brought in to things that I don't want to be sucked in and brought into. I was going upon my fucking day. I was doing my goddamn dishes. And I'm getting a call from the UK telling me how somebody's in a mental hospital and I've done everything right and they're not mad at me. Like, the fuck? I'm aware of that. And I appreciate every single one of you. And when this bites me in my ass, as it more than likely will, I'm aware. But sometimes you have to do shit for the greater good. And right now my sanity needs me to do this. I've been fucked enough that will be easier to deal with. I've been fucked over and I've been played. That is commonplace for me, okay? That is not a place that's going to hurt me, believe it or not. I've become numb to that shit. I want to know this fuckery because my brain is picking it apart in pieces of puzzles that keeps me up because I can't quite figure out the piece that I'm missing. Like, it's all there. Like, I have all these pieces and they're all there, but the pieces are turned. And like, I have it all and I need to get that. I have one piece missing and I just can't figure out where the fuck it goes. And it's underneath the table somewhere. And this is so convoluted and fucking strange that it takes another psychotic person like myself to look at this and be able to go, this is normal. Unfortunately, something like this has become normal in my life. My life since I've gotten on social media has been wild. Okay, I've had things happen to me that nobody should ever have happened to them, that nobody could have happened to them, and I've had them done repeatedly to me. Okay, this is a repeating thing, and this particular era that we're in at this point with the players that are being played and playing people, I have all the pieces. They're there. I just can't see the fucking picture for the forest for the fucking trees. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Was it she calls from Facebook. She calls from Facebook. I don't have a phone number. She calls from Facebook. Michelle, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. Yeah. So you guys have to understand this is a very, 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 very frustrating thing. Very frustrating because I have these people online that are people like Thea, people like Midnight, people that are callous and horrible and life ruining. And the thing is we're seeing that all of these people are all coming from the same area. They all have the same people that they're in groups with. Um, um, these people, they're all running in the same group. They're all centered around Bree and Midnight and Gypsy, and there's a group of about 12 people that their hands are all over this shit, and I just can't figure out to what extent each person is involved in. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate you. I don't think she was arguing with you, by the way, just so you know. You know, these people have put out rumors about me, rumors about my husband, called my work, called the police, have said horrible things that were untrue, blame me for my fucking abuse, told me that I murder my animals. Like, I want to know who these people are. And through her, I have answers to some of them. Through working on this, we have put things together. No, I don't think Pink Hat is faking being someone from the UK because I have actually spoken to this person. I've seen this person hold up a license that matched their face. That was not a UK license. Come to find out. But Pink Hat has her hands in a lot of things, more things than what we thought to begin with. You know, there's weird things going on. Weird things that don't make any sense. Things that don't make any sense at all. And when you put it all out and you write it all out and you bullet point everything and you highlight things and you put this in this category and this in this category, you start to see that there's a lot of shit going on that does not add up. And it always boils down to the same fucking people every time. The minute you throw one name down and you just see like spindles, the other people that are attached to that name, and you look at this one and you see the name, and all the names are always similar. They're always the same people. It's people. It's people. There is people that are. I don't know what the end game is. I've never understood the end game in any of this. I've never understood the fucking end game. I feel like a lot of people, as paranoid as this is going to sound, I feel like a lot of people want me gone for whatever reason. And I don't know to what lengths they're willing to fucking try. I mean, honestly, I have a live talking about how different things could make somebody, unalive themselves. And within 4 hours, I have a site dedicated to me for it. And then only after I call them out, they make another post telling me to cry more. And then within 2 days, that site's gone. I mean, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. It's not it's not even the fact of trusting her. It's the fact I'm getting the info. I'm getting the info that I don't have access to. And I don't expect anybody to understand that. It's kind of like the time, for instance, okay, so Oxalotl, the one who has made my life hell. Well, they very snottily made a picture of my 3 Oxalotls to literally rub in my face. Like, to literally be like a fuck you to me, right? I invited him into my Discord server just to get that picture. And my friend said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I want the picture." I said, "I know what it was drawn for. I completely understand. I know they are a shitbag person. I want that picture." Nobody understood it. I didn't expect them to. Sometimes you have to do things that people don't understand. I am fully aware that people do not understand the way I'm stepping right now. I get it. And I don't blame anybody. I don't blame any of you. I don't. I'm not mad at any of you. I don't blame any of you. And I see what you all are seeing. But you don't have the entire checklist in your head that I have, unfortunately. I know. And I'm aware. I'm aware. She's tried to pull me in a little bit, and I said, we're not going to be the way we were. It's the same thing when people were confused when Jimmy would go on live and trash talk me, and then I had a live with Jimmy, and people were like, oh my God, what are you doing? I'm a person who gives second chances, but I also know the limit of those second chances now, luckily it's I know that people deserve second chances, and I've given a lot of people second chances, people that you wouldn't believe. There's people that you wouldn't believe, and I'm not going to go into all of them, but there's more than fancy. There's people that have came at me in ways they had no right to ever come at me, that I've given second chances to. And so far, it's not bit me. That's not to say that it won't, but so far it's not bit me. But that doesn't mean it's not going to. And that's a chance I'm going to have to be willing to take, unfortunately. Well, here's the thing. You can care and trust me in what I'm doing and care and be worried, or you can allow yourself to be alienated. But there's nothing that I can say or do that's going to stop anybody from the way they feel. I know. My husband was worried that he's like, you're going to make people mad at you. And I'm like, probably. But I also have to do what's best for me. And right now, figuring out what the fuck is going on is going to help my mental health. If people on the internet want to be mad at me for things they don't understand, I'm not going to be mad at them, but I also can't let that hold me back. There's things that are going on that's fucking weird, and I want it out. I want it done. No, that will not happen, Ozzy. I've already made that explicitly abundantly clear. I didn't know Brandy talked to Christy. That's new information. Brandy. In case anybody decides to delete that. That's hilarious. But thank you for giving me another piece of the goddamn puzzle. I appreciate you. Yeah. That was part of the fucking puzzle. Keep talking. You're just helping me out. The more you guys help me out, the less I have to rely on Fancy. That'll make y'all happy, won't it? Yeah. It's all fucking coming together now. Yeah. We had an idea. It's funny to me that, she was talking about how much she hated Christy and wanted April to win. I have those messages. She hated Christy so much she wanted April to win and was going to go help April win. Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. I appreciate you. Yoli Brannies. No, that's cool. I got all I needed right there. Thanks. No. The house of cards is falling. Player by player, the house of cards is falling. I appreciate y'all. By the way, when I talked about all the people, all the names that come together and they all spindle out from each other, you just mentioned a few of them. Now do you think I'm crazy? I just told you guys that there's a whole slew of people and a whole cast of characters and they all come together and I can't figure out how. And y'all think I'm fucking crazy. I'm not fucking crazy. I'm stupid. I'm naive. I'm gullible. I'm mentally ill. But I'm not fucking crazy. Yeah, Sarah tried saying I never warned her, except I had an entire live with Courtney doing just that. I'm tired of being lied on. I'm tired of having my name in everybody's mouth, trying to say that I'm a liar when I have shit and receipts and lives recorded now just to prove a point that I'm not a fucking liar. No, you know what? Here's the deal. I don't know Katie Joy from my ass in my hand. No idea. No clue. Okay? Last I heard, she was a good person according to Christy. Okay? What I can tell you is this. What Katie Joy said that day when I was scrolling my FYP was dead fucking on. Dead fucking on. That's why I went to that live. To hear somebody say exactly what the fuck I thought, exactly what the fuck I seen, and exactly what the fuck I went through, you can't lie about that. You can't lie about it. What was I screenshotting? What somebody just said. What somebody just said. Because y'all gave me another fucking puzzle piece. Y'all just gave me another puzzle piece. Like I said, all those little spindles and how they all connect. You just helped me out. You gave me another puzzle piece. Be happy. Be proud. It's all the less time I have to spend with Fancy, right? Y'all are being played. We're all being played. Everybody's being fucking played, dude. The screenshots I have from people, the things that I have on people, what I see people saying and doing and acting a fucking fool on these goddamn social media apps. Everybody's being fucking fooled. I don't go in people's lives. I'm not blocked from anybody except for Nina. I'm blocked from Nina. I'm not blocked from a goddamn person. I could go and probably find all this shit out my goddamn self. But you know what? I try to stay away from it. Because if I see something and I get pissed off, I'm going to fucking say something. And believe it or not, the whole reason I'm doing this is to finally be able to walk the fuck away and be done of the goddamn drama. But I can't do that until I find out exactly who and what and where and how I'm being fucking played. And it always stems back to the same fucking person. Two unfollowed on YouTube. When I unfollow on TikTok, what if they still follow? I can make money. You can block people. You don't have to unfollow anybody. This is my battle. I'm not one of those creators that say you have to do this, you have to do that. If I have a problem with who people follow, I'm not going to make anybody ever choose. I can just choose to distance myself from those people. That's why I went on that spree that one time and I blocked 200 of my followers. Some of them good followers. Some of them are good followers. How do you know that person isn't stirring any pots? We have no idea who stirs what anymore. We only have people say so. We only have what people say. I follow evidence. I don't believe anybody about anything anymore. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I've trusted people that I had no business trusting. And before anybody goes there, I don't trust everything that April does. Me and her have had our own private talks. I've called her out on things. I've said things. We do not see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. We see eye to eye on this. We see eye to eye on this. And that's why we're talking about it. Because we're going to figure it out. We're so close. We're going to figure it out. We have everything. We have everything and we're going to figure it out. We have to. I don't let her bully me. Mm-mm. Nope. I'm not letting people walk all over me anymore. I might give second chances or whatever, but I'm not going to let anybody bully me anymore. I caught that, Kylie. Don't worry, I caught that. There's a way to deduce who it was, though. There's. I see what you're saying, but it's already been discussed before. That's the thing, though, Nicolay, is they're all starting to slip up. We've been sitting on this shit for 6 months. I've just now started talking about it in the last 3 weeks. Why do you think that is? The more we've talked about it, the more they've slipped up. And they're slipping up left and fucking right now. So the more that we show a united front, the more screws we drive down, and the more proof that we have, and the more shit that we show, they're getting sloppy. People are getting sloppy. Real sloppy. Because they're panicking. They're all scrambling and panicking, and now they're all fucking up. People are telling on themselves without even realizing they're telling on themselves. And I'm in a lot of different groups with trying to figure out all these puzzle pieces. I'm in groups with people that I have no groups, and I have no business being in these groups of people of. So someone came in on a fake account and fooled others. It's a little more convoluted than that, but that did happen, yes. Oh, yeah, she doesn't know how to own her mistakes for the most part. I'm with you on that. There's a lot going on. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or the brain power to do it, especially because I'm supposed to be driving somewhere in 5 hours, and I haven't slept. I took a 6-hour nap yesterday, though, so hey, I'm doing all right. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's people pretending to be people. There's people all grouped together. And look, Ozzy, you're never going to understand. You're never going to understand. Because while you're worried about me seeing the best in people, you're seeing the best in people. And you're not seeing the forest for the trees either. Because the House of Cards is fallen. And there are other people other than you that are good friends with her. You might be good friends with her. That's fine. But I know other people that are good friends with her. And I've learned a lot of shit. I've learned a lot of shit. I will never understand people who have to do fake accounts. Everything I have has my fucking face on it. I don't need to be fake. I don't need to leak. I don't need nothing. My face is on it's on here. But I've learned a lot in the past week because I have everybody under the fucking sun coming to me with screenshots and proof and evidence, not just hearsay, not just I saw this, I did that. They're coming to me with screenshots and fucking evidence. Kylie, I couldn't tell you. I don't know what's blocked in here and what isn't. I couldn't tell you. But the amount of screenshots that I get is wild. Oh, yeah, it might be. I don't know how to unblock it. Just come in on this one. Yeah, I remember that whole shit and caboodle happened. I don't know how to unblock anything on here. So if I block somebody, I'm fucked. Some people do need chaos. I understand that. I've been surrounded by people my whole life that thrive on chaos. That they don't know how to live a normal life. They have to have that constant chaos factor, something to fight against, something to rally against. They can't handle things being good. That was on another account, I thought. I might have figured it out. I don't know. Try to come in here on that. I don't know. I don't know how to do half the shit on here, dude. I'd have to go into the community tab or whatever. I think I fixed it. I think I remember that. I think I fixed it. Yeah, try to come in on that account. You go and kill me. I'm gonna let her see if her account can come in real quick. And I'm gonna end this fucking disastrous 6 fucking hour live. I feel bad for anybody who has to watch this back, man. I understand that we are talking in code. Yep, I can see you. I understand that it sounds like me and her are talking in code. But for the people who are watching, the people that we want to know what we're saying, they know what we're saying. You guys don't. But the people that are watching, that are always watching, that are always recording, they know what we're talking about. Everything that I say for a fucking reason. Everything that comes out of my mouth comes out of it for a fucking reason. Mummy, I just wish they'd stop fucking with me. I could just live my happy life. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, people are obsessed with trying to make this middle-aged, mentally ill woman insane. I don't understand the fascination, and it's been like this since 2021. I've had more people do shady shit than you'd ever imagine. I appreciate you just not answering so you don't have to lie. That's always nice. I'd rather my questions not be answered than for somebody to fucking lie to me. But I just see it. I see so much stuff. People give me answers without even knowing they're giving me answers because they just talk, and I pick up on things that they don't even know that they're helping me most of the time. I just let people talk, and then they give me something. I'll get there. And if I have to work with her for the time being, then I have to work with her for the time being. I don't hold any animosity towards her. We talked, and the things that we talked about, my husband is much like you guys and is like, don't blah, 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 don't. But here's the thing. I do realize the things that I did do wrong, and I did, regardless of what my husband says. There was a couple things I did wrong. And that also tripped up the wire a little bit. And I see a lot of things that are going on that were out of everybody's eyesight that's coming to light, which is fucked up too. So behind the scenes is wild, dude. And I don't even know. The worst part is I don't even know if all y'all are ever even going to get to understand or know a lot of it, because it would just be too hard to explain it all. We'd have to have like 6-hour lives. It'd be awful. It'd be awful. I've had people tell me that Midnight is from 2021. I've had Midnight themselves said that I would be shocked if I knew who they were. That I thought we were besties at one point. Thought that was interesting. I don't hold very many people near and dear, so I would love to know why they think I thought that we were besties. And I got all those from people who were close to Midnight. Conversations that they've had with Midnight, where Midnight says those kind of things or whatnot. I've heard lots of origin stories from Midnight. They just happened upon Fancy and Alive one day. They just went after me because she thought that April sent me. And, of course, my personal favorite that I got told last week. She's not coming for you anymore. Can't you just let it go? But you came for me again, didn't you? We both know it. I'm not stupid. You can pretend to be a goody-goody on the DL. You know what you did. Nobody said the slate is wiped clean. Nobody said that. Slate is not wiped clean. It took a lot of conversation to even get where we are right now. I don't like people who are shady. I don't like people who say they're not going to do something and do it anyway. I don't like people who try to gaslight me into leaving somebody alone who has obviously not left me alone. Oh, agreed, CM. Agreed. Fucking agreed. There's no person in the world that's 100% bad. There's no person who's 100% good in any of this, in world, in anything. Nobody is 100% despicable. Nobody is 100% an angel. And that's why it's weird to me, because while I appreciate you all as supporters, acknowledge what I've done wrong. Acknowledge what I've done wrong. I get it, and I love you guys, and I think you guys are amazing for telling me that you have my back, and I was wronged, and I was wronged, and I was wrong, but I did some wrong things too. I did some wrong things too, and we have to acknowledge that. Nobody in this is 100% anything. What about Starlight? Starlight's some weird little duck that sits off in the corner and stirs her shit pot. What happens when Kirsty comes back? She won't. I don't have to worry about that. She won't. I've done enough damage. She won't come back. She may not work with me after she hears all this unless you trim it. I don't have to hide what I say. I'm going to tell her about it. I don't have to hide a damn thing. I am who I am. I say what I say. I don't have to hide. I'm going to tell her exactly what the fuck I said. So if you're recording this and planning on sending it to her, whoever's out here, the 68 people, don't bother. I'm going to tell her myself. I've done things wrong. I have. Nobody's 100% innocent in this. I may not have done as many things wrong, but I've done some things wrong. Well, first of all, I went on Alive without telling the person what I was doing and outed everything that some of that should have been kept private. And I told 600 of my closest friends, but did not tell the person that did it to. And if somebody did that to me, I would be very hurt and I'd be very upset. And I probably too would lash out. Now, she chose to lash out, and that's on her. But can I blame her for doing it necessarily? No. No, Starlight is not doing anything. Starlight is just some weird little fuck over in the corner. Starlight's that weird little guy that runs in the middle of the scene and you don't know why they're there. I've said things and done things, and I've not been as at fault for things, but to say that I've walked into this completely without any wrongdoing would not be correct. Oh, I understand that, Christmas. I see it. And that's what I explicitly told her. I have a text message that I sent to her. I said we can speak on civil terms, but we will not work together, and whatever. We will not be what we was. We do not mesh well together, and I would rather end it on a good note than to end up in another 6-month war. I know how she plays when she's mad. And nobody's going to understand this but me. And I get that. Our minds are very similar. She just acts on the thing. So the thing is that I understand her. I always have. I understand what she does. It's the fact that she does it that's the problem. Yeah, everybody gets doxxed, I feel. And it's funny. Somebody doxed Starlight to me. Randomly. Out of nowhere. They messaged me and doxed Starlight to me. Back in March. Wonder why that is. I told you there's a lot of players in this game and a lot of things that go on. I've known who Starlight is since March. I have no reason or nothing to do with it. I wasn't outing it. I wasn't doing anything. But like I said, I think cognitively a lot like April. I do. And I know why she lashed out the way she did. Because I've done that before. I've done that. I am one of the people, if you go low, I go to hell. How many times have I said that to you guys? If you go to low, I go to hell. I've just gotten a lot better at not doing it. If she wants to, she'll go back and see it, but she won't. She was hurt. You have to understand, I went back and we went over that day and what happened in those text messages. And I thought I was abundantly clear. And then I went back and looked at them and went, whoops. Yeah. I fucked up a little bit that day, and y'all don't understand that, but I did. I did. I was triggered by Ember, and I acted batshit. I did. That's a fact. I went back and read those messages as a third person. I was out of control because I was in a PTSD triggered episode. I understand that. And I appreciate every one of you. I do. Here's the deal. I'm either going to be burned by Fancy again. So, is it going to hurt that bad? No. I've already been there once. Or I can allow a group of people to sit back and laugh with no ramification. I'll take the chance of being burned by April again, personally. I know how to deal with that. I know how to lose that friend. I've done it before. That's the best I can explain it to you. When I'm faced with the two, of would I rather be burned by Fancy again? I know how to deal with that. I've done it. Or would I rather figure out who the fuck is fucking with me and I'll go to hell with them? Because I'm going to tell you right now, when all these pieces fall into play, that the 6-hour live that we've had today laughing about Sarah Anderson, it'll be much like that. With all the screenshots, all the receipts. It'll be very same. Because you fucked with me, and you fucked with me, and you fucked with me. And you'll see April come out of me. Because I've done really, really well in the past 2 years of closing that person off. I can be April. I can beat April at April's game. Okay? When I say Ryan 2022, y'all don't understand. I made April look like a kindergartner. And I've tucked that person away, and I became this stupid little naive person who gave everybody a second chance. I tried to flip that board. I tried to not be that bitch. And I tried to do everything. And guess what? It bit me in my ass. So if I'm going down, I'm taking every motherfucker with me. Y'all haven't seen that side of me, and I'm glad you haven't. But it's coming. It's coming. I've got her under lock and key right now, but she's bursting to get the fuck out. Oh, I know that, Ozzy. I know. However vicious you've seen April, I can outdo it. I've been watching my steps. I've been treading real carefully right now. I'm showing everybody the shove over me, but this, to the 65 people in here, I do everything for a reason. I appreciate you, Nicole. I do everything for a reason. I talk to who I talk to for a reason. I do what I do for a reason. And right now, I'm being selfish. I'm doing everything for me. And I need some help. So I'm having to find help in places I don't want to find it, but I'm going to get it. I'm going to get what I got to get. Oh, I know that. I know her focus is all over the fucking place. Trust me. I know. I'm just tired. I'm tired of waking up every morning to another video in my direction of bullshit lies. I'm tired of being told I said this, that, and whatever. That's why I take my shit on YouTube now. You said this. No, the fuck I didn't. No, the fuck I did not. Show me. Show me. But just know, in the past 3 weeks that I've been speaking out on this, I have gotten screenshots from dozens of people. Tons of screenshots. Sometimes they'll send me 50. We just gotta sit down, look at them, and put all of it together. My favorite is when, like, I get anonymous screenshots. Like, they know they'd be in trouble if they sent them to me. I'm somebody, but I can't tell you who I am, but here's all this. I love you people. When this is all over, are you going to be shocked? I don't think you will. Maybe you will. I don't know. I don't know. I know I won't be. And the worst part is, all I've ever done since I've gotten on social media is try to be good to people, to give them an ear to listen, to stop my day and text people or call people that need somebody in need. And all that's gotten me is hate and jealousy. Thea was kissing my ass a week ago. Don't go after Ryan. People are lying to you, Ryan. You should listen. Then I had some videos go viral, and I got 11,000 followers in 36 hours. Now I got more followers than her. Now she's making videos in my direction about people do anything for likes and follows and views, because that's all anything ever has been to Thea, is a fucking numbers game. So now she's mad that I beat her at her own game without having to buy followers. So now she's putting shit in my direction again. For what? Trying to say that I'm lying about what? For what? Hooker, trust me, I will stop that before it starts. Because one thing I've learned is I'm not a secondhand player no more. I'm done playing second fiddle. And I told her that. I'm not playing second fiddle no more. I deserve dignity and respect, and I'm done playing second fiddle. That's why I told her that technically we really can't work together very much. I'm not going to be that one who sits over in the corner. I'm not going to be that one that's quiet. I'm not going to be the one who does everything and gets none of the recognition. I'm me. I know what I bring to the table, and that's it. Like it, lump it, leave it. I don't care. So. And if you notice, she behaved a lot better on this live. I even told her to shut up once. Yeah. I got to get up and leave in like 5 hours. Sometimes it's better for me to just get small naps. So I got to get him up in like 2. I got to get him up in 2. Oh, she tried to get loud with me on the phone the other day. I said, shut up. Shut up. Nope. I'm not. I'm done. I'm good. I'm good. So. Right? No. There's people that Hooker, that seem to think that I don't know what I'm doing. It's frustrating. It's insulting. I know what I'm doing. I'm doing everything that I'm doing for a reason. And people need to trust what I'm doing. I understand the concern. I appreciate the concern. But please just have enough faith in me for just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, that's all I'm asking. Just give me enough rope to hang myself with, okay? At least let me see if what I'm doing is going to work out. Let me at least see. Let me test these waters. Let me see what I can do before everybody completely counts me out. Because that's what I feel like. I feel like because I've allowed people to see that I fuck up, that people are now just expecting it anymore. And the worst part is my fuck ups are trusting people. I think that's the shittiest part of it all, is my fuck ups are me actually trusting people. That's what I got bad going for me, is I trust the wrong people. So I'm going to go attempt to lay down. God, if anybody watches this on Rewatch, I'm sorry. All right, y'all. Thanks so much for showing up and caring. I appreciate you.